One indiscriminate day, the world was plunged into catastrophe. People were forced underground and had to rely on the vast subway system to survive. This is how the story of Metro Royale begins. And so, welcome! After the catastrophe, the world was changed forever. New buildings popped up all over the surface, and a myriad of factions no one had ever heard of before sprung forth. The world underground kept developing, growing increasingly complex even as danger lurked in every corner. Some areas even saw the arrival of never-before-seen monsters. To survive in this harsh environment, you must arm yourself and gear up, scour the world for supplies, and eliminate enemies for their loot. Then make your way to the return point and evacuate within the allotted time. After evacuating, you can exchange your on-hand supplies for wealth to purchase even more advanced weapons and equipment. Become even stronger. In times like these, people will do anything to gain an advantage. That's why, when you're out collecting supplies, besides looking out for the various factions, stay vigilant against other players' attacks. If you get eliminated, they'll be able to loot your supplies. However, don't be discouraged. In this place, you'll have like-minded comrades to support you. You will experience the hardships of growth together as you gradually transform into mighty heroes. Are you all ready to face this dangerous yet thrilling new world? Welcome to Metro Royale Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing Metro Royale modes to help you get to know the features and gameplay of each mode. In Metro Royale, there are 4 modes: the basic map's basic mode and undercover mode, and the advanced map's advanced mode and assault mode. In basic mode, players can open crates or eliminate enemies in the map to get supplies and loot, then reach the return point to evacuate and take home the loot. Basic mode can be a great training ground to help players get familiar with the map environment and resource allocation. And if you don't evacuate safely, no need to worry. Although being eliminated in basic mode will cause your supplies and loot to be dropped, you won't lose your equipment. Activating undercover mode requires an undercover agent ID. Players don't need to bring their own equipment, as they will be undercover and disguised as bandits in the map. Bandits in the map won't initiate attacks on players. This allows players to freely travel between different areas, open crates to collect supplies, without bandits getting in your way. But if players actively attack and eliminate a bandit, their identity will be exposed. Do keep in mind that undercover equipment is weak, so stay vigilant against other players. Activating advanced maps requires a certain loadout value. Compared to basic maps, advanced maps are more abundant in supplies and have more diverse gameplay. Radiation zones can only be found in advanced maps and are full of supplies, which attracts lots of players. Many enemies are also stationed there, making for intense combat. Players eliminated in advanced mode have a certain probability of dropping their equipment, leading to high risk and high rewards. Activating assault mode also requires a certain loadout value. When entering assault mode, players don't need to bring their own equipment and will enter a match that is already underway with other players. Enemies in the map won't initiate attacks on players, but players that actively attack and eliminate them will have their identity exposed. Players eliminated in assault mode won't lose the equipment they had before the start of the match, and players who evacuate safely will obtain additional rewards. And since advanced maps are abundant in supplies, playing assault mode is a great opportunity to cash in on the low risk and high reward. That's it for the 4 Metro Royale modes. Choose the mode that best suits you and enjoy the fun of different modes. Welcome to Metro Royale Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing the Frontline Confrontation map. Frontline Confrontation is a Metro Royale map suitable for rookies. This is where the Steel Front and the Cobras once fiercely fought. Members of both factions have remained even after the ceasefire. Due to the urban areas of Frontline Confrontation being relatively spread out, there is a lower chance of encountering other players when collecting supplies. The overall pace of this map is relatively relaxed. However, the terrain being mostly flat results in a very open view. Most areas only offer trees or rocks as cover. Thus, you'll need to be extra careful of enemies when moving about and evacuating. That's why many players opt for the underground routes. Frontline Confrontation has 5 underground areas, 2 subway lines, a tunnel, a storage vault, and an armory. Be aware that enemies hiding in the dark underground areas are difficult to detect. Those who wish to safely explore the underground areas should bring a night vision helmet, night vision goggles, or a thermal sight scope to see enemies in the dark. Since Frontline Confrontation doesn't have a radiation zone and urban supplies are spread out, those wishing to collect supplies quickly can go to the underground storage vault connected to Battle Line. After scavenging the surface, head deeper underground to search for more supplies. Furthermore, Frontline Confrontation has 2 password-locked doors, located at Tribe and Yasnaya PD. They must be opened using password letters of the corresponding color. Password letters are commonly found in the file cabinets or file packages. The supply crates behind the password-locked doors contain valuable items that can be sold and are important resource points. Of course, you can also challenge the bosses. Apart from the 2 permanent bosses marked on the Frontline Confrontation map, bosses also randomly spawn. These bosses have high health and varied attacks. Before challenging them, make sure to have enough ammo and consumables. When fighting a boss, utilize the cover of your surroundings or move quickly to dodge attacks. Defeating these powerful enemies provides a chance to get better equipment. That's all for this intro to the Frontline Confrontation map. Go explore it yourself. Welcome to Metro Royale Rookie Manual. The old blockade zone was formerly a military-restricted area, but now 2 evil forces divide the land. If Frontline Confrontation could be considered as a new player's tutorial, then Old Blockade Zone would be their first real adventure into the underground. Old Blockade Zone is more abundant in supplies than Frontline Confrontation. However, accessing the Old Blockade Zone's advanced mode also has a higher loadout requirement. Old Blockade Zone is a dense urban area with tightly packed buildings. While collecting supplies, it's common to encounter other players, so don't let down your guard while exploring. Of course, you can also move around via the underground routes. Although Old Blockade Zone only has 1 subway line, it's vast and complex, connecting multiple areas of the underground. Of those areas, the deserted base is a dark zone. Dark zones have lots of supplies, but are also shrouded in danger. Night vision equipment is a must. Continue following the subway line to reach the radiation zone. The radiation zone has the best rewards, but also the most risk. It contains valuable supplies, but is full of radiation and danger. When entering, be ready to face radiation and enemies. Besides the fast procurement of supplies in the radiation zone, Old Blockade Zone also has 3 password-locked doors, blocking you from some high-value sellable items. They're located in the barracks, snake pit, and the underground garage. Password letters of the corresponding color must be used to open the door and obtain the supplies. To obtain better supplies and equipment, you will need to challenge and eliminate bosses. Apart from the 2 permanent bosses marked on the map, there are also a few points that randomly spawn invasion bosses that provide more opportunities to obtain equipment. That's all for this intro to the Old Blockade Zone map. Go explore it yourself. Welcome to Metro Royale Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing the Misty Port map. Misty Port was originally a small portside town with a pleasant climate, but a few incidents left it a desolate area that is now restricted. Only 2 major forces remain, competing for resources. Misty Port's main activity area is 1,700 by 900 square meters. It has rich and complex terrain, and although the urban resource points are scattered, there are many zip lines around the map connecting to the subway line, allowing you to get around quickly. Because of this, Misty Port's overall battle pace is quite fast and intense. The 2 boss spawn points act as gathering points for battles. Compared to other maps, Misty Port's underground isn't as dark and night vision equipment isn't as necessary. Although the subway line is very long and spans the entire map, those wanting to quickly collect supplies will have to go to the radiation zone, the mine warehouse. The mine warehouse is located in the upper right side of the map. Many mutated enemies lurk there, and the large warehouse lab at the center randomly spawns a mutant boss Variant F who uses fire, or Variant P who spews venom. These mutants guard the warehouse's valuable supplies. Compared to the two previous maps, the high-value sellable items in Misty Port are more common. To quickly get these supplies, you can skip opening crates in the radiation zone and head to the 3 password-locked doors instead. Obtain password letters of the corresponding colors to open them, and obtain the loot within. There are 2 fixed bosses in Misty Port, Firejoy and Fire Roy, that use fire attacks. When challenging them with teammates, spread out as much as possible. Also, be aware that there is chance in each match for the bosses to become reinforced. The bosses can then transform into special bosses that use drones and shields, Handsome Jesse or Handsome Pete. When facing off against them with teammates, make sure to focus your fire. Defeating these powerful enemies provides a chance to get better equipment. That's all for this intro to the Misty Port map. Go explore it yourself.
Introducing PUBG Mobile's Metro Royale. Aside from the classic Battle Royale mode, now it also includes the Metro Royale game mode. Metro Royale tests players' shooting and evacuation strategies. Make sure to load up your inventory with equipments, ammunition, and healing supplies before entering the battlefield. There are 2 extraction points on the map. Plan your route strategically to maximize the extraction of your loot and return safely to the lobby. The main objective will be maximizing the loot value before heading to the extraction point within the time limit, as the loot will carry forward for your progress in future games. There are different types of unique bandits, ranging from normal bandits to snipers and cobra bandits. Make sure to defend yourself from other players too. Survival should be your first priority, as all current inventory items will be lost upon elimination. Buy various weapons, armor, attachments, and advanced items from the merchant in the black market to upgrade your loadouts. Progress will be carried forward, which can continuously enhance the strength of your equipment. Choose the map selection at the bottom left side. Currently, there are 4 maps with unique areas, enemies, and interactions for you to explore. Gain access to advanced mode as you progress, where there are more challenging enemies, higher tier loot, and access to the dangerous radiation zone. The new chapter of Metro Royale introduces a new mode called Zombie Uprising, featuring zombies in place of bandits, significantly more dangerous enemies, new weapons, and higher tier loot. There are many new zombie bosses introduced, each with their own unique characteristics. Keep an eye on the map, as bosses will spawn throughout the game as night arrives. It introduces a day and night system where nighttime exploration becomes significantly dangerous with increased mobs and boss spawns. Stick with your team.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. It's Sir Cloud joining me here at Contra as we'll bring you the Metro Royale edition before we move into the day 2 of the grand finals of the Battle Royale mode. But of course, even for the Metro Royale, this is going to be the grand finals, the only day for them to show who's going to be the one to take all the Metro cash home and win it big by the end of the hurdle. Sir Cloud, it's great to have you back, and now it's the finale. Are you excited for what's about to come?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the tides have kind of shifted on week number 3 to the Thai team, so we don't know if they can continue on this momentum, right? Because here at this stage, we will be determining who's the winner, and also all the points will be reset again. Everyone's going to start off with 0 points. And I was also looking at like the points during the last week, and SEPT came in close to being the top 6, but it was Boom Esports at the end of the day. But this is our tournament schedule.
That's right. We've already wrapped up almost a full month long of action from the open qualifiers for Indonesia, Malaysia, as well as Thailand. And then we have every single weekend for the past month to be having action coming from all the teams. And here we are in the grand finals, and this will be the point system that will be played out. If you guys are joining us for the first time, this is going to be entirely different, so we don't really have to look at the bonus points at the moment. We'll just have to focus on how these teams have to score points. Each elimination is 300k worth of points. Meanwhile, of course, any loot that they can get inside the map will be added into what they do have, but once they are eliminated, they won't carry that loot value. So it's very important for them to stay alive throughout the course of the battle.
Yeah, and also leave within 20 minutes. So that's also another thing as well. And they will be eyeing the prize pool here. So of course, majority of the prize pool have been distributed. Right now, we'll be focusing on the top 6 and who will take home majority of the 10,000 US dollar prize pool here amongst these 6 amazing teams who have made it into the grand finals. And of course, the champion will not only take home the 1,500 US dollars, but also be crowned the first ever champion in Southeast Asia for Metro Royale. You can never take that title away.
That's right. To be the first ever team to make it to the top, it's either one of these 6 teams. Is it going to be Fellas ID, FaZe Clan, Boom Esports, Hasta La Vista, ETS, or Nonggang? Only time will tell. And you did mention, there's a lot of Thai teams that have really shown up throughout the course of the final weekend. And here there are 3 teams to be contending for that title. But of course, even the Malaysians and also the Indonesians have their flair of their own.
I know, right? It's a good mix here. And when we ended week number 2, I thought that, okay, we're going to get majority of the Thai teams, majority of the Indonesian teams actually in the grand finals, but the Thais have shifted. But anyway, what also have shifted is, of course, our game mode. And in case for whatever reason, it's the first time that you're watching the Metro Royale game mode, this is how it goes. So we start off with the strategy. They will spawn at their respective spots, and then they will battle it out. Now, if they win, then they will get elimination points, which is significant, 300,000. But the main objective is to collect supplies throughout the maps there. And while they collect, they might bump into bosses. And if they win those bosses, there's a chance for them to get very special loot.
That's right. And speaking of loots as well, they will start with their pre-loadout of level 6 gears with the vest as well as the helmet. A little bit higher as compared to your usual Battle Royale, but for very good reasons, right? Because you don't really want to be going on that full engagement. They really have to survive for at least 20 minutes and carry out all these form of Metro cash that they can find throughout the course of the map. Of course, starting off with the AKM as well as a Mark 14, while we will begin our round in Zombie Uprising. So I'm glad to actually see this mode back, because on week 3, we didn't really get to see them play on Zombie Uprising with Misty Port taking over. But essentially, it's pretty much the same sort of map, just with a lot more zombies, you know? So sometimes the zombie does throw in a little bit of a wrench where when they are in the heat of a battle against other squads, with these zombies actually revealing their location, it can be quite the struggle. And sometimes when they try to book out the match, it could also hinder them from moving out with the evacuation. So anything can happen here, Sir Cloud, when we have the final 6 teams out of the 12. You know, we have amazing names like FaZe Clan as well as Nongying, who can go both aggressive as well as to focus on the loot. And of course, not forgetting LSID, who came in from the qualifiers, and they have always backed more than about 7 million per round. But can they do so now when they are now pit together in the same lobby for 5 back-to-back rounds?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, right? Like LSID, they are the favorites, I would say, to actually take this home based on their previous performance. And I was also looking at the social media of PUBG Mobile Esports. In case you haven't followed, do follow the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports. I'm the only caster on the entire Southeast Asia that actually took HLV. So I'm banking on them right now. HLV to come up with a surprise. I mean, if the Thais are, if the Thais are able to come up with a surprise on week 3 to overtake the Indonesian teams, I mean, HLV can do the same.
Yeah, I would say so myself, where honestly, in the current form, even judging from the past weekend, FaZe Clan, they're looking so hot. They won like, what, 4 maps throughout the course of their run? That's just absolutely amazing. So if they can carry that forward, and also having Nongying at the very same time, who have shifted their playstyle from being less aggressive into a lot more loot-oriented, it could be anyone's game. But speaking of game, when you guys log in, there's a whole lot of stuff going on, especially with the Pirate Bash now happening.
Okay, so I was told that you're supposed to do the pirate gimmick. So why not? I've not heard your version yet, so I'll leave this one to you.
Well, I guess you just gotta rewind with the VODs, but of course, here goes. So PUBG Mobile's airdrop carnival is officially open. Ahoy! Call your friends to join the Pirate Bash and for the Ocean Odyssey new team area, Pirate Booty Island. Collect airdrop tokens and head to the airdrop carnival in-game event to upgrade your airdrop crate to level 5 for guaranteed set or emote of your choice. And during the airdrop carnival, you can get daily rating protection for 2 matches. So hurry up and don't forget to jump in the game, as you can have a great day with your friends.
I'll give the starting at 8 out of 10. I'll give the middle a 4 out of 10. And the ending, a nice 8 again. Just because of the ahoy. Okay, so, okay, my turn now. Ding, 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 ding. The Galadria X Suit plus Advanced Upgradable MG3 is now available. Join the event and unlock coupons and limited outfit awards from this a limited amount of time, and make sure you get it before it goes away. I will be going away right now for the next segment. Ding, 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 ding.
I kind of wish we have a Sir Cloud voice pack so that when I connect my Bluetooth device, it'll be Sir Cloud's voice to be announcing this. It will sound like, you know, it could be part of a really good ad. So, you know, 8.5 out of 10, slightly higher than what I did. Well, to be fair, mine was like pretty much a mouthful, right? I'll hear a pirate voice later on, but for now, we're cheering for what is at stake. That massive chunk of 10K is on the line. Of course, evenly distributed, it's still a big lion's share of a few thousand US dollars for the champion overall. And, all those weeks of effort comes down to this final 5 games. I'm not too sure if they will feel the pressure because, some of these names have probably played in many of all these professional battle royale rounds, even like veterans of Nongying who used to be playing in not only PMPL Thailand, but also the PMCO, PMGCs. So I feel like this is definitely going to be a fun day out for them. But Fellas ID, from a qualifying team, they have absolutely impressed. So now they have to go up against such huge challenges out there with FaZe Clan, who's looking super coordinated. Honestly, do you think that you're going to be changing your predictions here? Because Hasta Vista, they look pretty good, but are they as good as these guys?
Nah, man, I'm going to show my love to Hasta La Vista, right? Because no one else showed love to them. Come on, guys. You gotta show some love. Gotta be fair to these teams. I mean, they are also a qualifier team that made it here, right? So you gotta give them that benefit as well. Though they do have one advantage, which is Ate, who has professional experience. Other than that, no professional experience, but that doesn't mean that they can't shoot. That doesn't mean that they can't play objectively, because the objective of this game is going to be really different. But over time, we have seen like the meta sort of shifted from like some teams playing super passive, some teams play overly aggressive, and there's so many things that happen, right? But according to what I've seen, looking at the VODs and looking at the results as well, I would say that being able to shoot and take out your opponents is still a very, very high required skill.
Yeah, it definitely is something that they will require to in all these emergency situations, especially the last 5 minutes of the game is where you need to win those battles and in a quick manner as well. I believe that was one game where even some of these players of Boom Esports were stuck with a few names like Nongying and also Fellas ID. And during that specific round, some of these guys, they don't really walk out with any points and unable to even find that evacuation point. So it really goes down to how many points that you actually acquire through those elimination points, which is rather interesting. And I'm also glad that, you highlighted that HLV is also another qualifying team. That makes it that each region that participated from Malaysia, Indonesia, as well as Thailand have their own qualifier teams that make it to the grand finals. Is it fair to say that, for teams like ETS, HLV, and also Fellas ID, having more games to play have given them this form of benefit of not only practice, but to really get accustomed to the tempo of play compared to some invited teams who are, pros as well as semi-pros?
I would say that makes sense, right? So you mentioned the keyword practice, right? Because this is a new game mode. I mean, even if you feel like a G9 and all these legendary names, right? Yeah, sure, they can shoot, no doubt, right? But can they adapt to the game mode? Because it's not only about shooting. Cool if you're able to take out your opponents, but if you can't loot or if you can't adapt to the 20-minute timeline, then it's also pretty tough for them, right? So I guess for teams that came from the qualifiers, I would, in theory, give them the benefit because they have played more games. They're able to shape up their strategy and how they play and so on. And if you kind of think about it, right? So if they were to jump into their own game inside of the Metro Royale just to play the regular game, right? It's actually not the same. Well, not 100% the same, that is, because you don't start off with predetermined loot. Or predetermined, what do you call them?
Spawns?
Yeah, whatever that you have on you, right? Like the weapons and all that. You have to purchase them. So you won't get the absolute feel of the esports mode, right? So the esports mode is the only way where they can truly train and test out stuff. And the fact that they had more games in the bag, I would say that will give them an advantage.
Yeah, I do think that with their wealth of experience as well, that will definitely be some of the core strength coming for a team like Nongying and for even Hasta La Vista. Now that they've also had multiple types of threats that they get opposed to some of these teams, certain times when they are desperate or they don't really have enough loot to book out that match, they are really smart by really going dumpster diving, hiding into some of all these really cheeky angles to ambush teams. That's what we all want to see, and that's what makes HLV such an exciting team to watch. And on top of that, I feel like ATS, they're not as cheeky, but their firepower can also match up to even names like Nongying, and even at times Fellas ID. I remember there was that one game where Fellas ID was the only team remaining because they have wiped out half of the map, and FaZe planned to be the other team to wipe out the other portion of what to be Misty Port. So these two teams are looking absolutely scary. So we probably will see perhaps these kind of stances to happen. Like if they want to go aggressive during the first few minutes to try to take out some of all these players' backpacks, they can absolutely do that. But I doubt that, on the first game we'll be seeing it too explosive. Perhaps somewhere in the middle of the course of the tournament, when teams get a little bit more desperate, they're definitely going to have targets on each other's back.
Yeah, but that one team that I believe all the other teams want to avoid, at this stage especially, is going to be Nongying. I mean, do you really want to go up legends like G9 and all these players? I mean, not to say that you can't beat them, but let's be real, right? They have absolute experience. These are championship winning teams, and they can definitely have an edge when it comes to shooting. But let's see if the shooting will bring them that actual edge as we head on to game number 1. It will be Zombie Uprising.
Here we go. First match of the grand finals, like you said. And my Sir Cloud, I don't know what to expect here. Nongying is starting by the edge, and they're running towards the direction of ETS. Fellas ID, on the other hand, they're going to be having that open space to move up to school if they want to loot up, fight the boss right there, and continue their journey to Garden Zone, and then to the radiation zone of Mine Warehouse. They could do so. Speaking of which, Nongying, they found themselves that early target already as they charge towards ETS. SOZIP, he runs out in the open, and immediately the response comes through. Sonhai drawing blood, knocking one down.
Oh, from afar, they fire back though, and SOZIP is currently down. But his other teammates are dead together with him. I believe he should be able to be picked up because we don't see Sonhai really pushing in just yet. Probably waiting for his other teammates. But okay, I noticed a flank that is happening now. So Nongying playing with legends like Godard, legends like G9. They'll need to find a way to fight back. But it looks like the recovery will be happening as SOZIP crawled back into the building, and he should be able to survive that.
Yeah, I do see a change in lineup for the side of Nongying as well. This time they're not feeling Martin, and it's going to be a new name on the board. G9 also getting assaulted from the back.
Whoa.
What a flag coming in from Sphinx. And now they have to turn tails and run. They're slowly losing members after another. Foster tries to trade back. It's only him as well as Esso, which is pretty scattered away.
All right, I'll put in a theory for these pro players, right? But I'll put that up in a little bit more as we continue on the fight with SOZIP fighting back. Sphinx will be knocked down. SOZIP, he wants revenge against Sonhai, but he has to deal with Ben, and Ben is cooking out his stick. He knows that SOZIP is just behind this wall. He has to move away, and he'll be able to evade that one. Now it's his turn to pick up Godard.
Oh, the nade now being exchanged once again. It does actually hit, and Nongying, they will be the ones to absolutely ace out ETS. Oh, what a battle that was, Sir Cloud.
Well, they lost G9, but that's fine. I mean, they still have like 3 other players, so they can still do lots of it. All right, so I want to point out this other theory, right? So although you have like great players like G9, oh man, I have to hold my thought again because now we have HLV against Boom.
Yeah, it seems like they do set up their barricade right underneath the passage of the underground very early on. Boom! They also have a smokes here to cover themselves. HLB, how are they supposed to approach this? Do they turn back and run and maybe hold longer against Boom Esports? The nades are flying in. It connects onto Zinnies. So they really do need the help of Ate in order to recover.
I mean, with the smoke still active, it's not going to be that easy, right? Just look at this. The entire tunnel is covered by the nade. Blind nade tossed to the side of Boom Esports, knocking down I Am Jago. This will buy them some time.
look at how many resources being expended. I think that they're slowly emptied out in the form of smoke grenades, and the Molotovs are just to deny the entirety of Hasta La Vista, but they still want to charge in. The revives will go through. Amjago still trying to get himself healed up, but the Molotov now set right in will burn some of these health bars coming in from the side of Ate. Held up, and they don't really have space to work with, as he will be the first one to be caught right behind the car.
And here we go, Dapman looking for more targets. Another player out of HLB will be not leaving. Only one player left. And it's going to be Fixed Bay. Fixed Bay better fix this situation by surviving at least. At least if he survives, at least if he gain some loots elsewhere and he's able to get out within the 20-minute mark, he's still able to bring out some points.
Yeah, but he's also walking towards another direction of two other members of Fellas ID. I don't think he actually knows about this because Fellas, they take a little bit of a late approach and now they're walking to another trap. This is not going to look so good for Hasta La Vista. Well, it's a really tough ordeal. When we stack the best 6 teams all together, this is what happens. You know, I thought that the action will come in a little rather late, but in the early game, we're already seeing them go all out. No. Now, look at this. No matter where he turns, there's a member of FLS waiting around the corner.
Wait.
Aria?
Aria was below the stairs. And Fixmate didn't notice it. Okay, now he turns and he got surprised by Aria. If only he saw Aria first, then maybe he could have landed first shot. But Aria was ready for it when he turned back.
Oh, it was just devastating for HLV. Nowhere to go and no loots to actually pick up. And without any elimination points, this is going to be a tough pill for them to swallow. But hey, there's still 4 more matches for HLV to bounce back. So for now, it seems like HLV will be at the bottom with 0 points, whereas HLV, other competitor, ETS, at least when they bow out, they do secure themselves 300k worth of points with that 1 elimination on G9. You know, at least they get to say, hey, in this tournament, I get to face against G9 and we won it.
Dude, if I have to face off against G9 and I eliminate him, I'm done. I'm done. Like, that's my trophy there. Like, I can retire. Like, you guys can continue on playing. I'm good, guys.
Yeah, and of course, G9 being the legend of the field, playing in the heydays of PUBG Mobile Esports. Even up to today, I believe that he's still a very sought-after player, creating a whole lot more content and such. And it still does impress me on the longevity of their career, on how well they've been able to upkeep with the meta shifts and everything else on board. Some of the players of Longying are also actively playing in what I do believe not only in PMPL Thailand, but also in the current PMSL, just like how Sem9 does.
Oh, yeah. So, of course, like you mentioned about Sem9, right? They fielded some of their PMSL players as well, like Kenny played. So, I guess it's a good refresh as well for some of these players who have played the game for many, many years, right? And for them, it's a breath of fresh air. I'm sure they do enjoy their journey here, whatever the final result is. And whatever the final result is, they will still bring home some money. And who knows, with that money, you know, G9 could have dinner with us again.
Oh, yeah. Now that's a really good throwback. It's been about close to 2 years now. Perhaps if he makes another visit there, or if we get to fly to Thailand, which I really do hope we get to do so, then, we get to enjoy a whole lot of food together. Meanwhile, Boom Esports off to a really good start. 3 eliminations, and they now dominate the mine warehouse. I don't really get to see Fellas ID. They were on their journey here. Perhaps a late approach to try to keep Boom Esports at bay is going to be within their playbook. And for now, it's just going to be a FaZe clan that's currently sitting at the top. 1 million points despite them not being around this area. That's quite impressive. But we know that the longer that Boom Esports stays here, they should be eventually overtaking FaZe clan in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I saw Raze got a gold bar. So gold bar is one of the most valuable loot that you can get. So that's going to be one. And I can understand, right? Like, being in there, like, you get the chance to loot all the good stuff. Okay, and looks like the timer for the boss is up, and they will show results. And look at this FaZe clan. They start off with a molly onto the boss. At least they have a little bit of a head start here. I know the boss does take a while for them to take down, but at least with that molly, we can see that FaZe Clan, they have learned throughout the games that, okay, that is the timer that the boss is about to show up, and we start throwing mollies and we start doing our stuff. They are playing this game efficiently now.
Yeah, they also do know how to aim at some of the boss's weaknesses. So clearing it up together with Kim Tony looks super efficient. Now, since it's nighttime, you see plenty of zombies flocking into the scene as well. So FaZe Clan, this is how they've been able to still reap a lot of all these Metro cash in the early game to try to match up to Boom Esports despite not being into the radiation zone. So off to a decent start. But FaZe Clan, will they eventually look to also move into the mine warehouse by then? Perhaps majority of these loots will already be backed by Boom Esports. I'm still waiting for Fella's idea. Today, it didn't seem like they are sticking to their usual game plan because the last weekend, they tried to loot up within the mine area, and it seems like they always get punished for doing so. So this time, a little bit more careful on their approach.
Oh, that's a cute friend of yours, Contra Husky. Oh, no, not that Husky. But a Husky showed up on screen. Yeah, one of the pets that can be used by these players. Brings a nice aesthetic to the game. This is clearly not a nice aesthetic. I mean, needing another boss here. But of course, if they're able to take down the boss, the reward is they'll be able to get good, valuable loot. But so far throughout this tournament, we have seen bosses are able to dominate against teams. So they are definitely no pushover.
Yeah, just look at this variant of the mutant just running rampant against Foster as well as Essos. If this is going to take a while, but they managed to actually sort that one out. So with that said, Longying, despite, losing G9 so early on, they still get decent loots from the outskirts. But always have to be careful. The zombies could still be at least tickling them for now. 1 or 2 won't be too scary, but if there's more than 10, I guess they either have to run or just try to face off against it. So yeah, interesting approach from what we are seeing here in the very first game. Now there's only 9 more minutes before the game concludes.
Yeah, 9 more minutes. So teams will need to be aware of the timer. We've seen it time and time again that sometimes teams just forget about the timer and they miss it by just a bit and nothing will count, not even those elimination points. So they really have to be aware of that timer. And this is where in the last 5 minutes, as you mentioned earlier on, sometimes it gets a bit more exciting because teams will start to camp at those ejection spots, and when the fight happens then it will be super duper interesting.
Yeah, it is. And Boom Esports trying to deal with the big boss of the mine warehouse right now. They definitely need more manpower in order to at least hustle through. But Race, he's just trying to outrun the boss right now. Not too sure if this is the favorite T or even F, but no matter the cost, they should be able to have enough time to take it down. And for now, FaZe Clan has already been able to bypass some of these numbers, but with these 2 bosses around, Boom Esports should still have the upper hand, but look at Ray's health bar. He's slowly being withered down, and the spit is all over the place. Well, this is where the Haktua meme comes in, right?
Okay, Haktua? Okay. I missed out on that. Fill me in.
Oh. Then I guess you haven't been on social media that much for the past couple of months.
I mean, it's probably a Gen Z thing, right? Age gap thingy, gotta be real.
Well, yeah, it's just so widely spread throughout the past couple of months where sometimes these bosses just gotta spit on these teams. But with them being cleared up, I guess Boom Esports will be absolutely safe. Now they will be able to rack up close to 3 million, but here comes Fella's ID. They're in for the challenge, and boom, they're absolutely occupied. Fuya is the only front line of defense. They are now notified. So what can Boom Esports do? Is there an evacuation point within the radiation area? We'll have to find out.
Dude, if Fella's ID do take out Boom, Boom is carrying 4 million right now. everything will swing towards Fellas ID if they are able to take out Boom. Now they do have 6 more minutes. Boom, none of their players ejected yet, and we can see them still in this tunnel. Fellas ID definitely interested to take out the members of Boom, especially if they found out the amount of loot that they're carrying.
Oh boy, that is part of the massive game plan of Fellas ID. Why do all the hard work of clearing all the bosses when you can just take out 4 players, get those elimination points, and also steal everything that they've been able to make throughout the course? Could be efficient, but these zombie hordes are just buying a lot of time for Boom Esports. And while they're at it, is there going to be plan B for Boom? Because currently they're stuck within the mine warehouse.
Plan B, plan Boom, or will they go Boom? Because you got to remember as well, like they have 6 minutes more to go. Now, if they don't exit themselves, the 4 million wouldn't count. But speaking about exit, Nongying already sending one out. FaZe Clan sent one out as well. We can assume that these 2 players that they've sent out are the top looters in their game, and their backpacks are already full. So no real reason for them to risk still being in the battlefield and drop those loots to other teams. But the other members of FaZe Clan, you can see them still taking the time to try to loot around this area.
Yeah, and perhaps their game plan is to send some of all these low-value loot members to challenge Mine Warehouse, deplete the rest of the squads, because I'm thinking that Sakura, he has that passage into the Mine Warehouse, so they can do so. Boom, looking for the exit as they are now sending all 3 members forward. Jerry, first line of the offense for Fellas ID. Now, let's see whether or not can they quickly sniff him out, because Boom Esports, they're being super cautious about this. Look at the amount of smokes that they pop on their end, and they're ready to also hold on to some Defilade, some Mark 14. Okay, they expect this one coming as they set up more and more smokes to try to cut through. Let's see, Raze spots him out. Jerry now having the Molotov right in front. Boom is currently stuck. It's 4 minutes and about 40 over seconds for them to work with. No matter what, they have to just hustle the rest of Fellas ID in order to make it out alive.
And you know what? If Fellas ID is able to make it out within the 4-minute mark, and Boom Esports, they don't, then it's still a win for Fellas ID. Right now, that could probably be the strategy, right? Buy enough time just to block out Boom. Don't allow them to eject within the 4-minute mark, and job is done. But of course, they themselves need to leave as well. And now they're dealing the psychological damage, the emotional damage towards Boom Esports. And Boom Esports is not really pushing through.
Oh, there's also FaZe Clan on the other exit as well. This is not looking good, but Kim Tony's being knocked out. Here comes the flush coming in from the rest of the team as members to swarm right through. Boom Esports, they will be happy about this situation where both FaZe Clan and Fellas collide.
Oh man, the happiest of the bunch right now is going to be Nongying. But look at this. Fellas ID down to only 1 player after the attack by FaZe Clan. And they do have the chance to loot out of FaZe Clan. The Boom Esports still need to find an exit. They are still in the tunnel and they're navigating around. Okay, they're getting into the cart right now. They have to exit because time is on their side. We only have 3 more minutes.
And they're just trying to work this out together. Thankfully, they still have majority of the members pretty much okay right now as they drop 1 Molotov, try to zone any form of assault coming in from FaZe Clan. But what a setup that we've just witnessed there, Sir Cloud. 3 eliminations for Boom Esports, 3 for FaZe, and Fellas plans being bots just like that. It feels like maybe this form of playstyle isn't exactly all too suited for them to open up this map for Zombie Uprising. And Boom Esports, they're already out, but now 2.5 minutes. Where is the nearest evacuation point?
Okay, at least they see sunlight now, right? Because if you're in the tunnel, there's no evacuation spot at all. Now, FaZe Clan pretty much doing the same, it seems. Now, I wonder if they'll ever pump into Boom. Okay, look at the minimap. Looks like they do have Nongying across them. This will be big. This will be interesting because the timer is low right now. Okay, we do see the exit point. Nongying looking at the same.
And he's just going to push through. He saw the smokes popping from the top end of the hill. But it's going to be a one member versus the rest of FaZe Clan, who's already looted up. But if he does actually win a couple of trades, these backs of FaZe Clan will be emptied out. He's just trying at this attempt to move all the way to the back, but will be caught out. FaZe Clan, super efficient on their approach today, secures 4 elimination points.
And this is the chance for Sakura to pick up those loots, but he is still staying aware of his surrounding in case the other members of Longing are around. And so Zip definitely won't be going to that exit point. He will be going to another exit point that he found, so he should be able to exit clean. Now, Longying will end this round with 2 players, and the loot, not that much, but we're back here. FaZe Clan! Kim Tony, the moment he showed himself, get knocked down. Booyah! Got knocked down by a nade as well. Oh no, big trades happening here.
Big trades and only 1 minute left. And here comes the zombies. Jared doesn't really have time. He needs to deal with it before he can evacuate for the rest of Fellas ID to at least get a little something. He's only got 880 over 1,000. And I think this is barely enough. But whatever Fellas ID can get in this round should be at least okay for them to overtake certain teams out there. But my, what a chaotic finish that we're seeing. 45 seconds, and members of Boom Esports still looking for their evacuation zone. It's so far away.
Oh my
Can
goodness.
Boom actually make it out?
And all of them have to make it out, even if one member doesn't make it out in time. That's it. The 4.7 million will not count. Oh man, this is crazy, Contra. I'm holding my breath right now. And it's still so far away. There's 20 more seconds.
They just got to dash. How could they actually book it out? The final member has to burn himself to just deny certain points away. And perhaps Ray as well as Dapen could be able to reach. And yes, they will. 5 seconds left on the clock.
Oh,
could they do it? Dapen?
Oh, no.
Is it going to be it? Oh, boom. They don't.
They don't. They don't.
It's so close, yet so far. I'm Jago. He's on the ground. It does not count at all for Boom Esports. Despite 5 eliminations, despite 3.6 million being gathered in this match.
Oh, man. And I am Jago. He probably tried to deny himself, like what you said. But if you don't have the molly, you just be bleeding out. And the timer will still be ticking. So they will not make it. Boom Esports. They failed to exit in time. And that is, of course, thanks to FLS and FaZe Clan who appeared at the tunnel.
And it's such a devastating crawl to the end as he drops all these valuables.
The pain.
I can feel it. It's just so hard for Boom. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our first round concluded in dramatic fashion.
Oh, man, the pain. The pain. The pain with that, their values won't count. And the highest value collected is by Longying, 2.1 mil. Despite them losing 1 player early on, Longying, I'm pretty sure they couldn't believe themselves that, hey, we lost 1 player, but we're still the highest value team.
And for most part, they were just playing on the outskirts. They efficiently take out ETS. They were happy about that result. They get about a 1.2 million, and then on top of the stats, another couple of million here, and somehow overtakes the teams that were eager to get the most loot possible. The radiation zone seems to be a trap for all these teams, including FaZe Clan, and we saw, of course, Boom did manage to win those trades, but it results in nothing because all these Molotovs, all these smokes, they were depleted. They could not save any to even deny themselves when the going gets super tough. So I'm Jago. He tried though. I mean, even without him being eliminated, we saw that was maybe about 4 to 3 seconds the moment that they touch upon that landing pad, and it was still not going to be enough for Boom Esports to make it out. So I guess the plan of playing spoilers for Fellas ID, it worked out, but it came with a cost.
Yeah, it came with the cost of Fellas ID as well. Like at least Fellas ID, they're able to send back 1 player, right? So they're still able to cash in something. So they still had the last lap against Boom. Oh man, this is crazy. I mean, I expected today the grand finals to be insane, but not like this when you put in like the best of the best teams throughout the entire stages. And this is what you get. I can't wait to see the next round.
Yeah, the next round is going to be even more grueling for these teams because now they have got a picture of how this grand finals could actually play out. So no teams are going to be safe in any respective round. So let's take a look at this. Nongying, they are just barely overtaking FaZe Clan by 100,000 of a margin and a little bit of a surplus. Same amount of elimination points and just slightly higher loot.
Oh man, Nongying, they will be looking at this and telling themselves that this is impossible. How did we even get the most when we lost one player early? The pain is to Boom Esports. The pain. Boom Esports, they have Fellas ID. They somewhat have FaZe Clan to blame in this round. I mean, that just happened, right? But we gotta give the chosen one to a legendary Gordon who came out with majority of the earnings for the team.
Yeah, that's a massive haul that he managed to bank out of this match where we've seen them winning that trade. And after that, they were just clearing the outskirts, getting a couple of boss battles as well. So it's a really smart plan for Nongying to play it very safely in this very first round of match. No, understanding that other teams, they might get a little bit greedy. The fortune does favor the bold, but this time, maybe too bold, resulting in the point that they don't really move out of the map. So it was just an effort pretty much laid to waste for members of Boom Esports, unfortunately. Let's take a look at the recap of what really went down. Look at that. Free space for Nongying to work out while FaZe Clan move in late alongside Fellas ID, which is both eyeing on Boom Esports.
Right. So this is something I think we had learned like throughout like this tournament, right? The spawn spots are the same. It's just a matter of which team will spawn where. So let's say if you spawn like Nongying spot like in Lost Village, you're definitely going to get somebody at Lime Seafood, which is just right next to you. And all they need to do is just move towards the right and you definitely have a team there. And Nongying is a team that does not shy away from fights. And if they get that kind of spawn spot, whoever who is at just next to them will need to be really, really prepared to fight.
Yeah, and speaking of fights, you know, this is the best place to actually witness plenty of battles because according to the cheat sheet, this is a donut map with Missile Silo fielding all these loots directly in the center, and everybody's definitely looking to at least have a taste of the cream of what the donut offers, right? So with all these spawns, like you said, pretty much fixed, Nongying can always go aggressive on the outskirts and then slowly journey their way in. But I think this time around, maybe all 6 teams will be directly in the middle and settle all these form of dispute. Whether it's through the underground passage, whether it's inside of the missile silo itself, I think this is where it will be the most intense of action. I could be wrong, but of course, we'll be leaving the players to show us what they actually got. Nongying just absolutely outsmarted all these teams by playing the way that is less favorable in certain situations, because back in the group stages, certain teams, they were super passive and they only walked away with like what 800k, but because Nongying also won those battles, on top of whatever boss that they managed to take down to get even bigger rewards like the gold bars so that they can find, they just barely overtake FaZe Clan. So I still think that FaZe Clan still has a chance at this. And what's going to be Boom's esports call this time around, because they were one of the earliest to move into the zones? Are they going to move into missile silo early, or are they going to play it just like how Nongying did in this match?
Yeah, I mean, right now they have to play catch up, right? If not, they won't be the champion. So they have to take some level of risk. So thinking about the risk, I would expect them to be charging in and prepare to fight. And the risk, of course, is you need to prepare to fight. And you're up against all these teams who have amazing firepower. They are very good with their utilities, just like how we saw in the tunnel area, right? You can see how smoke bridges are created. So when they create the smoke bridge, at least that allows them to advance forward, get as close as possible to your opponent and try to take them out. Now, whether it works or not at the end of the day is a second story, right?
Yeah.
But at least you can see them like being smart with their utilities to kind of do something rather than like you just put all the smokes into one area, maybe just in front of you, and you don't move, and you're just stuck there forever.
Yeah, and looking back at that situation, I want to highlight what you just mentioned as well. Being smart with the utilities. I think that teams will also need to consider keeping at least one Molotov than to toss all the Molotovs, because there's a chance where they don't make it out. And for your teammates that can actually look for evacuation zones, and if you happen to be that last guy out there without any place to evacuate, you got to do what you got to do to get your team up ahead. So whatever value that they do carry may be lost, but hey, at least some stats could still be carried out. And here we go once again, Sir Cloud. And within the span of 10 seconds from now, we'll move into our second matchup inside of Arctic FaZe. And I've been waiting for an entire week to see how they fare here in the grand finals. So let's begin.
The donut map it is. The only donut that the teams don't want is a donut score on their own name by the end of this round. Now, looking at the spawns, right? So this spawn, you're going to get a lot of teams on the northern side and 2 teams on the southern side. Now, the big hitters are at the north. You can't think about it. Nong Ying, Boom Esports, and FaZe Clan. These are arguably the heaviest hitters of them all. And for them to be potentially moving into the middle where Mr. Silo is at, the northern side will be a very interesting battleground.
Yeah, and over on the south side, it's great to actually see the teams that did manage to get that many points out of that matchup to have a little bit of a reprieve in the early rounds, such as HLV as well as ETS. So they can finally get a decent start. It's more about what do they make do with such an approach in the early game where you have all that space, you can quickly just attempt your way to the underground passage to move into missile silo, or just play by the outskirts as well and try to gatekeep certain other teams, just like how some of these members of Fellas ID was actually plotting up ahead. So plenty of ideas, but really down to what is between them right now. But of course, what's juicy to look at right now is a potential fight between some of these members of Boom Esports who's running around, where I believe that they should have actually spotted each other out by now. Fellas ID dropping a nade very early on as they're already passing through the missile silo. This is going to be pretty intense to kick things off.
You know what? The tunnel in any map sounds great. Like, it sounds like, okay, you're able to be safe from whoever's on top, whether it's teams, whether it's the zombies. But if you're stuck here with another team, then it's like you're in the straight line of sight for your opponent. So navigating around the tunnel is actually really, really difficult. And of course, the familiarity of these teams with the tunnels as well, that will also play a part, because this is a new game mode, so they may not have as much time to familiarize themselves with how the tunnel navigates itself. So they have to well, it really depends on how much knowledge they were able to gain throughout this tournament, right? But if fights needs to happen, it will happen.
True enough, and here we go. Pram already going for a pick up against Sakura. And I'm just looking at all these names across our screen that's currently between walls, between certain areas of play. And this passage is just going to be absolutely blockaded by the entire squad of Fellas ID, where FaZe Clan still finding it tough to actually move out of the way. Now, ETS moving from their back as well. Realistically, though, can FaZe Clan actually survive this ordeal? It's time to actually find out. Sui Boy, the usual member that carries the most loot per round, will now be pit up against some of all these players of ETS, charging in from the back, Molotovs now in hand. Sphinx to be the first line of offense, but FaZe Clan, they will have Zhao James to also look for that trade out. So they're fully committed for the battle, and they managed to put a big nade towards both beds as well as another member of ETS.
Well, Shanghai sending his own nade across as well, and that chipped a bit of damage out of Sui Boy, but not too much. Sui Boy still all right behind this box. Now, both teams locked in with each other, and if you look at the numbers right now, ETS, they have not looted much. As for FaZe Clan, it's pretty much the same situation, right? So it's a lose-lose situation by these two teams if they continue to be in the standoff.
Yeah, true enough. And while we take a look at the teams that are reaping the rewards, it's members of Boom, members of Fellas ID as well as Nong Ying, who might be somewhere within the mix as well to be cashing out on those loots at the moment, while these two teams are still brawling against each other, and they're slowly depleted of these resources. Take a look at Sphinx. This is going to be one of his last couple of grenades. He still have some smokes, but in terms of damage output, it will be exhausted for a tiny bit, so they have to rely on whatever bullets they have. Sui in the middle of it all, that big nade does clip over onto Sphinx. Zhao Jay needing a little bit of helping hand. This is not looking all too good for FaZe Clan. They start to pull back.
Oh, they try to flush out the Sui boy, the anchor that's holding down the line for FaZe Clan. But looks like it's still going to be a standoff between these two. 15 more minutes to go. And teams like Nong Ying, FLS, even HLV, they're ranking up the numbers. So they'll be happy to stay away from this fight.
Yeah, they're just going to be keeping themselves pretty much busy with their hands, opening up whatever crates as well as some secret doors for them to add all these points on board. Nong Ying super efficient now, hitting the 5 million mark soon, just by looting over on the north point of the radiation zone. So Missile Silo will see these couple of teams who have already made themselves inbound to be having plenty of stash. So the ones who are right underneath the passages, like FaZe Clan, are they going to stay longer to try to catch them out? They've already depleted so many of all these resources of grenades. And oh boy, the Commando super tanky. Gotta be able to eventually take him down, and there we go. Nong Ying will add more to the table.
Yeah, I mean, a pro like him to be able to land the headshot, it is expected. But it is unexpected for HLV to come in as well. So it looks like we're going to get a party here.
Yes, we do. Well, they do take a very defensive setup for the side of Nong Ying. It's not going to be easy for HLV to catch them all out. So it really depends whether these grenades will be able to connect. HLV still have plenty of their arsenal of artilleries. So here comes the commencement of the grenades being lobbed in by G9, already taking Alex to 50%. Surprise, surprise. When G9 is up and ready, he's always going to be able to put the damage numbers up high.
Yeah, and Ate as well, since he has a professional experience, I'm sure he wouldn't want to shy away from opportunity to take out the members of Nong Ying. But whatever it is, Nong Ying, they have looted 5 million in the pocket right now. They in the driver's seat. HLV not really moving from the spot yet because they don't have an advantage. But look at the spread by Nong Ying, right? They have different angles covered. Whereas for HLV, they're all stuck in together. So that's sometimes not a good idea because FLS might come in from behind and surprise them.
Yeah, they managed to squeeze past some of all these passages and now find themselves in the mix. And FLS is the current team with the second highest amount of loots, while LAN also keeping a watchful eye throughout these rooftops. There's plenty of space for them to play out here inside of Missile Silo, but every step that they take in the open is going to be super dangerous. HLV, if they do win this fight, though, they will see themselves scoring potentially upwards of 7 million if this is going to be a battle that they win. But if they drop, it's just going to be all for the taking for Nong Ying, who's being very patient with this. So, fellas ID, when are they going to decide whether to either take up a fight or siege more area of this missile silo? Because these two teams are keeping their hands busy against each other than to actually loot up for now.
Yeah, I'm sure they're pretty happy with their loot. So they wouldn't mind being a defensive spot for now, that is. But I also want to point out that Boom Esports, they actually lost one player. Then they might lose another one with Benz. Long range now, putting pressure back on Boom Esports. And they try to take out Race in front, as well as another member of Boom Esports behind that tree. But the fight will continue on, or more like the standoff will continue here inside of this era where these two teams are really not moving. But look at who has caught up in the numbers. It's FLS.
Oh boy, FLS, despite, being held back for a slight bit right underneath the passages, it's great that they managed to also spot out FaZe being locked right in so they could take that alternative route. Now, plenty of all these chip damage being done across the board. Fellas ID, I think they've already known where exactly these two teams are. They're just making sure that they will pass through safely. And if they evacuate now, fellas will just hold the most amount of points, and they don't really have to commit to any of these fights. Smart measures, and it could pay off. But Prem, he's making sure that he will at least sniff out any form of engage, tries to take the underground passage. He's not the one with the most loot, so he can't set up the ambush against all the other squads looking for an exit.
Oh, Contra, look at this. Both esports have been eliminated. So it's 2 rounds of zeros for them. Oh, man. But look at the spot where G9 is at. This is a great spot to try to take out the members of HLV, but he is not taking it lightly, though. He's not going all in to commit because he knows that he's alone. But he tries to dampen the advantage that HLV has right now by coming in, and the other members of Nongyi is going to come in as well from the other side. And now HLV, they are in big trouble.
And yes, they are all clumped in within that tiny area of the room. Then the Molotov will burn them all down. Nongying, super efficient on their approach as they will eliminate the Malaysian squad. And here we see their rise and the fall of Hasta La Vista. They say goodbye to them for now, but here goes. FaZe Clan recommits this time as the Thai squad wants to take out the superstar roster of Nongying.
With 3 players against Nongying, don't do it, FaZe Clan. Don't do it. Don't look into the light. Don't look into the light. But now, I guess they might not have a choice. I mean, okay, they are super close with Nongying, and Nongying having the numbers against them, they could go in for the chase. And Nongying, after eliminating HLV, look at their loot, 8 million. If they take out FaZe Clan, well, FaZe Clan is not carrying that much, but it'll definitely bring them those elimination points.
Indeed, it does. And for now, Nongying with more than 2.4 million in their back just by securing that elimination point. That's at least a little something, even if they were to lose a couple of members, they should still be up ahead, but they want to go in for the full commitment against FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan's got nothing to lose. They charge up against Foster. Foster as well as got it hiding right behind as they will still annihilate Kim Tony. Now there's only 2 members left. And I do believe that there is an evacuation zone somewhere between, and the trades are on. Got it almost falling down. And yes, he does get clipped. Oh, here comes the flank. Chao Jane barely surviving. Same goes to one member of the side of FaZe Clan. So those members will have to keep themselves alive. Sui Boy, he's already got that recovery done. Nongying now goes for a pickup as they send more members. G9's on the outskirts. He tries to go in for a wraparound, and they will annihilate FaZe Clan as well. That's 8 elimination points for Nongying.
Well, ETS will say, hey, I don't want any part of that, all right? Although I haven't looted up much. But I'm out of here. Nongying is on the rampage mode right now. Don't risk bumping into them. No. The only next contender right now is going to be FLS. And I wonder if they're close enough. Even FLS is like, okay, we got 6 million in the bag. We saw the elimination feed. We're good. We're out.
Wow. What a game it is so far. 7 more minutes and take a look at the top 4. It's all the names coming in from majority Thailand, but Fellas ID, they've already sent out the guy with the most amount of loot, that to be Arya in this matchup, as they are recommitting into the missile silo to, in hopes, take out the rest of Nongying. So is it going to be a fair fight with one member already booking out? It's hard to tell because Nongying looking to be pretty unstoppable at this moment. Absolutely battle ready, and you take a look at what's also in some of all these crates, right? I don't think he needs that 8x scope, but if they were to battle, hey, they could put everything to good use.
Bruh, and somehow Prem got eliminated. I wonder how, because Nongying is nowhere close. ETS, was it maybe ETS? Not sure. Okay, but anyway, so looks like FLS, they lost that 1 player, so their value went down by quite a bit, and Nongying is now all the way 8 million.
Wow, that is going to hurt Fellas ID for a little bit. And they don't even have a single elimination point thus far. They were playing a little bit passive. But take a look at this. ETS, they were out on the hunt as G9 now notice their presence. He will report this back to the team, and he is going to be out of that passage. Perhaps if they can find a little bit of that wiggle room to fend them off, ETS might not even get to actually step up above. So they will remain indoors. But for most part, around the vicinity of Missile Silo, there's supposed to be at least one spot where they could evacuate with a zone for them to eject out of. So we'll see if Nongying could do just that.
Okay, we just got info from our mission control that from ETS actually got eliminated by a bandit. Oh,
bandit?
Yeah, by
of
a
all,
bandit. Of all
things?
A bandit? Oh man, that is huge. That is huge news there. And it's going to be even bigger news because they're walking into Nongying.
But Nongying says, we found our way out of here. You guys won't be able to steal all these loots from us. And speaking of which, they're evenly distributing. They're hoping to see whether if Gada can carry the most amount before they go in for a commitment. The nades are flying through, and they still manage to get the knock. ATS, they are in absolute shambles.
No. Oh no, Contra. Oh no, this is bad. Okay, Nongying, they don't have Gada. He's out. But they still have SOZ, Foster, and G9 himself. And ETS, one of their players knocked, one more to go. I mean, they can completely wipe out ETS at this point.
Yeah, and just, do they even need more of these points? It really doesn't feel like they need to take on more of these battles, but if they can deny ETS for getting these points possible, it'll be even better for them to leapfrog throughout the leaderboards. ETS, this was their game plan all along, to try to hunt out for these numbers. So even if Benz wants to recommit, it seems to be a very tough fight for them to actually win this trade. So perhaps pulling back, maybe use this final 4 minutes to look for an evacuation zone is still going to be rewarding for ETS if they want to do so. Nongying, they already found a spot, so I don't think that they need to worry too much. It's more about whether if this push is coming true from the side of ETS.
I mean, at the end of the day, Nongying can also play the HLV, right, or the FLS of the previous round against Boom. Just buy enough time for them. Don't allow them to exit with the remaining amount of time, and a job is done. But of course, if they can secure those elimination points, it will be a sweet 600k for them to bank in as well. Now, G9 is saying goodbye to this round, leaving only SOZip and Foster to still hold down the line.
They're just going to push through. If ETS is not pushing in, they will just go out for the hunt because they already cashed out most of the value. So we shall see, as ETS is still by the staircases. While it will definitely take a while. Meanwhile, the other two members of Fellas ID, where exactly could they be at the moment? Because they still have perhaps some extra points to gain out of this round with 2 minutes and slightly and a half more to go. So between these three teams, I guess Nongying, undisputed, will be at the top with this crazy amount of elimination points that they've gotten throughout this round.
Yeah, I mean, like 8 elimination points now with the potential of getting another 2. Springs throwing his mollies. He has 3 more in the bag. But of course, the downside is that if you throw a molly to stop them from coming down, you can't go up as well. So it's a double-edged sword here. And Nongying is going to send Foster back out. So 1 more to go. SOZip. SOZip is probably going to play the psychological guy here. Just to try to put in the pressure back onto ETS. Because right now, ETS showing themselves, and Ben goes down. Foster still able to get him before he exits.
And here we go, 1 versus 2. It's between SOZip as well as the final member remaining, Sphinx, for ETS. And look at this, like, Nongying, despite the high value targets to be out of match, SOZip still has 200k, so he's going to go out for the hunt. I think he's going to either tap out or just try to win this trade in hopes that there's still this grenade that he could just cook out and wipe himself out before they get booted off the match with no points at all for ETS. They got to do something here. I think the pressure is more on towards Steer the Strong because Sphinx, he needs to move up. Because there's no way that he could just crawl through the tunnels and make it out alive. And there we go. Only one member left for the side of Nongying, and that's SO. He can just move out of this match without needing to worry for much more. 9 elimination points and 9.8 million. So therefore, they should be the number one team. Now, Sphinx, can he also use this point to get out of this match?
Okay, this is going to be big, right? He has about 40 more seconds to go. Now we're looking for the exit point. Okay, he found one exit, so he should be able to cash in. But frankly speaking, nothing much to cash in except for the 4 elimination points that they got, and that's about it. So that's 1.2 mil cashed in. But no doubt, undisputed, Nongying is again the team with the highest value, 9.8 mil, even higher than before.
They surged all the way to the top. I mean, they've already been in the top from that crazy play that they've had back in the very first match. And now they made certain that they will be so much more higher in terms of value against names like FaZe Clan. So speaking of FaZe Clan, you know, they were also caught in between that tunnel in the early game. So it wasn't exactly the most efficient round, but I'm just surprised that we're looking at Boom 2 times in a row getting taken out so early.
Oh man, heartbreaking for Boom. If at least they cashed in the first round, it would still put them like, okay, we're still in the race. We're still in the race here. But 2 rounds in a row with a 0 for Boom, man, a team that should have been able to cash in the first round at least. This is painful. This is painful for Boom. But it's not only Boom, you gotta think about it. HLV went out 0 twice in a row as well, I believe.
Yeah, it's been really rough. And when we take a look at how teams were basically hoping to gain advantages through elimination points, HLV, they were already late to the scene, and they were also one of the early ones to be locked right through with, if I do recall, some members of FaZe Clan and also eventually Boom Esports. Acerta Strong was the one that was taking charge on the outskirts. That's how they managed to get those pickoffs. And I believe that Pram himself also got caught out all by himself. That was a member from Fellas ID. And that was what, by taking on some of the commandos, it was the toughest pill for them to swallow, because they don't just need to deal with players. These bosses, they're no joke. You can't always deal with them alone.
Yeah, we talked about that, right? That where bosses are able to not only take out players, but they have taken out teams as well. And not only bosses, like the regular, like whether it's the zombies or the bandits, they're also able to put out damage. So they're definitely no pushover here. If you see one, you better deal with it. You don't let them overrun you and those kind of situations. If not, things like that will happen. And one of the players of ETS earlier on actually lost one player in the process to the bandit. So it just shows that they are merciless in this round. But we're going to look at some of the numbers here from this match itself, and obviously Nongying is going to be on top.
Yeah, that is, of course, without any form of a shadow of doubt, as they secured 9 elimination points from elimination points alone. That's 2.5 million. So in that sense, Nongying, they cash out with this high margin, dominating members of HLV who was contesting up against them. And after that, ETS, GEEK kept Boom Esports. They also managed to also find a couple of these members of FaZe Clan. 4 elimination points, not too shabby after all. While Fellas ID, despite them, you know, playing a little safe and having a few members to try to trade out, they managed to still walk away with huge margins, 8.4, in order to still catch up to Nongying.
Yeah, and we have Agoda, who's basically the wallet for the team, cashing in 6.9 mil with 2 eliminations to be the chosen one this round. And 6.9 mil out of almost about 12 mil that they have collected throughout. I mean, this guy, he collected like more than half. And the trend is that we have seen is that they will always assign that one player to be that backpack for the team. Like, okay, you're full, you will bring the highest value among all of us, and you will exit first, while the rest of us, we try to maximize the opportunity or the time left on the battleground. So that has seemed to be the trend. Now, speaking about trends, you're going to check out the match recap from this round.
Yeah, look at how all these teams were certainly involved in all these scuffles. Everyone just wants to be reaping the cream of the crop directly in the center of the missile silo. But ETS, they had an alternative approach. They went on the outskirts, tried to loot up a little bit, and then recommitted. Whereas Fellas ID, they saw that battle happening between HLV as well as Nongying, so therefore they say, you know what? We don't really have to be part of that party. They just move out of the matchup a little bit safely, despite not having as big of a number as compared to Nongying. So they will still be able to catch up to Nongying in these upcoming rounds. But of course, somebody's got to find a way to hit members of Nongying in the early span of round, or else we'll just see them cashing out all these big numbers every step of the way.
Yeah, with big amount of eliminations, like 13 eliminations so far, and they're cashing out in that department as well. So twice in a row, they are a team that brings home the most points in every round. No surprise. I mean, if you just watch it, it's quite clear that they are running away with the points right now. And we're already 2 games in. If they take home a third one, they are edging closer to be the champion.
Yeah, and it's only a couple more games away before we crown a first ever champion of the Metro Royale version of PUBG Mobile Super League. Right now, it's just undisputed at the top, Nongying to really hold onto the record. But who's to say that they can't have any form of bad games? Because there were certain point in time where Nongying, they go in for that full loot. They were also being the ones to be kept in the manner of some of the matches of the group stages. We'll have to see as we go on a short break to get ourselves back into our third match in a moment's time.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be our game number 3 in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia 2024. And this is the Metro Royale edition. Together with us, your storytellers, my name is Circla, together with Contra. And we have seen Nangying dominated the first 2 maps.
That's right, and somebody's got to stop these guys before the entire run ends with Nangying sitting on that throne. There's still possibilities of FaZe Clan and also all the other squads to be able to catch up. But, you know, we do have a lot of stuff for you guys to check out in-game as well.
Ahoy, matey! This is your Metro Carnival airdrop, officially open now! Make sure you explore the Ocean Odyssey new theme area called the Pirates Booty Island. And when you're in there, make sure you collect all the airdrop tokens because it can guarantee you my treasure, my One Piece. That is the emote of your choice. So make sure you get it and claim it before the time ends.
Wow, what a voice that is. And this time, we do have the Galadriel X suit that's currently available till the end of September, as you can get your first draw at only 10 UC. And with that, you can also get your hands on the upgradable Sky Hunters MG3. So get it while it lasts. Well, I didn't expect that kind of sound coming from you, Sir Cloud. Like, oh, that was tremendously huge, as we will also look for a huge round in the Misty Port for our third match in the grand finals of Metro Royale.
Well, that reminded me of my parents telling me a bedtime story way back in the day.
Which one?
Oh, your voiceover.
Okay.
Which is soothing, I must say. It fits the theme. But it will definitely not be soothing in this new map, in this new battleground here, now that we have a lot of teams. Okay, 4 of the teams to be exact on the left side. And Nangying, as usual, they start off with Loot Village, and they know that if they move towards Live Seafood, they're bound to bump into another team.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the game plan after all, to eventually hunt out maybe members of the side of Fellas ID. They could also move towards school to eventually greet members of FaZe Clan and also ETS. But ETS, now that they're stuck in between, they might be caught out by members of FaZe Clan. Speaking of which, damage now being done upon Ben already, as the nades are come flying through. Xiao Jame is hoping to actually catch him over on the corner of that tree. It doesn't seem like Sphinx can actually run anywhere else, so they will cut their losses there. ETS depleted to only starting off with 3 members healthy and alive.
Oh man, the fact that Sphinx got eliminated by a bandit in the previous round, this time by another team, well, it's even worse by another team because you gave away 300k. So FaZe Clan will be happy to pocket that. And they're looking for more though. So Soundhigh, as usual, he's the one to hold down the line. And he'll open up that space for his teammates to maybe go in for a flank. I noticed that Hoser is actually moving behind. So I wonder if he's looking for an exit or if he wants to surprise FaZe Clan by coming in from the side.
I think that they're looking for another setup for them to eventually move into school right after FaZe Clan does so. So it is definitely a very tricky situation, especially both noting that they are around. But take a look at this. Goddard trailing right behind Ben. So we have a 3-way battle taking place in a moment's time while Goddard unleashes a couple of bullets throughout these corners of the compound. So perhaps the position will also be noted by the members of ETS. So they got to continue to move on for the moment while FaZe Clan already fighting off against the Commando. This is going to be a tough one. Well, it's the flamethrower. Thankfully, Sakura has a little bit of cover as they manage to take it down in time.
Man, that was like in the face. That fire covered the entire screen. But great for them. I mean, they won against the Commando, so that's going to be a decent amount of loot here that they're determining. Is it going to be worthwhile for them to carry it? And speaking about carrying loots, right? So Boom Esports, they came in twice with 0 points, especially the first round where they where they missed out on ejecting themselves within the time limit. So this round, they have to come out really, really big.
Yeah, and that is by them just running right into the corner of the mine warehouse, and they're already stashing close to 2 million, but they gotta make it quick though before the other squads make their way through. Then thankfully for Boom Esports, these three teams that are the biggest teams who have definitely given other squads a little bit of a hard knock to be well occupied. But take a look at Fellas ID. They also want in. So we might see a civil rivalry between both Indonesian squads. Dapen is also on the lookout. Perhaps he will be able to sniff this danger coming up ahead.
We might see a deja vu again, because this has happened before inside of the tunnels, and it involved these two teams. And Boom Esports, they'll be looking forward to be able to seek revenge here. Now, the first name will be tossed by Puya. It did chip away a bit of damage from FLS, and FLS on the lower ground find it a bit more difficult to land their own nades on the Puya.
It does actually do significant damage over onto both land as well as Arya. So Fellas playing it smart. They haven't really tossed anything towards the direction of Fuya for the moment at the very least. So they're keeping their resources, and HLV is also cutting in from the back. Fellas, they don't want to be in the sandwich position, so they're also thinking of should they deal with HLV first before moving into the deeper areas of mine warehouse. So Boom Esports, they get themselves a good head start. Now already closing into perhaps what I look to be 3.5 million at the moment, but it seems like they're already switching some items. While HLV, they have finally arrived at the scene. So what is going to be their take upon this upcoming battle?
Yeah, also HLV, they're a team that really needs to bring the points in, and they wouldn't mind eliminating FLS. Now, both teams in front of each other right now. Prem cooking up his nade, lobs it across, but no big follow-up yet. But between the two teams, I would say FLS, since they do have an exit point, they have a bit of an advantage against HLV. And we have seen this before, time and time again. Like, if you're locked in with each other for quite a while or long enough, it's not going to benefit anyone.
Yeah, but at least for now, there's about 15 minutes to go. So they can battle as much as they want. But the longer they take, remember this, there's still other squads like FaZe Clans is also cutting past. And HLV, even despite them pulling back, they're now dealt with the cards against FaZe Clan. So they cannot be all too funneled into this position. Alex almost getting chunked down. And realistically, they can only stay here for a little bit longer.
Oh man, this is bad news for HLV. I mean, whether they move front, whether they move back, there will be teams waiting for them. And both of their opponents are in a advantageous situation, just like what FaZe Clan is at right now, right? They have this outer side advantage, and they're just gatekeeping the exit point. On the other end is a tunnel, and they're basically funneled in. So what is the game plan now for HLV? Their possible only game plan is to try to win this fight somehow. And arguably the easier fight is to go back and fight in the tunnel rather than trying to exit here.
Yeah, as we definitely see that FaZe Clan has the upper hand in this form of exchange. And also keep in mind, so long as FaZe Clan holds this tunnel, nobody gets to pass towards this area of play. Not HLV, not even Fellas ID, or even Boom Esports, excuse me for that. So it's a little bit more of a waiting game for FaZe Clan. And where does that really put Nongying though? Will they be doing the same game plan back in game one where they just playing by the outskirts and eventually let these teams fight? Because that could potentially see Nongying just getting some safe margins to upkeep on their number one position.
That reminds me of that movie with the two big monsters, right?
Oh, which one?
And there was this line that was said in the movie, "Let them fight."
Oh.
Yeah. It was a Gojira movie. I believe. Yeah. So that is what Nongying will be hoping for, right? Like, okay, let them fight. While we will happily loot somewhere else. Okay, Boom Esports, here we go.
Look at this.
Booyah, booyah. Pull the trigger. One more. Okay. He's not going to wait. He's going to take down Bram. And now Puya needs to retreat.
Oh, he's just eventually sniffing one out, but he has to turn into the safe corner. He barely survives. And now Aura gets to push right through. There is going to be cover fire coming from the member of Boom Esports at the very same time. So this is not going to be too clear cut, but at least they will manage a revive. But the zombies are coming through. This is not looking all so easy for Aria. My, what a setup coming from Fuya.
Oh man, great one there by Fuya. But looks like FLS, they managed to reset themselves as a 4 again. So now Boom Esports, yep, we got a great start by getting the knock, but not getting the elimination. So they have to back out, especially Dapen right now. He is alone, so he has to take a safe position. Whereas for I Am Jago, he's together with his other teammates. Whatever it is, if he gets knocked, he still can be revived easily.
Yeah, and I thought that he'll be waiting a little bit more patiently to catch the final guy because they just arrived to the scene. It could have actually been 2 knocks back-to-back or even at least 1 knock plus elimination if he had timed it well enough. But he saw a couple of members running towards his corner. He could not afford to take too long, which is absolutely understandable. But at this current point in time, fellas, despite them arriving, it seems like they won't be benefiting in the number of loots until they take out the entirety of Boom Esports. And look who's here, HLV. They finally make their way through to be the 3rd team within the radiation zone as Alex holds the door.
They decided not to go for the FaZe Clan exit, which is smart, which is the better route if you ask me. But inside of the radiation zone, I mean, it's crowded right now. We have FLS waiting in front of HLV at the exit point. So they have to find a way through anyway because we're down to 10 minutes. And HLV, they've only looted out 40K. So with the current standings, that's definitely not a good number. But for Boom Esports, look at this. They're trying to make a big comeback here. 9 million in the pocket now.
And on top of that, there's also Fellas who's moving in through the caves. So we will have 4 teams locked right in. Oh, this is looking to be like some sort of a Rumble Royale, while Boom Esports happily cashing whatever they have. And perhaps the waiting game might pay off for Boom Esports. They don't really have to make anything too drastic. Wait out for these teams who have just arrived to bump into each other while looting up. And that could be a really solid game plan, while they also will have to wait for the right time to exit. Usually there will only be 1 extraction point inside of the mining warehouse. So I'm uncertain who's that team going to be. But for now, Boom Esports, they're happy enough that they managed to get into the carts already. So they should be well on their way off with that 9 million.
Yeah, I mean, they are on the clear right now. Nobody's really stopping them on the other side. And they're pretty happy to stay away from these fights. I mean, no eliminations is going to be okay for them. They're happy to cash in the 9 mil. But on the other side, we do have ETS now against FaZe Clan. And Bands gave them a surprise from the back. Sakura will be eliminated.
And there was some cover fire coming through as well. Beautiful stuff coming from ETS to catch that 1 member of FaZe Clan off guard while they carry on with the highlight of this area, mine warehouse. HLV taking the direct center, making things hard for our fellas. They're not even looted up just yet. They've managed to at least book 700K at the moment against HLV. This is going to be a tough one. While members of fellas playing for that lower ground won't really give them much of a reprieve, but at least it's going to be a defensive cover at the moment. And look at that. There's a boss right underneath that will give some information back to HLV that they're going to be around this corner. What's going to be the game plan here? Nate's now being tossed out. And Land, he gets clipped.
Nice side shot by Alex to get the knock. And now all he needs to do is to follow up. If they can eliminate FLS, this will be a great start for HLV. But they have to be careful because Boom Esports is behind them now. Alex is going for it. I mean, at this point, HLV, they have nothing to lose.
Nothing at all. Meanwhile, Lan is limping. He will eventually be taken out while the nades are also denying them another form of passage. The zombies are definitely getting in the way. And Lan, he's in the water, slowly bleeding out. He will be left for dead, unfortunately. As Fellas ID, they cut their losses Alex won't be able to at least find that crate. So I think it's a smart move coming from Lan, as that player will be eliminated here in the early span of the bout. So 3 versus 4 still could be a tough one to book out, but Amjago also getting picked up. ETS, they have been the gatekeepers for any teams moving out of the mine warehouse.
Oh man, of all the teams, not Boom Esports. They need a big comeback. They lost one player. And with that, their value drops down by about 2 million to now 7.9. And FaZe is going for Nong Ying. Okay, G9 is the one that they want to eliminate, the heavy hitter. One of the heavy hitters for Nong Ying, and Zhao James will be happy to take him out.
Yeah, great catch out there from the outskirts, as we will still focus on to this big eruption of a battle. HLV now draws to a close, tries to climb up against Pram, but I don't see this to be an upper hand. He's just trying to get whatever info so that FixBait can toss a couple of grenades. Well, the Gargoyle watch these two teams collide. It will be a tough push. So what exactly is going to be the case where HLV could regain that tempo despite, having the man's advantage right now? They need to find ways to eventually seek out these players up above.
Yeah, I know, right? And time is not on their side, though. Look at this. Everyone's trying to take out each other. Arya almost got Genie Boys. And Genie Boys now down to the last of family. Managed to find a bit of cover but from the other side, he still got knocked down. And this could be the end for Genie Boys.
And Alex also get knocked. Only 2 members remain. They're all funneled into this corner of the map. Pram sees this as a golden opportunity as he's hoping to take a leap of faith. Is he going to have the entire fellas with him? Yes, he does. Here goes Pram. He's going for the push. Now there's no space for FixBait to even go in for the revive as the nade sets in. Fellas ID takes over, and HLV slowly crumbling. A big bounce back, but potentially, if they do get a couple of miraculous knocks, they could still find ways to crumble Fellas ID as they try to push right through in the tight space, but it will be denied. HLV eliminated once more.
And they cash in at least one elimination point this time, but when it comes to the overalls, it's starting to look pretty tight here for HLV. But the round is not over yet, though. We still don't see another team eliminated. And the big one is going to be Boom Esports. We're still monitoring their situation. They have not exited anyone just yet. ETS looking at Foster, one of the members of Nong Ying. And Nong Ying, they have managed to eject one player while they lost G9 in the process.
In all these battles here in Zombie Uprising as well as Misty Port, it has always been this chaotic. And Songhai, he's just guarding this extraction point with his life. He's like, yeah, I'll just wait here while I dance and shuffle my way through till somebody comes by. FaZe now chasing onto the Boom members. Oh boy, Boom. They finally get their way to the cart. Are they going to make their exit right here, right now? We'll see. Is Kim Tony's going to continue to give chase, but look at how fast they go. They're just sprinting out of here.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Boom Esports at this time, it's like, okay, just cash in. Just cash in. I mean, 8 million is not bad. In fact, it's great now if they can just cash in. And they would at least have this gap with Nong Ying, assuming that Nong Ying cash in with the 1.5 million that they have in hand right now. The time is not on their side. I mean, they have about 3 more minutes to go. And Boom Esports is hoping to not make the same mistake.
And they did manage to put Dapen as the final member remaining to try to fend off against FaZe. But I don't think he knows that Kim Tony is still around his corners. Oh boy, he unleashed a couple of shots, so Kim Tony knows of his position, but the footsteps will be heard. He knows that he's right here. It's just going to be a point-blank battle. He's taking the mark for it in up-close personal, and he wins it!
Whew.
Oh, magnificent stuff from Dapen.
Much needed win by Dapen there to keep their hopes and dreams alive. But time is not on their side, though. Less than 3 minutes to go right now for Boom Esports to make an exit. They have to find their next exit. Okay, Ray is going to lead the charge right now, but he has to be aware of his surrounding because if we look at the overall right now, there's still a lot of players on the ground.
There is, and we last saw ETS was on the outskirts. SOZip, also another member of Nong Ying, to try to sniff any form of passerbys, but it's just going to be a clear-cut answer for him to just peel back. There should be an extraction point around the vicinity as well. He saw all the smokes coming from Songhai. ETS is taking a deeper area of play, so I believe Boom Esports might just found their safe passage without any interruption.
Yeah, and for sure, FLS, they have found too, but they don't cash in much, unfortunately. Only 4 eliminations with 1 player more to go, and I doubt that he'll be able to get much out of this round with the remaining time left. Boom Esports, they're still not out of it though. We do see 1 exit point being guarded by teams. 3 says goodbye, and that is FLS with only 4 eliminations. Now we are going to put focus on ETS and Nongying.
This is a long-range battle between the two of them, and I'm just really surprised that they continuously duke out, also utilizing a lot of all their own resources. As last we saw, Songhai have already popped about 2 smoke grenades previously, and this time Kozu is being caught up by Foster. Quick hands, securing 2 eliminations already, down to Songhai. Oh boy, ETS, I think this is just them booking out. They don't want to stay for longer because Nongying just looks so ferocious.
Yeah, it's not going to be worthwhile for him to stay here. So he's going to say, adios, mi amigo. He is out. And Boom Esports, all of them make it through as well. So 8 million cashed in by them, which is a very healthy amount. As for Nongying, 1.7 mil, 45 more seconds to go. Now it's about finding the exit point.
Yeah, it starts right behind. It shouldn't be any problem at all. 30 seconds left, though. Foster, is he still going to be looking for that loot? Yes, he does. But can he make it out in time? Nongying, you need to do something right now. SO is going to be out of the matchup already. So it's all down to this gentleman. As Foster says, you know, maybe I don't need this 300K. I'm just going to burn myself out and call it a day. As we will now have the biggest recovery coming in from Boom Esports.
Oh, very much needed recovery by them. Now, at least this is a good start to the campaign. I mean, it is literally a start for them because they ended with zeros in the first 2 rounds. So the break did do them good. 8.6 mil cashed in by Boom Esports. And they at least they have quite a big gap with Nongying, if you kind of think about it, because Nongying only cashed in like 1.7 mil or so, excluding like elimination points. So they still keep themselves healthy in this race.
Yeah, like they were really smart about that situation. They also did manage to notice by sending Dapen to be on that lookout and say, okay, these teams are slowly coming in. So we need to quickly gather ourselves, try to look for that safe exit out where there is still ample time before these teams basically cut off all this form of exit points. So they managed to make it out with only 1 member taken out. So it's not too shabby after all, with the main carriage still uninterrupted. So good news for Boom Esports. But is this going to be enough to match up against Nongying? Nongying is playing it very differently this time. They're not looking for those big ticket items here in the Misty Port, and therefore maybe coming up with a little bit less, but they still managed to get about 3 elimination points at the very least. So we'll see what does that add up to.
Yeah, I really like how Nongying is adapting to the situation, right? Like if they have a full team, they don't mind taking fights. They don't mind blocking off teams. But when they realize that, oh, we don't have G9 with us, we are like 3 players, let's just switch up our strategy and focus on the loot instead. And it's not that they don't gain elimination points along the way. They kind of do, but it's not as explosive as the rounds before. And it just shows that they are able to readapt and switch up the strategies depending on what the situation is. And if I remember, like in the earlier weeks, right, like week 1, week 2, this wasn't the case for Nongying. Nongying was just all out looking for blood during those weeks. But when it came to week 3, and of course now in the grand finals, they are readapting themselves, and so far they're doing really well.
Yeah, it was beautiful execution all around. And despite, you know, the roster change where Martin probably is busy on the week over this course of the weekend because he also has to prepare for a lot of things happening, while Foster came in really showing a lot of strength throughout the course of the battle, where it really didn't feel like Nongying has lost that same form of firepower or even any form of added advantage, while G9 have been the aggressive one. Although he has been caught out in these couple of games that he played out, but it didn't really affect Nongying overall. So it's also interesting to see how this dynamic played out perfectly for Nongying despite all these changes. Whereas, you know, you take a look at Fellas ID, I think that the pressure is starting to get to them where they couldn't really stick to their same game plan to really go for those major loot and still get out alive. And there were times where Fellas ID, when they are being pinched, they will just go all out in the battle. They did go up against HLV, but in that exchange, the moment that they lost one, it really felt like they want to play on the more reserved side, which is absolutely understandable, because when you drop out the game with 0 points, this is just going to hurt your chances into making a comeback. And now there's only 2 more maps to go, Sir Cloud. Quickly as that happens, I guess like right now, FaZe Clan is still up in the contention. Same could be said about this win coming from Boom Esports, but how far away are their points compared to Nangying in these format match?
Yeah, that will be the big question mark, right? And if we look at the points, right, they come in millions. So when they come in millions, some people might say that, oh man, the gap is so big and all that. But actually, millions is not really that big of a gap here. It's easily catchable. So if we look at like the match rankings here, right? So Boom Esports is ahead by Nangying by more than 5 million, and that is quite significant.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it does definitely give them such a much needed boost, especially with them not garnering anything throughout the course of the past 2 rounds. So Boom, they need to be super efficient. They need that perfect rounds. If they win 2 more, they can actually overtake Nangying. So it's really down to not losing members in the early game, playing it safe, getting all those loots, and same could be said about FaZe Clan. This time, perhaps with a couple of members to go in for those pickoffs early, and ETS also disrupting their pace, it allows Boom Esports to cash out magnificently as the Fortune's favorite. The Fortune's chosen one will be none other than Raze.
Yeah, so obviously this is the first time that we see someone outside of Nangying to score the chosen one. So great work here by Raze, 5 million, and that's of course more than half of the team's collectible loot. And who needs player eliminations if you can cash in 5 million? So great work here by Raze, and this gives them a chance to be in contention for the title still. But the worrying part right now is going to be for HLV, because it's another 0-point round for them. I don't know how much they can come back with the remaining 2 games.
I'm not too sure as well, but if HLV can do anything at all, is to disrupt the tempo of all the other teams and steal all of their loots. That's the only form of gameplay that they have in order to come out huge. While we take a look at the match recap, Boom has the smooth of a passage to move into the mine warehouse efficiently, and they were the earliest ones to do so. And by then, they fully looted up, and all they have to do, hold out against Fellas ID, and then make their way out of their journey. So HLV moved in a little bit later to have that contest against Fellas. And then you take a look at the outskirts. It was more interesting as to how these teams rotate. Look at how they separated. Boom members are pulling up the edges of the map, taking multiple different escapes in order to make this round work.
Wow, that is a very interesting strategy there by Boom to split out like that. But it brought them the points, and that's what matters at the end of the day. So right now from a 0, they are in top 3. Okay, now top 3, cool. Ranking, cool. But look at the gap here. Nangying still have a significant gap of 19 mil. The next contender, FLS ID, is 9 million behind. And assuming that FLS ID scores the same amount of points as Boom, about 9 million, they still need to consider that Nangying might continue to collect points. So I guess like what you said, right, is probably the best bet right now is to try to just deny Nangying somehow.
Yeah, and on top of that, I do see chances for FaZe Clan to still pull up a decent round. And if they do manage to get a win, we might see a 4-way horse race in that very final game. So, Third Cloud, I can't wait for this game to start, but there's just so many possibilities out there. And before we talk about those possibilities, we will now, of course, introduce you guys once again to the Airdrop Carnival, where you can have a pirate bash with your mateys and explore the Ocean Odyssey new team area powered by the island to collect airdrop tokens and head to the Airdrop Carnival in-game event to upgrade your airdrop crate to level 5 for guaranteed set or emote of your choice. With the Airdrop Carnival, you can get daily rating protection for 2 matches So go in there and get all of your treasures. Ahoy!
Oh, I see you've warmed up to it, so I like this version better. Okay. Hiya, Galatria X2. Hiya. Funds upgradable MT3 is now available. Make sure you get it, Join the event, Unlock all the coupons, And don't forget, limited outfit awards. With the amount of time left, not much. So make sure you do it fast, okay? You do it slow, Uncle won't let you get any of it.
Okay, boss. Okay, no problem. I never knew I was casting with Uncle Roger the whole time. Okay, you get yourself the uncle title perhaps one day, but you gotta cook some fried rice. So, speaking of which, like I heard he's coming up with a restaurant, but we're not here to promote it. So ignore that for now, Sir Cloud. That was magnificent. Wasn't expecting that, so 10 over 10.
I give you a 10 out of 10 as well. I like this one. Like 10 out of 10 flat across the whole thing. Yeah.
All right. We're pretty much even right now, but not so much for the teams, Like these guys doing all these massive hauls, getting in the mix of all these troubles up ahead. And speaking of which, this map is where we'll see a lot of chaos once more, because what I do believe is they're going to be moving into Arctic Base yet again.
Ooh, yeah. Arctic Base again. And let's remember whatever happened the last time in Arctic Base, right? There were eliminations by NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Right. So, from your observation so far, right? Would you rather face off against zombies or the military?
If you ask me, I will take the zombies any day, because why? If I'm going against the militants and other teams ambush me, I would be confused because, excuse me for that. Well, I wouldn't know whether if the one shooting at me is actually a player or the militants, because it's so hard to tell. Because militants, they can shoot from long range, though they don't hurt as much as players, but it will throw you off guard.
Yeah, I would take the zombies as well, because like what you said, right? Militants, if they start shooting at you, if they're like, and you wouldn't know, right? Like, oh, are they players? Are they militants? Should we be extra careful of them? I mean, if they're militants, you don't look down upon them, but you're also like, okay, we can deal with it, right? But if they're actual other players, then you'll be like, oh, like super on your guard, right? So yeah, I'll take the zombies. Although the zombies do show up in hordes, so that's one thing to consider as well. And if you're like in a tight position, and we've seen this before, some players, they get cornered in a tight position and there's just like tons of them in front. Like you won't have enough health to tank out the damage that's coming to you. You might still have the bullets to try to shoot your way through, but the tanking the damage is going to be another story, right? So
true enough.
Yeah. So those are situations that they can get caught into. But I guess the way to not get yourself caught into that is just don't corner out yourself, like be in an open space as much as possible.
Yeah, but moving into Arctic Base, I guess that's where they really have to be very, very careful heading into some of these matches. Despite, this not being zombies out there, HLV have gotten themselves into such predicaments before when it comes down to those matches that they've had in the group stages. And on that very final week of week 3, I think Hasta La Vista definitely pulled off quite the highs, and I'm hoping that this final few games, they will really show us what they're made of, because they have even bested the likes of pro teams like 7-9. We have a lot of high expectation on 7-9, but 7-9, let's be honest there, they kind of choked because they also resulted in multiple 0 rounds to actually be eliminated by the tail end of the tournament. Hasta La Vista, if they're not going to be getting too much of those loots, I think just go all the way, play spoilers, mess up the chances for things to be even more dramatic heading into this final round, because now we're looking at potentially 4 teams, depending on if FaZe can win this round. If they don't, then maybe we see 3 Nongying with esports, as well as another squad that I did miss out. Could it be as they're strong? Could it be Boom Esports? Well, we'll see.
Yeah, but okay, so now that you put it that way, right? So teams like HLV, they're at the stage that it's like, okay, you know what? It's all in or nothing, right? They could be the big disruptors for teams. Like, like in terms of points, if they really want to be the champion, they have to really wipe out the entire map and have the entire map for themselves to loot. And in order for them to do that, it's just by going ahead at those teams. And that also means that they can have like the nothing to lose sort of a mindset. So that can be very disruptive to those teams, right? So that's something for the teams to be aware of for teams that have technically nothing to lose. Although, in terms of like determining who will take home what amount of prize pool, there's still something to play for.
That's true, and I got confused with the final map as well. This time we're going to be moving into Zombie Uprising. So yes, we do see more zombies heading into this map as we're closing in into the final 2 rounds. This is the penultimate matchup with Fellas ID spawning up by the edge. They're already looking for Boom Esports.
Whoa, okay. And if FLS is able to eliminate Boom Esports, the happiest of them all is going to be Nong Ying. But FLS, they need to do something with the team that's currently on the rise as well. Currently, one of their players, Puya, is knocked down. He's crawling towards Dapan. And Dapan is just right in front of him. But the pickup is going to be hard to happen. Oh, make that not going to happen at all. That's that nade from FLS actually landed. But look who's around the corner. It's going to be ETS.
It's a 3-way battle so early into this match. They're out for blood, and they had enough already of getting close to 0 points. But the position for the side of Boom Esports is rather dangerous, especially with some open space against ETS. This is why they pop all these smokes early to try to run out, but they get clipped. I'm Jago with chicken feet, not really getting the best out of that situation. And now that allows FLS to go in for the full push. Pram now going for a hit-to-hit between ETS as they go 1-for-1. Pram now taken out. Donghai so sharp on his shots, and it could be anyone's here to take.
We're looking for more eliminations, right? Oh, and here we go, Dree. Spots one out on the side. It's going to be Soundhigh, currently on his knees. And Ben's behind this tree. They know exactly where he is. Now, tossing the Molly to try to flush him out. And Molly a little bit overshot, but it's still all right. I mean, they do know exactly where he is. That he has nowhere to run, and Ben's will be knocked.
Oh boy, now we only have 2 players apiece. And somehow, Boom Esports, they find a little bit of a margin to try to lob one back to his shoulder. He connects it. ETS, Woo! They're wiped out. And now there's only 1 member left from Boom Esports. It doesn't seem like anyone's the big winner here other than Fellas here that have secured 4 elimination points.
And guess what? Boom Esports only has the pen left. And Boom Esports, they won the rise. They cannot afford to lose this round just like this. And they cannot go out at this stage. They cannot to only have 1 elimination point. There's only 300k with teams like Nong Ying still in the game. And FLS, they're still looking for Boom Esports.
They are coming up with preemptive smoke grenades just to cover their tracks for a little bit. So the Pen might have actually lost track, but he's using this opportunity to peel into the compounds. Jerry over on the top end of the hill will try to spot him out as Pen gets a little bit of clearance. But how far off can he run from the grasp of Fella's ID is going to be the main question. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at this. HLV, they're taking the lead right now.
Yeah, they'll be like, okay. Oh, but not only taking the lead, they just took out a mutant. So that's going to be a boss out. That means that they will be able to gain significant amount of loot. But inside of the radiation zone, we have the 2 big boys, FaZe Clan and Nong Ying.
The Titans now duking it all out. FaZe Clan needs this win in order to keep their hopes of this championship alive. Big nades coming in from the top end, but that will be tossed out far too wide coming from Goddard. SOZip trying to give a little bit of firepower of a helping hand to G9 at the very same time. It seems like they are very well fixated to taking down FaZe Clan before they go in for the massive haul of loots. Well, they did manage a knock, but the rebuys will still go through. The gargoyles now put into place. So this is still going to be a difficult round for the 2 teams as they throw nades after nades against each other. And oh, a boss is just arrived on the scene.
Oh, say hello to the boss in between these 2 teams. I'm pretty sure they will ignore the boss for now as they try to eliminate each other. Gorda is going to be the one to hold down the line while SOZip has the off angle. And Gorda so far doing okay. I mean, he's just managing random zombies that spawn around him. But this is the annoying part, right? Like, you got yourself a good spot. You're locking in baseline just for zombies to appear.
Yeah, with his shots, it also gives away his position. So members of the Side of FaZe clan, they definitely know the whereabouts of all the members of Nongying at the moment. It's just that from that lower ground angle, it's just a lot harder to challenge G9 for the moment. So perhaps what they will do is to split out for a tiny bit and perhaps carry a little stash of loot in between. God's going to do the same. He's going to waste no time as the teams are being kept busy. He will just continue on with whatever haul that he can get. But that nade looking pretty good. It did manage to clip one of the members of FaZe clan. SOZip so far really domineering over onto the top end alongside with G9. But for how long more before all the other teams are making their way into the mining warehouse? Dewey Boy over on the corner of the wall, as this will be them just locked into place, finding themselves in pretty much the same predicament as compared to the last round FaZe clan played out.
I'm going to give a by the way, right? By the way, the extraction point normally appears on top of this warehouse where Nongying is at.
Oh, true enough.
Yeah, so you can't think about it, right? If push comes to shove, it's like they can say goodbye. So the losing team would definitely be FaZe clan with the amount of loot that they have while they're being held back by Nongying between these two. So Nongying, as long as they can hold on to this spot, they're doing actually all right.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, they're doing so well that now they are also wrapping around and found a passage into the warehouse.
Ooh.
And this could make things a lot more interesting. So Nongying have to be very much on their toes. Well, definitely a lot of bosses to battle right within. Some of these stash could still be stolen away by Nongying. So even despite them holding over on the high ground and having that form of escape plan, it's still too early for Nongying to exit because they're carrying less than 1 million. Ideally, you want to get at least 3 million in the back. So they're definitely well aware that they need to eventually take on the entire squad of FaZe clan.
Well, FaZe clan seems to be maybe doing them a favor. Imagine this, right? FaZe clan doing all the dirty work now, looting while trying to hold down a Nongying, and Nongying might find that right moment to like, okay, they did the work for us. Let's go find them, take them out, and just take the loot around them.
And while they're at it, they already managed one knock against Sakura. So this is going to be a good opportunity for Nongying to push through. But they're kind of scattered, which is going to be a tough place to be. G9 trying to come up with those cheeky angles. Was he the one that actually knocked out the Sakura from that gap? It might actually be the case, but the revive will be set right in. If God's not careful enough, FaZe clan could still be on a decent approach to pretty much clip them, holding onto different spots inside the warehouse. And so many of all these deflates have been thrown out already. I think they're running out of utility. Nongying has to really look out for their resources.
Oh yeah, that's a good point there. So looking at like Goddard, he's out of throwables except for smokes. Now they're going for the hunt. They want to take the frontal approach now. The only thing that he has now is bullets in his weapons. And looks like they're going in for it. FaZe clan Sakura knocked down Stewie Boy, 50% of health. He managed to heal up to 80%, but he's the last member of FaZe clan. This is what Nongying have been waiting for.
Yeah, just so efficiently done from Nongying. Now he gets spotted out, and SOZip will secure it with a clean tap. Nongying now dominates the mine warehouse for themselves. So we'll see who will be the next challenger to go up against the Tide Titans. And somebody has to move in, because if Nongying wins this round, there's only one more match to go. And I'm afraid that that will be too little too late for all the other teams to catch up to the side of Nongying.
Yeah, like what? Who? Their closest contenders are FaZe clan and Boom. Oh, sorry, FLS and Boom. FLS only has 2 players, and if you look at the amount of loot, it's nothing. So we only have like what, 11 minutes more to go. Yes, they can loot, but like what you said, because of the gap is quite significant. And Nongying with a full squad, and they have a boss here that they can collect more valuable loot. I mean, they will run away with this. The last map might not just matter for Nongying, they might be crowned champions in this map itself.
Yeah, it's a big maybe, so long as HLV is still within this map. What if HLV would be the savior for all the other teams that was eliminated to take down Nongying and steal away all that cash. That might just be the comeback potential for HLV. And also, mind you, now that all these other squads are being wiped away, this is the best chance for HLV to also overtake and look to gain even more prize in their hand. So I'm thinking that there is a glimmer of hope left. Fellas ID, they're nowhere nearby members of Nongying, so they're just going to play it very safely. They already got this foreign nations in the back, and just by looting on the outskirts, I think they're maybe hoping to just cut into potentially a couple million to secure this round.
Oh, yeah. I mean, all they need to do is just, like, have this amount and they're pretty cool. Okay, we have FLS now on screen. I mean, you have 2 players, and they got 5 eliminations, so that's okay. But with 2 players, you know that the pockets are not deep enough. So I don't know how much they can cash in out of this. So that's going to be a thing here. HLV looks like they will be in the clear now. They will be just doing their thing. But they're not really bringing in the numbers. Okay, benefit of the doubt, there's still like 9 minutes more to go. So they should be able to still come up with something.
Yeah, true enough. But if HLV doesn't move into the mine warehouse, you did mention that there is potentially a extraction point inside of the radiation zone. So there might be a chance where they just walk away scot-free. After that one battle that Nongying takes, winning out against FaZe Clan, it might just be them just running away with this crazy lead that they've been able to actually cash out from. But by spending in the zone, they already stacked up to 2.3 million. I believe that should be even more. So it really depends if Nongying feels a little bit more greedy to even loot from the outskirts. And that is the only other potential where we would see either Fellas or HLV to take them down.
Yeah, right now, Nongying's objective is just to have that gap in the overalls to make it almost impossible for any other team to catch up to them. If you think about it. Okay, what is the biggest number to the best of your memory that you have seen? To the best of my memory, is perhaps like 13 mil or 14 mil, something like that.
I've seen 17, I think. 17, 18 maybe?
All right. Okay, if it's 17, 18 is the biggest, then if they can have, in theory, if Nongying is able to have a 17, 18 mil gap, then that might just be it.
Yeah, that could be very well the case in point to just really secure it. But for now, Nongying is just on a steady pace. But this being, Zombie Uprising, I think probably you will still be able to achieve 10 million. That will be the close margin, or like you said, 13 million is more than enough for any of these teams out here. And it's going to be an early exit for Fellas ID. They say that we don't want to take any more form of risk. So it's just between Nongying and also Hasta La Vista of Malaysia. But somehow, take a look at this. Nongying, they're still being so careful about this. This is going to take their sweet time. There's like 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, do they really need to be this careful? Come on, guys. All right, just go around the map. At this point, they can just go around the map. Now, even though they don't know where HLV is at and maybe even other players, but I mean, they have the firepower to do so. And they're allowed to take that risk because they have that gap. Whatever happens in this round, assuming that the worst case scenario happens to them, they go out 0, they will still have like a 9 million gap. So I wouldn't be too worried about Nongying at this point.
Yeah, and it's been super surprising on how these results have churned up in this matchup. To see HLV to be the only other team that's currently surviving, Nongying really have shown strength throughout all the matches to be played out. And there was not a single match where we actually see them being in deep trouble as well, other than, maybe the past round where 1 or 2 members gets knocked out. But there wasn't a point where Nongying ends up with 0, which is the way that they've played out so efficiently throughout the match.
Yeah, the evolution of Nongying, right? Back then, they had zeros, eliminated by other teams, going overly aggressive, not being objective, and so on. But this is the new and refresher Nongying that they are playing this objectively, and they even have a mix of firepower in their gameplay as well.
Yeah.
And if we
just
look at
love
like
to see.
the sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just about to point out the fact that Nongyin there are 3 eliminations, so that's like 900k, and even if we like tabulate like the scores, right? They will still be in front of HLV because HLV they seem to be prepared to eject themselves.
Yeah, absolutely ready to go in for the ejection already. 3.5 mil, honestly, more than enough against HLV. But they're banking on the hopes that they could still reach perhaps a 5 mil. HLV on the outskirts of school, they could still actually battle a couple of bosses and could potentially be moving up ahead. But like you said, there's also that 3 elimination points that was acquired earlier on from Nongying against FaZe Clan that we'll still see them up ahead from this current standpoint. So I'm not too sure how much more can HLV make out of this. Now, taking a look at the timer as well, I believe it to be around less than 5 minutes. Yes, indeed. As to be specific, 4 minutes, 45 seconds and less as the countdown draws to a close. Nongying now looks for the exit. I see Ate nearby. Oh, they're now cooking up their master plan. Can HLV win it all? And 4 minutes and a half, is it enough time for them to really collide, win that battle, and get to an extraction point? It's time to find out.
Well, if you look at like the odds, right? HLV, they have 3 players now because one of them exited. Nongying has a full squad. So the numbers do favor Nongying. So that's one. And of course, you're obviously going up against Nongying, a team that has a lot of these pro players. But it will be an interesting fight, though. I would say that probably HLV, they are actually guarding one of the exit points, and Nongying happen to be here. So if Nongying, okay, here's the other part too. If Nongying takes out HLV and takes out all their loot together with them, that's going to be like them cashing in like 6 or 7 mil.
Oh, yeah, that could very well happen. And who's catching who first is going to be the question here. With G9 already scouting up ahead, it didn't really seem like there was any shots fired from the side of HLV. So perhaps this current moment, Nongying is already plotting to at least make a pit stop here by Garnet Mason. Well, Fixbay and Co, are they ready to take on these Titans, though? Here we go. Fixbay is still getting a couple of decent loots. No gold bars to be seen, but there is going to be the extraction point just by this corner. It seems like they will at least send SOZip out. He's not going to be moving out yet. He's only got 170k in his stash, whereas we're looking at perhaps Goddard to be carrying majority of the numbers. But HLV, the moment that they move out, they might be able to spot something here. But that will come at a risk because G9 is still firmly planted at Garnet Mason.
Foster should be out. I mean, he has 500k. G9, he is clearly now the fragger for the team, right? Like, he's always the one like at the front line. He's always the one like holding down teams and just either that or gathering information. And he doesn't have much onto him. So even if he goes out, at most it's like just giving away 300k to whichever opposing team it is. And look at G9's movement. It seems like he's going on to HLV.
Yeah, 2 minutes left. I mean, he's got to sell lit. Well, I don't think that they have any Molotovs left. So they have to either win it quickly or just get out of here being eliminated. So I'm not too sure, but it's definitely pressuring Hostel Vista. These points might not be cashed out by Hostel Vista. So right now, HLV overtakes in the form of loots, and G9 now getting traded off. He will go down. That will add 1 more point to the table with 1 more member remaining from Nongying. Now they do seem to have an upper hand, but do they spot out SOZip? Time is of the essence here, my friend. 1 minute and a half. There's usually an extraction point here by Garnet Mason, so they need to get out right now. Find him out.
Okay. SOZip tries to run away. I'd like to believe that SOZip actually does not have much onto him. That's why he's willing to take this fight. And even if they give away 300k to HLV, it won't be much of a determinator there. Okay, so Ate has 400k now. Going on to SOZip. SOZip, 10% of health left. They're going for the chase. From the top to the ground. They jump. Hit his boy. He got him. And that's going to be another elimination point onto HLV. Now it's about looting, resetting, and quickly make the exit.
And he has to go in for the revive. This is going to buy some time. 45 seconds. Where's the nearest extraction? I haven't really seen it. Okay, HLV, they've already sent one player out. That means they do know for a fact that an extraction is very close by. So all they have to do is make that hurdle right now. They're going to go for that same point where Ate is going to be leading the charge. This should be sufficient. But the other members, there's a little bit of a gap between them. So is it going to be enough? 20 over seconds. Ate at least secures it. I'm not too sure about Genie or Fake Spade. They got no time to heal up. They just got to just put the pedal to the metal. 10 seconds. I don't think it's enough. It's LP.
Oh,
They're
no.
going to lose it.
Oh, no.
They
no.
need to Molotov themselves right now. They could not afford to lose it.
No.
Oh, it's LP. They got denied.
No, after all that work, they got nothing this round. And their time was wasted by G9 and SOZip. So again, without a shadow of a doubt, it is going to be Nongying being the highest looter in this round. And we're definitely going to lock in the numbers here, ladies and gentlemen. FLV. Oh, man. HLV, as much as they wanted to make a comeback, but that's not going to be possible. Nongying cashed in 3.1 mil.
And that's excluding all the eliminations. I can't believe my eyes. The last-ditch effort from G9 and SOZip just spoiled that opportunity for HLV. That could have been that comeback round. They could have moved up 1-2 spots. Boom Esports got eliminated. ETS was moving nowhere. And oh my word, Nongying just wants everything for themselves, and they got it.
And that's a smart strategy, right? They sent G9, they sent SOZip, they gave away 600k, that's fine. But if the time is not enough, they won't even be able to cash out that 600k with other elimination points. So this feels like a strategy that Nongying that has actually found out. Is like, okay, if we are able to buy some time, we trade off some eliminations or trade off some knocks. That's it, job done.
Job done. It was pixel perfect. Their game plan is just flawless. It's absolutely flawless. Like, they didn't really have to commit with all the three members with one member booted out, right? Like, this was just the best that we've seen coming from Nongying. So with one round left, honestly, I'm unsure if there's any other competitors to close in that far of a margin. Unless if you're talking about maybe Nongying being the first team to be eliminated, they can't afford to go out early and they still have a gap. And it's really down to all these other teams to really cash out big heading into the final round. Now, what's also interesting is that in Arctic base, I did mention you can get up to 18 million or so, provided if you eliminate with a high record, and also you need about 1.5 million in the form of Metro cash of whatever loot is possible. Could anyone pull off that insane heist in the last-ditch effort? That's going to be too much of an ask if you were to tell me, but we've seen this happen before. So down to our very final game, or it could just be Nongying once again trampling against all these other 5 teams that didn't seem to have had the strategy set into place as efficiently as they do.
Okay, last we checked, right? Last we checked, Palace ID was the closest contender to Nongying. We're going to get the numbers again soon, right? We're going to go through some of the numbers. But let's remember, FLS is the closest contender to Nongying. Look at the match ranking this time. Okay, Nongying, obviously they cashed out the most. Combining their player eliminations is going to be 4 million plus. And then you have FLS, 2 million. So again, another gap is set here. ETS, 3 eliminations, that's 900k. Boom Esports, 1 elimination, 300k. But FaZe Clan, supposedly another team that's able to contest for it, 0 points. HLV, 0 points again. I mean, this is just Nongying running away. And the closest contender is still going to be FLS.
Yeah, and FLS ID, they were smart enough to play it really safe. And, you know, the usual hallmark play for Hostile Vista was to camp on all these extraction points, which this time they didn't. It could have actually been Nongying having struggles to move into that extraction point. They did send that one member out, which is why Ate knows that the extraction is right there. but they were not too careful with that approach, and Goddard gets to walk away with 2.9 mil in this match, once again being the Fortune's chosen one.
Got that again. Every time they score like the most cash in, it's always got that. So he's clearly the pocket. He's clearly the wallet for the team. And he always got 1 elimination point in the process as well. So now after playing 4 rounds, 3 of them went to Nongying. But we're going to have a recap here of how they navigated through. And if we look at this, right, Nongying, they actually had an okay start, but they had to face off against Space Clan. And that was a long standoff between them.
Yeah, it's been a while for them to really settle scores, but it was an absolute clean one where Nongying didn't even lose a single member. And I thought that Fella's ID will eventually get clipped by Hostel Vista, but they managed to also spot some of these movements, which is why they booked out rather early. And that's a good plan, right, fellas? They walk away with those numbers. And this is what we were talking about. That fight in Garnet Mason, it cost them super heavily. So HLV, unfortunately, up till now, have not even scored a single digit. That could have been them to really put the fight up against ETS.
Okay, right now, the gap between Nongying and Fella's ID is about 11 mil. And you did talk about like the possible highest amount of cash in that a team could get. So it's still mathematically possible for them to do that. But in order for them to do that, they also have to stop Nongying from gaining those loots.
Yeah, so all the target needs to be pointed over on the side of Nongying in this very final match. In order for any of that to happen, the moment that Nongying cashes out with 2 million, you could already think that this could very well be over. Like any form of points that they cash out right now in this final match is going to really set a higher bar as to what these other teams will do. And knowing Nongying, they're not going to make it all too easy. And of course, what's easy for you guys to gain is to also join in the party in the Pirate Bash.
Oh, matey! The PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival is already open! Step inside and get yourself a drink while you call your friends to join a Pirate Bash. Make sure that you collect your airdrop tokens because they're scattered all around the island. And by collecting them, you can get a guarantee set of an emote of your choice. I have no idea what an emote is because in the pirate era, we don't have such things. We don't know. We only have coins for you to collect and make sure you cash in them within a certain time limit. Have a great day.
I never knew Sir Clout was from the Caribbean, but you know what? There is the beautiful X-suit that is set in the Edo period where you can get the samurai helmet. You can get the amazing MG3 Sky Huntress, and of course, the suit can be yours with the first draw being 10 UC for your first spin. Get it now until it all will be booted off of the client, as you have until the end of September to make claim. So with that, make sure you check out the Gilderia X suit.
Wow. Contra going sexy voice with that. I had in my mind is that if I were to do this, I'll probably go Japanese.
Unfortunately, I would butcher it really badly in Japanese. Like, I'm not that kawaii. I don't think I can do the ara either ways. And yeah, that will be a pure embarrassment on my end.
Well, no pure embarrassment for these teams because they have to get on with it in our final round inside of Arctic Base, the donut map this is, and expect the center of Arctic Base to be the biggest clash point for all of them, because some of them might think to themselves again, like, we have nothing to lose, let's just go in and make a name for ourselves.
Here we go, the final matcher in the PMSL Southeast Asia of the Metro Rail edition, and there can only be one champion. There's still lifeline being set for FaZe Clan, ETS, Boom Esports, as well as Fellas Indonesia up against Nongying, who's currently sitting at the top So it's all about every single move, every single hurdle from Nongying to see will they be the undisputed kings as they quickly move directly into the tunnels to get their passage into Missile Silo. Boom. They are trolling onto Hostel Vista. They're looking for those pickoffs. Will they get it though, as they are now being inside of the compound, funneled through. So this is not going to be a good position for the Malaysian squad.
The fact that Boom Esports is just above them. Look at the spread of Boom Esports, right? The moment HLV moves out this compound, that's pretty much it. And HLV, okay, they send someone out behind, and hopefully they find a different exit point, and that is where they will head to, not to the high grounds instead. But it's going to be Raze starting off with his first shot against HLV. So now they're alerted by the presence of Boom Esports. This gives them a hard time to get out of here.
It's so sad for Hostel Vista, where they should have actually gotten those millions of points, unable to book out of that last round, being denied by Nongying, and now starting off on another bad round. Nongying also gets themselves in a little bit of a predicament, now up against Fellas ID, who were also just as quick. Here comes the Molotov, as it does zone out G9 for a slight moment. But he has the cart, he can actually move directly out of this passage. So they are slowly being denied for the temporary measure. Whereas Foster can move deeper into the field, the smokes as well as Molotov. Also, not allowing Fellas ID to just go through the passage, and G9 just barely dodges that Molotov.
Right. If Fellas ID gets eliminated here, that's it. That's it. I don't think any other team will be able to catch up to Nongying. So Nongying, obviously they don't know that it's Fellas ID in front of them. If they do, then they'll probably go all in onto them. But instead, Nongying is going to take another route, and probably they might meet up with Fellas ID again on the upper ground.
True enough. Meanwhile, we haven't really settled the score between HLV as well as Boom Esports. I'm liking the fact that HLV, they managed to still get a couple of loots coming from Hamlet, but still stuck in a tough situation. I think they will cut their losses. They will just leave this one player on the open field, that to be fixed Bay, and just play as a squad of 3 because they're pretty much scattered for the moment. Boom Esports, even through spending 3 minutes on the outskirts, they only find 1 elimination point. That's barely enough for the moment.
Yeah, I know, right? So it is really down to the wire right now. That's why I can see that a lot of these teams trying to be as safe as possible. But can't say the same for HLV. They just lost 1 player, confirmed, given to Boom Esports. And that's going to be the first blood this round. As for Fellas ID, now they might meet up with Boom Esports. And again, the same rule continues, right? If Boom Esports is able to take out Fellas ID, that's it.
And this could be a solid chance here for them to catch up against Ayam Jago. But fellas, now that they pre-fired, the rest of Boom Esports will be alerted that this position to enter the tunnels is going to be tough. They will look for an alternative route. Does that mean that they will be forced to deal with HLV yet again? Remains to be the question. Look at the spread. The 2-2 wide split. Oh. And this guy's out in the open. Dappen. He gets into the cover, thankfully. But Fellas ID, I think they're definitely up for a fight here on the open fields. Doesn't seem like there's anything stopping them, as the scatter is really not resulting in Boom Esports to have an upper hand.
Yeah, Boom Esports now on the lower ground against Fellas ID. But Fellas ID, they have not looted anything. And look at Nongying, they're already at 3.7 mil. Now shots away fired out by Arya. Arya will get the knock. Okay, that's a beautiful start here for Fellas ID. And they're looking for more right now, but smoke is blinding their sight.
Yeah, they're just trying to make the passage for them to congregate into that tiny little compound. But that's not really the best of idea because Jerry has been holding it through. This nade might be able to connect as they try to drop it right in. Jago's got to move out of the way as it's fired a hole from all directions. Arya closing from the back. Is he going to be able to catch all of these members of Boom Esports? Fellas, they're playing on full aggression. If they lose members, they might even see themselves lower chances in order to secure some of all these points. But good news for the rest of Boom Esports. Few of them have been able to traverse into the tunnels, but not so much for Fuya on the outskirts. He's trying to squeeze past, but he will be dropped.
Oh, here we go. Fellas ID coming in onto PMSL Esports. They took out one. So, not like it's big news for Nongying, because they know that they have that gap against Fellas ID. So, I guess right now, they're pretty realistic with themselves as well. It's like, okay, if we want to catch up to Nongying, we have to come out really, really big, and they have to do it fast as well. So, I guess being realistic is just to like get a second place, and they'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah. And while we were focusing on all these battles, it's currently a tie of 4 million between FaZe Clan as well as Nongying. And of course, a couple of 100,000 to make the difference here. But FaZe Clan remains to be in the lead. So the spoils are being split between these two teams. It's more about all the remainder of the squads that comes into the scene of Missile Silo a little late to see if they can just catch them one after another. ETS... I believe they're still playing on the underground. We haven't really seen it loot up yet. They're the first one to come up with these form of tactics. And who knows if Boom Esports might be also be caught up just like this by ETS.
Man, I like the fact that this map is the last round, because this map is like the map where everyone wants to go to the middle. So we're going to see a lot more action. Although it's like, okay, kind of like an urban area that teams will need to navigate, but still it brings everyone to the middle. So it's a bit more exciting of a round for us to end the tournament, right? And
Absolutely.
if you look at like sort of numbers here, Nongying is still like what, 5.1 mil. Somebody has to take this stash away from them for them to even have a chance to be the number one.
Yeah, the moment that Goddard gets out of this match with 3 mil or more, it is over. You can safely say that they are going to be the champions of this matchup. So until then, I mean, more and more of these crowd are flocking through. Fellas now getting bombarded. Now we have all hands on Missile Silo. Genies now trying to trade right back. They did lose Fixed Pay rather early, but they're not really keeping their hands busy with the loots just yet. Shots now being fired. It does alert probably the two other Thai squads, but they remain to be unseen, hugging onto those far corner of these warehouses, probably dealing with a boss of their own. But these two teams, it seems like they haven't been fully setting the scores, but with the back start, Aria makes it look a little easy, but GDs tries to trade back. Aria now needs to heal up. There's going to be nades to be exchanged as well, fellas. They will look to secure it. The fire are being set right through. Aria's now on the ground. 1-for-1 trade. Aria usually is the wallet for the team. And now there's only 3 members left for fellas.
And Alex have been eliminated as well. So HLV has 2 players left. Nongying's on the other side, probably monitoring the situation while PMSL was waiting for them to make big moves before they come in as well. Now Prem has this nade, and Genie Boys is pretty low. Start healing up. He's probably out of healing utilities. That nade will not reach him. So that is a save for him for now. But it's really not looking good for HLV. I mean, they're still at a 0.
Yeah, and this is where it really will be a tough pinch for them to try to make this one work out. Whereas in this game, it was not just the number one spot that will be vied upon on, where teams could look to overtake one another in this very span of the match. Really, that goes down to the wire on how this battle will commence. Speaking of which, Arjago that walks towards the direction of SOZIP. That's not where he needs to be right at the moment. Boom Esports will have him take down. And only 2 members remain for Boom Esports. Looking rather tough for them to make it out alive.
And Nongying, now they've activated their fighting power, and they're looking for targets now. Okay, but most of them are on the other side. So G9 has this high ground to try to gather information, but being in the radiation zone is going to be hard to see across. So that's the disadvantage of being in this area. But of course, the advantage is that the radiation zone is where the best of loots are here. So that's why all these teams, they are in this area together. Now for Boom Esports, at this point, only 2 players left, Raze as well as the Pan. And we all know before this that Raze is the wallet for the team, but he has not been able to loot up anything.
Yeah, and with so little spaces for them to work with, especially with the middle entirely being intersected by all the other squads, we absolutely understand why. But Ate is just going to go for the Hail Mary play against Jerry. Jerry wins out that trade. Still looking decent for Fellas ID, trying to keep themselves alive, but there's still one more charging through, and it gets dropped. Oh, this is looking bad. Jitties is also being burned up, but HLV, they are here to play spoilers, and they will just make themselves known to try to crush the hopes and dreams of Fellas. But with that big bang, Fellas remain to stand tall. 3 elimination points. But how much space can they now fit with whatever loot that there is in Missile Silo?
Ooh, man. But in Missile Silo, yeah. Without the numbers here, it's going to be kind of hard as well, right? You still need to have as many hands as possible to gather all those loots. At Nongying, they already sent one out, so they're pretty happy, and that's going to be Goddard. He's definitely the wallet for the team. Can we say that Nongying is right now done?
It might just be, but they're still FaZe Clan.
Okay.
I'm not too sure if it's fully 5 million. It seems to be the case because you look at SOZip, he's on the negative. G9 doesn't really carry much. How much does Foster realistically have at the moment? Such a great gameplay from Nongying, and now they can just battle to their heart's content to just disrupt all these other teams. Boom Esports, they're really thinking about what exactly will be the call here. They're on the negative. They only got 1 elimination point. So I say go party.
Oh, and here we go. Party it is. That FaZe Clan has a party in hand right now with Nongying firing onto ETS as well. ETS coming by, kind of helping FaZe Clan in the process. But Nongying, they wouldn't mind taking out these two teams together. They still have 3 players, so that could still happen. Now, to answer your question on to Foster, he definitely isn't having much. Okay, 370K. It's not really that much, so they would have cashed in like about 5 mil with just Goddard.
Wow, that is huge. And that really puts the pressure onto FaZe Clan. They do have that 4 mil. What if FaZe Clan wipes out all these teams and then just overtakes Nongying? Would they actually have enough? They did lose out quite a number of rounds in the prior matches that was played out. So if all of that considered, FaZe Clan might still be at least securing number 2 if things go their way. Quick knock. Foster, how does he see it through the fog?
I know, right? That is insane spot. Man. And not only that, he spotted another, maybe a zombie just below him just for kicks. But looks like we saw another elimination. So FaZe Clan now should be down to only 2 players with ETS behind them. Oh, FaZe Clan, yeah, they have 2 players now. Okay, Sakura is coming in. Goza is just right above it. Goza has a bit of this angle onto Sakura.
Kozer still having a little bit of that tight spacing to work things out. And it might just be FaZe Clan without... okay, now he should know. As a matter of fact, with third-party POV. Wait, I don't think he does. Oh, he turns his back. This is a good cap. Gozer now takes down Zhao James and will be traded right back. But it just erupts into this heated argument between ETS. 3 members down. FaZe Clan, they're clearing it up. And there's
1 more to go.
barely any more space. Can he do it? Sakura, he's going to be the hopes and dreams. And it will be ETS denying him. Oh, FaZe Clan, they only walk away with 1.9.
And Nongying, oh my goodness, is still in the game though. And Nongying, they were monitoring the situation. Now it's probably that turn to try to eliminate the members of ETS. Boom Esports. They're nowhere near. They're on the other side though, but they don't want to have any part of this. Look at this, Boom Esports. They're already playing this very passively, just hoping to be able to survive this round and not be absolutely eliminated.
Yeah, also keep in mind, Fellas ID, they recuperate. They now move right back into the missile silo in order to basically loot whatever scraps. And perhaps if they do find those crates coming in from members of ETS, members of FaZe Clan, this could still look to be a very strong round coming in from Fellas ID. Now that they're going up against Boom. Massive grenades fly right in, almost taking down Pram. This is just so tough A 2 versus 2 right at this very moment.
Ooh.
Dapen goes in for the push.
Oh, here we go. So Dapen right now at the forefront against FLS. And of course, if FLS gets eliminated, Nong Ying will be the happiest of them all, the closest contender that is. One nade sent across by Race, another molly will be sent just to push back the member of FLS. And there's no way they can march forward. Now, Prem has his own nade as well. If you can land it on the Dapen, this will be huge. But no, not the angle that he's looking for, but Dapen got it instead.
And now only down to one member remaining. Jerry's got to get out of here, and there's just fire all across the room, so there's just no way to even think about a revive. Jerry needs to just maybe take a couple of all these extra elimination points, or perhaps just get out of this map already. Look at the negative numbers. So with that being said, it could very well just be Nong Ying to secure it all in this match.
Ooh. Nong Ying, I mean, the moment Goda got out, they would have done it. But now it's about sealing the deal, right? About 3 more minutes, 30 seconds to go. Okay, there's an exit point here. And there's a team close by. Okay, that's going to be ETS. But for ETS, now we only see one player. The other player's on the other side. So they still need to eject together. But nevertheless, ETS, if you look at their value, they're at a negative right now. That's technically a 0, but Sping's still carrying 1.2 mil with him.
Perhaps this 1.2 mil will be able to allow him to search up ahead. Oh, look at that. ETS now takes over Boom Esports. So Boom, while they're still being busy in the middle coast, is not clear. Benz, he barely has enough loot, so he'll be sent to take on this battle. Foster, but by the outskirts, Raze might have actually spotted out Foster. And whatever stats that he has right now, this is going to be a head-to-head between these two players. But Raze, he turns his back. I think he has a clue, but he's not willing to commit. So what's going to be the call here for Boom Esports? With these two members, Foster is just taking precaution with Raze now running out in the open. He might be able to spot it, but it seems like it just moves past. That grenade will alert them nonetheless. So Foster just basically inviting them for a duel right now. It seems like it's like, no can do, bro. I'm just hoping to find whatever I can. And Nong Ying, they're just really playing as the keepers of Missile Silo.
And look at this. SOZip literally zipped himself to the same building as FLS. Now we're at a standoff here. With 2 more minutes to go. Will there be teams not cashing out in time? We've seen this before, this kind of standoff, and the last time we saw it, there were teams who were not able to make it out. So we might see the same case happening this time.
Perhaps so. Ben's lurking around, and Dapen just swerves past him. And now shots are being fired. They managed to clip him down. Oh, boom. They're taken out of the match already. So now it's between ETS as well as Nong Ying. 1.5 minutes to go. There are extraction points. Benz, is he going to be able to pull the trigger? Doesn't make a time to take down Foster as well as SOZip. Seems like they will go in for the knock. Oh boy. It seems like Foster did survive. Benz, he understands there's no more time left. He's going to go closer to the extraction zone. Sphinx, he's also looking for one, but where exactly is it? 1 minute left. And fellas, having Jerry to be the only one as he will make his way past. So down to Nong Ying and ETS right here. Only SOZip left. And it seems like they went in for the ejection already. But are they going to be able to make the cut? Nong Ying, if he doesn't move, then could it be that Nong Ying might not even get those results? Is he on the extraction point? I don't know.
Oh, the extraction point is just behind him.
Okay.
That's why he's chill. Okay, Sphinx stays his out. So now it's only SOZip. Okay, so everyone will be able to cash in whatever that they have collected this round. And we will wrap things up with, well, Nong Ying again running away with the points. Look at the amount that they have collected.
7 mil and 2 eliminations. And I think that we have ourselves a winner, Sir Cloud. But of course, we still have to tablet the scores because we want to see who else will match up to Nong Ying, who's brought back the fortune's favor of 7.3 million. not only were they brave and bold, they are the richest of them all.
Yeah, frankly, even if we don't calculate the numbers, just look at the poster where the one that comes out, who's like the winner of every round. Like Nongying, they scored like what, 4 out of 5? Yeah, 4 out of 5. Yeah, 4 out of 5. So by just looking at the 4 out of 5, I mean, do we even need to do the math, right?
Yeah, I think it's rather obvious, but it's more of us just trying to appreciate in moments time. You know, like, of course, between the other squads, though, that's where we really want to discuss who really got the best out of it. Was it ETS in that round that we saw? They got a couple of eliminations. Even FaZe Clan was taken out. So I hope that there was a member or so that did manage to book out with a decent amount of points. Whereas Fellas ID, they did manage to still make the cut. So I'm still thinking that it could still be Fellas ID with a very tiny little margin at second or even third. But of course, I'm hoping that Fellas ID would show us that they could draw it up close. But it really feels like there's just no other team capable of contending against Nongying throughout these 5 rounds.
Not at all, not at all. And if we were to reflect, right, like week 1, week 2, Nongying doesn't seem to be or didn't look to be the contender. Like they were like, okay, someone who's like, all right, they do make mistakes. Sometimes they don't cash out. Sometimes they got eliminated and all that. This is a well and renewed Nongying, I must say. And now I'm having thoughts, right? Is it a deliberate swap for them to move out Martin? And this is the results that they're getting? I don't know. I'm just putting it out there.
Well, honestly, Martin has done an exceptional job back in week 3. I feel like this gameplay has already been cooked up under their own recipes on how they have been able to look efficiently and also take up fights at the very same time. And with Martin's involvement, you also do have firepower to offer at the very same time. And there were points of time when Martin was playing in the group stages where he was the one being the backpacker of the team, where when Goddard gets into a little bit of trouble. So I would say, to be fair, Martin has also supplemented into the cause of the success of Nongying to really put up quite the showing to really show us how you can play Metro Royale and win with crazy numbers. If you guys have not played Metro Royale yet, make sure you just go ahead, log into the game, and you'll be able to see all these different game modes, and Metro Royale is going to be part of it. It does not really take too much space for you to download some of the maps, and it will just take a couple of minutes, and then lo and behold, you can have a whole lot of fun where Metro Royale is really stemming to be a very interesting esports mode, which I will look forward to in the future, because it really tests the best of abilities of all these teams out there. Survivability is key, but at the very same time, we want to take a look at how daring are these teams to go in for these loots.
Yes, and how daring did they get their return? And of course, Nongying 7.9 mil, followed by FaZe Clan 4.8 mil. By the way, everyone got their own eliminations in this round. Nobody went out 0. ETS 2.4 mil, followed by Boom Esports 1.4, FLS Fellas ID 1.3. They were the closest contenders to Nongying, and HLV. Though they did not earn anything through loots, but they scored 2 elimination points in the process, so they still take 600k in this round.
Yeah, they still have their pride intact by finally scoring some points, hitting into the very final match. And of course, it's none other than Goddard to be not only the MVP, but the Fortune's chosen one, as always, for Goddard to rack up that 4.6 million in his bag, carrying the weight of the entire squad of Nongying, and just cashing all these checks, all these Metro cash, in order to put them up to the top. And I think it's about time for us to announce who are our grand champions. But
calm
before
down.
that, we still have the recap of the match.
Yeah, calm down. We still need to look through the storyline of how Nongying does it again. Like, no hesitation for them. They went straight down to the middle. They were one of the earlier teams to be there. And because this map is as such, right, where the middle will always be the most valuable spot. We can see all the teams going through that area. when all the teams are there, it's really down to firepower, strategy on how you place yourselves, and so on and so forth to really fend off these teams. And obviously, Nong Ying, they did really well in that department.
That's right, and that's it. They were undisputed, uncontested, and will be your champions of the PMSL Southeast Asia Metro Royale. It's none other than Nong Ying of Thailand.
Our champions of last week and also champions in the grand finals, Nong Ying. Congratulations to them. Doing it in style. Out of the 5 maps, 4 maps, they were the team that came out with the most loot, and they were the team that came out with the most eliminations as well. Nong Ying, the legendary players, are back as your Metro Royal champion.
You have SOZIP, you have Martin, Goddard, G9, and of course the newly added member to also contribute to the success of Nong Ying. And it was not close. If you were to switch that number of 13 mil to 31, then maybe FLS will be able to actually get there. But congratulations also to fellas for claiming the second spot, as well as Boom Esports to make it to the second runner-up, third place with that 10 mil. But it was so close for FaZe Clan. They were 1 million shy to catch up to Boom Esports. But remember this, everybody walks away with a little real cash other than Metro cash. So of course, we thank all the teams for participating. It's been one hell of a show right here, Sir Cloud, and I can't be more happy for all of our participating teams throughout this grand finals.
And there's so much to learn from this tournament, right? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, a lot of you out there will be watching this and learning from the best and how to be the champions. And when we have the next season, then you'll be more prepared. Like, okay, this is going to be the best way to play this. We learn from them and try to practice. And who knows, you might be the new champion of next season's Metro Royale.
That's right. When you do see opportunities to sign up, make sure you guys head on over to PUBG Mobile Esports social media platform. Follow them, drop a subscribe or even a like if you will, so you can keep up to speed. And who knows, you guys might be able to be bagging not only Metro Cash, but up to $10,000 richer. So with that being said, Sir Cloud, it's been a great journey so far. Now it's time for us to witness history in the making as we carry on with the Battle Royale rounds in day 2 of the PMSL Southeast Asia, as we will bid you good evening.
It's time for your sacrifice. A 1,000 years ago, vampires, werewolves, and humans coexisted. Under the Dracula's tyranny, an alliance rose against him. On the brink of defeat, the Dracula went berserk, attacking all. Humans and werewolves sealed him in a castle, securing a fragile peace. Now, this peace is about to shatter. It's time for your sacrifice.
Oke, selamat sore dan selamat datang di hari kedua PSML Southeast Asia Fall 2024. Luar biasa sekali, ini kita berada di kota Surabaya pastinya. Dan luar biasa bisa kita lihat semua yang sudah hadir di sini. Kalian luar biasa, keren-keren. Mana suaranya sekali lagi Surabaya? Wow, oke. Dan untuk memulai acara pada sore hari ini tentunya di PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2024 ini sudah ada 2 player nih. Luar biasa banget dari VOIN Donkey ID. Kita kasih tepuk tangan dulu dong. Sudah ada Zeta dan juga Potato saat ini, and we're gonna start the interview first with these both 2 player from VOIN Donkey ID. We have Zeta right beside me. So, hi Zeta.
Hi.
Zeta, I have several questions I'm gonna ask to you. Last year, you didn't even make it to the finals, but this year you made an impressive comeback. Not only reaching the grand final, but also outperforming the Indonesian team after day 1. So, what has changes for your team this season compared to the last year? Jadi pertanyaannya adalah, kan tahun kemarin nih kamu nggak berhasil masuk sampai ke final ya kan? Tapi kali ini kamu berhasil masuk ke final dan bahkan bisa dibilang tim kamu meng-outperform tim-tim Indonesia lainnya saat ini. Mungkin bisa cerita nggak apa yang berubah nih dari tim season ini dibandingkan dengan season atau tahun lalu?
Mungkin yang tahun kemarin nggak ada potato ya. Kalau sekarang kita ada potato kan mungkin ya lebih pede lah.
Lebih pede ya, berubah karena ada potato ya. So, Zeta said because this year the main changes is they having potato right now. So maybe potato is the key player, they change the whole things. Okay. Pertanyaan kedua, our second question. Going into day 2, how do you plan to maintain your momentum and keep ahead of the competition? Especially with the Indonesian team being one of the strongest contenders in Southeast Asia. Di hari yang kedua ini, rencana kalian apa nih untuk mempertahankan momentum kemenangan kalian dan juga menjadi yang paling depan di kompetisi ini? Apalagi bisa dibilang tim Indonesia merupakan kandidat yang sangat kuat sekali di Southeast Asia.
Ya nggak ada planning apa-apa sih, ya tetap main have fun aja mungkin.
Okay, so they said that they didn't have any specific plans. They only want to have fun and play what best they can. Jadi memang cuma pengen, yang penting have fun aja ya, enjoy the game ya.
Yeah.
Okay. Now going to Potato. Potato, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Oh wow, okay. Pertanyaannya adalah, Potato, you were previously a member of the championship team, Alter Ego. And you've competed in the grand finals. Now you are facing the former teammates on this prestigious stage as an opponent. And you're currently leading by a large margin. Do you have anything you'd like to say to them? Kalau kita lihat ya, waktu itu kan kamu sempat bermain di tim pemenang yaitu Alter Ego, betul ya? Dan sekarang kalian atau kamu harus menghadapi mantan teman-teman kamu nih di Alter Ego. Dan bahkan bisa dibilang VOIN Donkey ID juga memimpin dengan jumlah angka yang lumayan jauh dari mereka. Mungkin ada yang pengen kamu sampaikan ke teman-teman kamu tersebut? Silakan Donkey.
Semangat lah buat mereka, masih ada 2 hari juga dan juara terakhir mereka juga comeback di hari 3, semoga bisa ngulangin itu lagi.
Okay, so yeah, keep up the good spirit yeah, and they still have, this is still day 2, they still have the day 3 and hope they can perform well as well in day 3. Okay, Potato, next question. Do you have confidence that together with your new teammates, you can claim the championship titles once again? Apakah kamu yakin saat ini punya kepercayaan bahwa kamu dengan teman-teman yang baru saat ini bisa kembali merebut kemenangan tersebut?
Yakin banget sih, karena mereka juga saling percaya satu sama lain dan percaya saya. Jadi kemungkinannya besar banget buat dapatkan titel juara itu lagi.
Wow, kasih tepuk tangan dulu dong buat Potato. Luar biasa banget. So Potato said that he very believe with their teammates because their teammates as well believe in each other and also with Potato. So they believe they gonna win and get the championship titles today. Alright. Anyway, Potato, you are coming from Surabaya. So this is your home soil as well. And now you're playing here and the crowd is supporting you. What does it feel? Kan kamu dari Surabaya nih, ya kan? Pasti banyak dong di sini yang hadir tentunya untuk mendukung Potato juga. Dan kamu lagi main di kota kamu sendiri, yaitu Surabaya. Menurut kamu bagaimana rasanya bisa bermain di kota kelahiran sendiri?
Rasanya senang banget sih, dan ini salah satu cita-cita saya juga main di Surabaya. Dan semoga bisa memberikan permainan yang terbaik lah buat rumah sendiri.
Amin, kita kasih tepuk tangan dulu dong juga buat Potato. Amin ya, kita mendoakan yang terbaik pastinya. So this is one of his dream as well, to play in his hometown as well and to able perform the best for the hometown. Okay, Potato, last question. Is your family and friends here? And do you have any words for them? Kamu teman-teman atau mungkin keluarga ada yang datang nggak ke sini? Dan mungkin kalau ada yang datang, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan mungkin?
Minta supportnya sih dari kerabat ataupun keluarga, doain terus biar VOIN dan GEEK bisa memberikan permainan yang terbaik lah.
Oke, tapi datang, teman-teman atau keluarga datang?
Datang semua.
Mana tuh? Ada kelihatan nggak di sini? Tapi datang ya?
Itu tuh, ujung
mana?
sana.
Keluarganya Potato mana? Keluarganya Potato. Wow. Coba-coba yang mau dukung Potato sekali lagi suaranya boleh lebih kencang. Wow. Alright. So we have a lot of supporters here supporting you, rooting for you, Potato. And what Potato want is please keep supporting him. Also supporting VOIN, Donkey, ID as well. And hopefully they able to get a great score on today's match. Oke, sekali lagi boleh kita kasih tepuk tangan dulu dong untuk kedua tim. Yang luar biasa sekali, dua player ini ada Zeta dan juga ada Potato. Dan kita doakan yang terbaik tentunya untuk pertandingan hari ini, oke? Semangat ya teman-teman ya, good luck juga nanti di match berikutnya. Dan kita sebentar lagi akan segera mulai, tapi sebelum ini, sekali lagi Surabaya, boleh kita dengar suaranya? Alright, dan nampaknya di sana juga di bawah udah ada Sanskuy ya, udah ada Dona, udah ada Jelly juga yang mau membantu meramaikan. Mungkin boleh dipimpin Sanskuy sekali dulu. Coba. Wow, sekali lagi kita tepuk tangan untuk Indonesia. Tentunya kita mendoakan yang terbaik baik untuk VOIN, Donkey ID maupun juga tim-tim Indonesia lainnya yang akan bertanding sebentar lagi. Jadi langsung saja kita akan segera mulai pertandingan yang pertama. Langsung kita akan lemparkan ke para caster kita yang akan memimpin pertandingan ini. Caster, silakan.
We are back for day 2 in the grand finals of 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall season. We meet you and Sir Cloud will be your casters and storytellers here today. I love that interview so much. We have a bit of a Cinderella story coming up from VOIN Donkey from all the way at the very bottom. Now finally get themselves into the top 5 within a day.
Yeah, they started the grand finals with 1 point, entered the grand finals through a tiebreak. How tight this was. And yeah, nice to see them here. And the Potato playing in his home ground, so it's going to make a good start. But we still have 12 more games.
Speaking of the games here today, we're looking for will be another hat-trick chicken by the Xaviers, or will be a different team coming up, entirely different ones that did not show up yesterday. We talked about how much we are looking for our defending champions, which could be Alter Ego, as well as Boom, the recent back-to-back champions as well in the past few seasons, especially this year. But it seems like they are fumbling a bit and seem to be struggling when it comes to the grand finals, when it comes to the first day. But when it comes to second days, it's going to be a different story entirely.
Yeah, the former champions are kind of struggling. It's going to be something there just to check out what's going to happen today. And these are your participating teams. So these Xavier, Vampire Esports, Alliance, Donkeys, RRQ, VOIN, MORPH, FAZE Clan, TALON, BTR, Team 79, Team C, Alter Ego, and GEEK, and Boom.
Now for today, we're going to look for the teams on the second page, especially the team did not show up yesterday. Will they actually make a bit of review and just regroup and reassess as a team, as a unit on the backstage with their coaching staff, just to get what they need to fix here today? But in case you guys join us when it comes to the grand finals day number 2, we're already down to the grand finals. Yeah, yesterday was the 6th of September. We're down to the 7th of September, and tomorrow will be the last day of the grand finals.
And tomorrow is the grand finals, but today is going to be day number 2. And yesterday they started with a finals hit start points. So do know that some of these had a good start, some of them did not, but it's all about equalizing the points now.
But when it comes to the prize pool, don't forget it's going to be a lion's share of 200,000 USD to the pockets of whoever actually get the most share out of this tournament, yeah? So do tell us, who do you think will finally score and lift the trophy this year? Will be one of these two teams that we have the comparison between the Xaviers and VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, we're obviously with 3 winners, can't deny that average placement points is definitely going to be higher than anyone else. 5, and they score a lot more in terms of the elimination department. That's going to be 5.8, the highest of them all, but not too far away. It's going to be RR with 5.2.
Now, when it comes to the other fraggers, yesterday has been a lot of fragging coming out from Vampires. No chicken for most of these teams across the board, except for, of course, the Xaviers. And MORPH also scored yesterday chicken. There's only 3 teams that scored chicken yesterday, but we're going to rewatch your highlight. The Xaviers, they scored multiple chickens in the first Sunhawk, and then went over to the 3rd map of Erangel and 4th map of Erangel as well, but then they stopped their momentum when it comes to heading into Miramar, because when it comes to Miramar, that's where VOIN Donkey came back for the last map, and we have MORPH as well coming in for the first chicken dinner Miramar map. But for the Xaviers, yesterday they were on the beast mode. Can they carry the momentum here today?
Oh yeah, they were exploded yesterday. The players doing very well. Lamborghini did very well in this game as well. Towards he came out with a solo performance that took out 3 enemies towards the end for them to chicken dinner as well. And there were many amazing moments, like Chua came in onto week 3 and he looked like he never left the team. Well, if you look at the overall rankings from the Xavier, they are top, but the gap is not that big. It's about 10 points from them and Vampire Esports. We have Alliance, who's doing pretty nice as well. Currently at 3rd place with 56 points, and let's all remember that Alliance only needed 2 weekends to come into the grand finals.
Now, when it comes to Boom, we talked about them before. It's going to be Boom at the very bottom right now with Alter Ego. Plays himself 14, plays our GEEK fam, placing at 15 in between these 2 titans here. I just hope they will have a wake-up call and will come back stronger. But fortunately now, we're just done with day number 1. So it means the gap between the teams are not too significant at the very time being. But starting off our grand finals day 2, GMT +7, it's going to be our time zone, so make sure you fix your time schedule accordingly. We're starting off with Sunhawk and triple Erangel, then we're going to head into a double Miramar. But don't forget, in between the 2nd and 3rd Erangel, we're going to have a bit of a break for the teams to have a bit of a breather and maybe just try to have some reshuffle and reassess with the coach in case he needs some changes on the second half of the day.
Yeah, and also to remind everyone that Sunhawk, these Xaviers got the chicken dinner yesterday, and it wasn't the king of Alter Ego. In fact, went out with 0 points inside the Sunhawk match. So it's not that they were expected to do well, but they did not. So we got 2 more Sunhawks, including Sunhawk, that will be played right after this. So Alter Ego, if they want to fight, they have to start it right now. Here are teams to focus, and Chuchu's going all the way here.
I mean, these are the teams that deserving triple chicken mention here. Just to put up a triple chicken, perhaps another here today for the coming up the Xavier's performance. Why not? I mean, like, if they can actually 2 days in a row score himself a hat-trick, that's something, a record breaking that nobody able to actually do it just yet. So maybe the Xaviers, you can put it up with the challenger.
Yeah, so the Xavier will be interesting to see if they can maintain their momentum, because there was one season earlier this year, Alliance, they scored 3 chicken dinners in the day, they did very well. And then again, when it came to day 2, day 3, they lost steam. So hopefully these areas not being put in that sort of situation. But who's in the situation? I know that FAZE is playing.
Oh wow, a bit of Misty Spray to have a fresher start for the day. VOIN, Donkey really gonna have it going. I'm loving the fact that, you know, they definitely want to make it better, and it just making you know, feel good about yourself. You have to have the confidence against all the other 60 players out there, and to have those spray. I think that was Razak or Mineral Story. I didn't catch that person just now, but yeah, but he definitely needed a better start for the day, and we do know when it comes to getting feeling good, it's always going to end up good as well. But for the other teams, we don't have any major shuffles based on yesterday's player lineup, unless we're going to have the second half of the day. But we're going to have to wait and see. Will they have the same lineup as they did yesterday as well? Because I'm looking for especially, like, I'm not really you know, just focusing on one team, but I personally do love a lot of Red FAZE in the game, and TALON, I don't know, will they deploy, because Red FAZE played for the last game, very last game yesterday coming up for TALON, and it changes so much. It just reflected based on the numbers too. And TALON, when they have Red FAZE, their fragging power is way more than the 5 maps prior to that, because before then they didn't actually put Red FAZE in the lineup. So I'm kind of questioning what is the main strategy here coming up from the coaching staff, or even and as a talent lineup for now. Why did they deploy one of the players that can bring so much numbers in the very last minute? Well, we do have Vampires as the usual lineup. Nobody can replace Tony K, of course, for now, but sometimes, you know, he needs a breather, and we get to see that Fluke will actually coming in later on, and I'm loving the crowd, the energy there. So in case you guys happen to be in Surabaya, Indonesia, don't forget to just casually drop towards the venue and make yourself at home and just enjoy the game as well. Well, we have Alter Ego. It's going to be Alva playing in the first map as well. So there will be some swaps according to the maps here. Yesterday the trend was Sunhawk will be having some players, like in the case of, I think it was probably RIQ, that they have Asa play the first Sunhawk, and then later for the last team Marama they put Asa back, and or maybe No Mercy or Snape. And yesterday Snape was taking away the MVP for day number 1 grand finals by the end of day 1. So I'm questioning if RRQ will try to put Snape all day long here, or will they put him at bench side, because right now they cannot afford to put aside Snape, because we are talking about the grand finals. A lot of things at stake here, and they have to push all out cylinders, even it's just game number 1. And speaking of game number 1, we're heading into Sunhawk very soon, and the players already buckled up with their headgears. It means that the lobby will be ready up, so we're gonna head into our first map of Sunhawk today. Now flying into Sunhawk from the very south, we're going to drive all the way, or fly all the way towards Camp Bravo, coming up from Sami. Yesterday we saw a couple of teams having early skirmishes, very scrappy fight indeed when it comes to Sunhawk. It all depends on the circle, and yesterday's circle comprises of all 3 islands, so will be another generous circle coming up for Sunhawk.
Generous circle for Alter Ego will not be generous for anyone else. So if a generous circle, let's see who will get the generousness of it. We are looking forward to seeing early fights. Okay, we're gonna see again. So we saw this yesterday, Sem9 and MORPH, and yesterday Sem9 won against MORPH. MORPH did not take home any points at all, and we're gonna see round 2 now.
MORPH always going to be the first few teams that engaging in early fights here. based on Sem9 drop as well, so I'm not surprised it's going to happen once more. And we do know when it comes to Sem9, they love to take the fight as well. They never back up for each other. When it comes to MORPH, don't forget about Hazel. Yesterday has been quite a performance by this player, making so much work for the team to score himself that chicken dinner. But Sem9, they're just aiming for those elimination numbers. Here comes first contact mate. They are dropping the bullets to the side of Hazel.
Yeah, we can see that MORPH, they're pinned down to a corner based on the minimap, while Sem9, they have the space to continue to loot. And Fear is going to be the one to guard MORPH while his other teammates circle around, continue to pick up valuable loot, and maybe even enclose onto MORPH later on. But MORPH, they're making a move. But look at this circle. Oh, man. Okay, came out for a circle, but lots of water.
This is going to be a rare one indeed. Usually we're going to have a very northern side of circle, but this one a bit more to its left. Not a bit more, very much more to its left side. But one knocked down the side of MORPH for the rest of Sem9. Right now they barely got enough arsenal, but enough to get himself covered. Just a tiny bit. A level 1 helmet, no vest for the side of Boo. But for Sem9 they slightly stocked up better than compared to MORPH. But here comes the corner. It's going to be a corner throws between these two players. But if UI can score this one, it will be big entry for Sem9.
Oh yeah, they got the first knock though. They just need to follow up. But there's one player from MORPH. Looks like he wants to go for the flank instead. Bobohu will finally score first blood. 3 more members from MORPH in this area, and they don't have the circle, so they have to make it quick.
UI cooking another one. DBS double down on the side of MORPH as well. They didn't manage to save Flippy. That's going to be first sacrifice, the first blood into Sunhawk. Toyo coming up from behind. Barely got enough ammunition, but both sides seem to be struggling to stock themselves up.
Oh, but looks like it's not much of a struggle for Sem9. So far, so good for them. They continue to pin down MORPH. But then again, we are 20 more seconds till the zone starts to close. We have seen that sort of situation before. If both teams are still stuck here when the zone comes, it's for the most part not a good sign for either side. But we can see Sem9, they are making the proactive move. They know they have the numbers, and they may execute their plan, so they're just on the next building now.
And UI trying to find all the corners down. Slowly pushing himself in, but we do have another visitor coming up very soon. Team Flash seems to be closing the gap and in distance. They definitely heard these audio cues coming up from the players in the crossfire. Sem9 will have to wrap things around quickly before another visitor come in. And here comes double down by Furen with a DBS. And next he's trying to clear the corners by one more player, and MORPH will be the first one to be ousted again. Feels like a 2-0 right now as Sem9 won another skirmish. Early scrappy fight against MORPH.
Yeah, same like yesterday. MORPH failed to come out with anything at all in this fight. Sem9 now has the entire area for them to loot, and they can navigate around the outskirts of it as well to move towards the circle, which so happened they are in the same island. So at least they don't need to worry about the choke points for now.
Speaking of choke points, there's not plenty of time for the teams to actually get into the circle here. We do know how the circle heavily dependent on the side of Sunhawk map, so each of every single IGL right now reconsidering about their rotations regarding of how the circle just happen to be in one direction only. There'll be a lot of scrappy fights in the center too. Now, for the teams that seem to be not too far off around the other coastline, they will actually try to stock themselves up. First of all, BTR forcing themselves into a fight, a CQC against FaZe Clan and Venturis. They all got themselves a DBS, but it's going to be clearing out the corners that will be seems to deem difficult on the side of BTR too.
Well, it's difficult for Lapar to land a shot to Venturis. Venturis will get Leon Pung as well, who's starting for BTR today. And now coming for the back, Venturis 2 bullets left for his DBS, and it will be enough for FaZe Clan to eliminate BTR.
FaZe Clan stocking up. There's a lot of bullets to reload it into the DBS itself, but Talon seems to be very interested after this kerfuffle here just now. Another one of Indonesian region teams seems to be taken out early, and this time we have another contender coming up from another Indonesia region teams, which is going to be Talon. Misery. No Red Face. Oh, Red Face been deployed quite early this time. Now things might change for Talon, who knows, but Misery He definitely knows exactly where Mela. For the side of Mela, he sends a threat. He knows exactly there's an audio cue. There'll be somebody there lurking around the corner and try to check things out. Misery being busted when it comes to his position. They have to relocate himself.
Misery leaves this area, focusing on to getting into the higher ground instead, and that's a good strategic location for them to try to gatekeep FaZe Clan in case the circle moves away, because they only have about a minute left. Might as well secure a better spot and play the gatekeeping role, because there's a likeliness that the circle will move away from this L house.
Talon, Axel, holding their position here. Trying to push themselves to a side of FaZe Clan. Seems like they have to put on hold for their plans. Deviated from their original plan here since they're already being discovered. How about for VOIN, Donkey, Razak have to fight this by himself. It's a 3v1. He got himself a 2. He might actually score the entire crew of Boo by himself. What is happening? Razak with a Vector managed to knock down 2 on the knees. It's going to be the entire squad by himself. Razak can actually do this. Cleaning up job. 1v4, you joking? Razak's no stopping at this guy, and the rest of the crew of VOIN Donkey is yet to be here to give him backup.
Well, backup has arrived though, but Razak got eliminated. Nevertheless, Yummy May is still busy with Potato knocking him down. Okay, they still need to defend themselves against VOIN Donkey. There's another member of VOIN Donkey on the other side, but look at this circle, man! Stage 2 is still split between the Camel Island and also the Ruins Island.
It's going to be difficult. A lot of choke points here today, especially when it comes to the bridge last circle. We might actually ended up on top of the bridge in the next couple of stages here. It's going to be a 50-50 for the teams to decide whether to go to the north or south, but we're not done with Boom versus VOIN Donkey. Despite they had almost three members knocked down before, here comes the rest of the crew of VOIN Donkey. Unfortunately, they had such a huge upper hand before, but Razak was fighting that by himself. And it's a very late backup coming in on the side of VOIN Donkey here, willingly giving their bodies one by one to us. Boom, after they managed to reset themselves. I don't know what's the plan for VOIN Donkey, but this don't seem to be working out for the team with only Vaxi left alive.
Well, it was too bad that the Potato got knocked when he was charging in. If not, it might be a different story. So Vexy is now alone. He was playing the support role behind, as always, and now being the sole member of VOIN Donkey, he might want to stay away from this fight, but he'll be forced to move forward as well. So it looks like he's going to take another exit route using the C. I wonder how he will navigate around Boom Esports. But as long as Boom Esports does not know that he's there, he should be fine.
And back towards the other teams that have not putting into action yet so far, including Alliance here, taking a bit of rotation. RQ, I'm surprised they're always going to love the bridge fight, but seems to me they're taking a bit of compound instead of bridge. In fact, he resort to only swimming, trying to take control over the water area by himself, but it's going to be difficult with him alone to actually just cover himself, make sure that he survived long enough. But Boom, speaking of control of the waters, they definitely try to park himself right on top of everybody else in case there's more swimmers down there. So, Boom, if they make use of this advantage, despite having only 3 players, they can actually farm for more kills and eliminations.
Well, speaking about eliminations, Team Flash just scored 1 out of Mika. Mika got surprised there. The other members of GEEK fam still around the corner. And let's see. Looks like they want to go and try to take this one against Team Flash. Although they are on a deficit when it comes to manpower. Audrey will lead the charge. Sonics will be playing today. So it looks like Izane is the one that is taking a break. Damroot is playing the support role as usual behind. So they'll follow up onto Team Flash now.
GEEK fam, yesterday has not been so proactive for them. But here comes the challenge, taking a bit of an awkward angle. Audrey still managed to shoot from below upwards. It's going to be a next one, 2 different angles. He needs to swing this big. But here comes the Nate's prepping up with also a support cover fight from the back row by the rest of the teammate. But Team Flash is slowly being pushed down all the way towards the lower ground here. And Audrey managed to take covers and take control of the elevation with a couple of rocks as the hard covers. But on the side of GEEK fam, things seem to be difficult for them to work out as a team.
Yeah, the moment they spot Damroot, that's it. No support fire. So now it's only down to Sonics and Audrey. Audrey's pretty low. He's healing up. He managed to heal up, but Audrey Knocked down by Batman from the side. Nice flank by Batman. Now it's only Sonics all alone. And the blue will continue to put pressure onto him. And he's still surrounded by the members of Team Flash. But look at this ridiculous circle. This is the most insane Sanhok circle this season.
One of the most rare mythical circle coming up for this Sanhok. And when it comes to that, it's just super rare, extremely rare at that. And it's going to be pulled all the way down south to Tambang. And it's going to be, really tough for the players to cut across those bridges because a lot of teams already got themselves on top of Cam Alpha already. But Team Secret, they might actually spot out Vaxi. I think Trung can sense a threat around the corner. I think, unless if they were taken by surprise, and it was a surprise attack. And Vaxi, Trung a bit later to realize there's somebody there. He was actually taking the front line, but it's going to be an innate finish of a VOIN Donkey. Vaxi last player, but fortunate enough, VOIN still managed to secure another 2 eliminations.
Yeah, he still managed to get away with something, right? So not too bad considering that he was the lone ranger for the team. But for Alliance, looks like they are falling to the hands of D Xavier while we have Roy now on screen against Talon, and both of these teams are in the blue. But of course, when we talk about advantage, Talon has a little bit more advantage since the exit point is just behind them. The pressure is onto Roy right now, but they managed to get a knockdown onto Misery. The other members of Talon looks like they left this area.
Roy spotted out the players of Talon here. It's going to be easy work, not breaking any sweat for Khan. It was a beautiful spray, by the way, but the problem is they have to just tank out the blue for a bit much longer. For Alliance, I don't know what happened, but it didn't work out for their rotations as well. This awkward circle make it so difficult for the players to get used and adapt to this, because we never had this sort of circle inside of this very, very few Sanhok map that we actually get to play. But on the side of Roy, they need to know if there's somebody else around the corner. They have to check those elevations just to cut across into the safe circle and safe zone. But on the side of teams from the inner side, we talked about Tambang might be the hottest spot right now for these Xaviers. They tried to cross over, they managed to do so. And we saw last time I saw as well, RIQ seems to be bridge camping. Now I'm gonna have to wait and see. I'm curious regarding their POV right now.
Yeah, so far RQ so good, so I wonder where they are as well. Probably gatekeeping other teams. But what we're sure is that FaZe Clan is trying to keep D Xavier. Nice long range there by Paragin, spotting out another movement, but there's movement here by RRQ. So it looks like no bridge camping for them. They want to take the high ground instead.
Paragin. These Saviors, as per usual, when it comes to how they actually play the game, they're going to keep very calm, as cool as cucumber at first, not making too much noise. But when it comes to stage number 4 onwards, that's where they start to prowl for their praise. But next is going to be Vampire Circle all day long. Northern side of Tambang, where the circle hits right on top of that compound. It's going to be a good place, a very sweet spot that Vampire secured themselves. Not just they managed to get a good view to us, whoever tried to cross the bridge, but that's pretty much one of the most solid hard covers you can actually work with as a team.
Yeah, and this is a big one here for Vampire. They have to make it work. But for the other teams, they're definitely not happy with this sort of circle. It's still like, what, 40% of water at stage 4 circle? And they have to make it work somehow. But anyway, Alter Ego, unhappy that they lost the circle. Now they have to fight through Boom eSports, but they got the advantage.
Alter Ego trying to fight through the smoke. Yummy May, here comes the CQC with Alva and DBS. Yummy May used to be known as master of DBS. He got himself a good matchup this time against Alva based on his yesterday's performance as well. But for Alter Ego, they lost Rosemary early on, but no problem for them. But they need to deal with Team Secret and Boom at the same time. There's a huge swing on 2 different angles with 2 different, very different levels of terrain. And in the meantime, they have to think about how to cross over the other side of the circle, because right now we do know Vampires are gatekeeping whoever tried to cross on the northern side.
Well, these areas having a hard time crossing past FaZe Clan. It's been quite a while since we last saw them actually face off, but now we're going to see FaZe Clan still trying to hold their ground against D Xavier. Here we go, Levi's with the DBS. Chua, he does have an S12K on the left side. There's somebody there. There's going to be Mela trying to hold his ground against 2 members of D Xavier. He's really low as well, and he will be naded now by Levi's.
Nonsense, finish off the job, and the rest of these Aegis, unfortunately, will be eliminated early this time. Look at the crowd cheering as our triple chicken dinner teams. That seems to be still at number 1 spot right now, with Vampire barely got any scores here. Being eliminated, eradicated by the teams when it comes to FaZe Clan. But for Roy, unfortunately, it's going to be another difficult height for them too as a center. They have to fight against TALON. FaZe repositioned himself all the way towards the outskirts at the back row entirely. But problem is, he couldn't actually reach out to help his teammate who's bleeding out right in front of Roy.
And right in front of Roy, there's still Redface there. And Redface, pretty much the final member of TALON. He still has the circle for now, but the circle will shift in a little bit more, and it goes again towards Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports, man, still the best spot possible in this kind of circle. But look at the elimination feed. Vampire Esports, they are in action right now. They just took out Razy, who's the final player for Boom Esports.
To get out from ruins, there's a lot of structures in between. We talked about a bridge before, and it's going to be a lot of teams that are resorting to swim here. And if Vampires can actually take control of the northern side of the water, one of them have to watch out around the bridges or around the docks area where they actually do have the compound here right now for Vampires. That would be great as well to get a bit of a view who will be swimming. But for Redface, he has to deal Roy by himself, getting on 1. Now Redface can see he scores another 2, just try to bait him out, kiting away towards the side of Roy. But Redface, is going to be too much fire on the outskirts as well. It's going to be FaZe Clan from behind his back. Is being surrounded left, right, and center. For Redface, it's do or die time, but unfortunately, it's still going to be Roy. Outplayed Redface.
Yeah, it was difficult for Redface anyway. I mean, he was alone against Roy, but he still scored 1, so not too bad for Redface at the end of the day. But RQ, okay, for the Camp Alpha Island, they managed to make themselves to the other side, the Ruins Island, but now they do have FaZe Clan here. Beautiful nade by Assad, not Mela back down the moment he came up.
Oh, he needs to prep the nade to perfectly be exploded in the nick of time. We have Tony K. I talked about the coastline of the northern side of where they actually stand right on the outskirts of Ruins as well. Across the other side. Tony K, keep an eye out towards all the swimmers down there. Vampires got full control of the waters here right now, but Tony K cannot afford to get knocked down. And when they have Tony K down, that's going to be a lot of loopholes for Vampires to be breached by the teams that are crossing over from swimming or from the bridge side.
Whoa! Wow, that was almost a blind nade there by Onsens. Beautifully landed onto Roy. And now looks like FaZe Clan, they're going to charge in. They know they got the knock against Tony K. This is their chance, but Schweppes will try to stop Vintores from coming any further forward. Vintores has the higher ground advantage with the DBS. Close quarters combat will be an advantage for him. But he has to spot out Schweppes, and he will knock down Schweppes as he was distracted on the right.
Outplayed, outmaneuvered by Vintores here just now, playing around the rock. What a strong rock. FaZe Clan utilize it well. Vintores now down two players on the side of FaZe Clan. 8 elimination by Vintores himself only. Something is up for FaZe Clan here with Onzen score himself a 3. A double-digit elimination across the board for FaZe Clan. Taking it strong for the first map of the day in day number 2 grand finals here. While Vampires has got himself a 5. They lost Schweppes, but at least they managed to revive Tony K. Now, unfortunately, the moment Tony K get knocked down, they have to prettily sitting indoors because there's no way for them to get out now. It's a bit too late, but they don't really necessarily need to go out of their way here. Even though they might get breached by the dockside area of their left side of the circle. But at least they got themselves quite centralized into the circle as well. Solid compound, hard covers, that's all what they need here, including Team Flash, who's sharing the neighborhood alongside with Vampires.
Oh, well, Alter Ego haven't found that circle yet. Still in the water. But the moment they dock themselves, there will be a risk that they will be found out by Vampire Esports. Lucy's looking at the shoreline. He probably saw both of them there. But he's no longer pointing his crosshair, so he probably missed that.
Trying to scout out for any swimmers down there. Roy and Team Flash seems to be having a go. There's also Sam 9 with Team Flash. I feel like Team Flash will be focused all onto them right now. Vampires on the other hand will be left to just salvage whatever they can from the sideline. They will try to steal the kills here. And the one that actually winning it big is going to be Vampires. Despite the lost Schweppes early on, they're still going to be A-OK because all eyes onto Flash. with all the audio cues towards that side. And Alter Ego barely docked himself on the shoreline. It's going to be Alter Ego exploited by Tony K as well. As Stone spotted out Firen. It's going to be Sam9 focusing on towards a different area. They're looking up the wrong way here for the other teams.
Well, at least for Vampire Esports, they're looking at the correct way to try to stop Sam9 from coming in. And Sam9 having a hard time. Okay, Kenny got Gosu at least. But they're still now out of the crosshairs of Vampire Esports. Still a solid compound since they have the circle though. But for Sam9, now it's their chance to move forward. They create that smoke bridge and they move on to the next building.
Speaking of building up into the circle, well, we do have Vampire still holding and controlling the circle here for now. In the less than 3 seconds to go, we get to know whether the circle will shift away or not. It's still Vampire circle all day long here for Flash. They being skirmished left, right, center. There's no way out for Team Flash. It's already being hammed down by Sam9 and FaZe Clan at the same time. While on the side of Vampires, they've been controlling the circle since the start. And they got the best view out of all the teams that actually just get into the circle here as well. But for FaZe Clan, these elevation were put up to good use. And they have to scout out Sam9 first. But Sam9 do have those hard covers. But the only one that can actually take Sam9 down indoors is going to be Vampires. They do have a better sightings on Sam9, especially Boo Boo Hoo and the rest like Firen and Kenny through those windows.
Vintorez knocked down by Kenny. Beautiful shot there. Vintorez and FaZe Clan, they were so busy from the start. You gotta think about it. 12 eliminations now for FaZe Clan. Another nade sent on to Onzens. And the zone just stopped right behind them. So they have to make this recovery quick right now. But at least M9, they're busy with Vampire Esports. Now that will allow FaZe Clan to reset.
Now this is going to be big for FaZe Clan. 9 eliminations on the board with Vintorius leading with 12 total for FaZe Clan. There's no stopping this beast mode for this duo. And now they're going to have to push in. The Blues will start to close from their backside first. While Vampires, they still have hard covers. It's forcing FaZe Clan to push all the way down. But Vintorius been knocked down by Sam9. And it's down to only one last player for FaZe Clan. Tony K next. It's going to be a three-way war across this wall. Boo-boo jump shot is still Vampires winning over. It's not done yet. As long as it still fight his way through, it's gonna be 2v1. But Onzon, if he scored this, he will make such a big call for FaZe Clan. But when it comes to the numbers, Vampires have crazy amount of eliminations too.
Oh, that's a lot of damage to the Onzens. Now it's all in for Vampire Esports to wrap things up. And Ruins is their hometown. No other team will be able to take it away from them.
These two die region teams, something is cooking and something is definitely burning down, which can be the players that they eliminated, eradicated completely by these two bulldoze team. Vampires and FaZe Clan both score double digit. For side Vampires, I think everyone put in their heavy labor work, but when it comes across FaZe Clan, those duo, I mean Vintorius, well, we never get to see this much Vintorius before. It's been a while we actually see this side of Vintorius. We finally gonna have him back.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. If they got the chicken dinner, for sure Vintorius will be the MVP. But the ones that got the chicken dinner is going to be Vampire Esports. And look who came out with the most damage. Surprise, surprise. It's Tony K with the most damage and also the most eliminations. And in total, they scored themselves a total elimination of 15 eliminations. Wow, that's still a lot of eliminations considering that they got the circle.
It's 12 eliminations in total here just now, with Tony K score almost half of it at 5 eliminations, 743 damage, thanks to his position that actually place himself around the northern side of where a lot of swimmers coming in, just around the bridge area, because he knows if he didn't guard over that side, there'll be a lot of breach coming in by the other teams towards the those jetties where we have very small compounds there. But thanks to Tony K also contributing so much eyes and insights and as well as info for the team. But don't forget about FaZe Clan. Vintorius, that was a monster bulldozing everyone from behind. Also Team Flash and Sam9, there was still a pretty decent run for them, with the least amount scored time coming up from Team Flash at only 9 minutes. But hey, FaZe Clan had it even less at 4 minutes. Let's rewatch a highlight. What a rowdy Sandhawk as the start of Grand Finals Day 2.
In terms of rotations, Vampire Esports, they really need to do that much as they got the luck of the circle towards them instead of the circle going to Camp Alpha Island. They played the defensive role really, really well to score 13 eliminations, and that brought them 23 points as the team who scored the chicken dinner.
It was a very decisive circle indeed for Vampires to adapt. I saw how they rotate back to Camp Alpha, crossing the bridge and take it back in the last minute. They was close to losing that compound towards the other team. It was a very tough decision coming up from Vampires to call it out just now. But for FaZe Clan Venturas, something is up from these guys, man. But MORPH and Alliance did not score too much. They were fighting a bit too early, especially MORPH against M9. Again, there's some rivalry between these two teams here.
Yeah, for the Sami area, so it's already 2-0. I wonder if that will change tomorrow. As for Alliance, far rotation for them. They dropped in the area of Bar. They had to rotate all the way to the left, and there were many teams in front of them. And too bad for them, they did not survive the rotation, and they got eliminated with 0 points. But that also means that other teams will go up above them. FaZe Clan with a Venturas performance now at number 3.
Push all the way up, even though they barely actually in the first page. Starting off that day, we're still in the top 8, but it wasn't this high up. It's just all the way towards the top 3, but it's still quite a significant gap with 18 points in between them and the Xaviers. We're only 10 points between Vampires and Xaviers. This has been going since yesterday. The alternation of one and second, the first and second places yesterday was going to be a 10 points different gap. But unfortunately, it's still going to be the same numbers at the very bottom. The bottom 4 don't have any swap at all, and when it comes to the point, it's not too far off yet. But for Alter Ego, GEEK, Boom, and even Team Secret, they have to do something here. If not, it will be too late for them to make a comeback.
Yeah, we're talking about 11 more games to go now that this round is done. Interesting enough that the Boom Esports and Alter Ego, the 2-time PMSL champions, are still all the way down there. But we're going to compare these two amazing players. Venturas, who came up with 9 eliminations and a whooping amount of damage, 1,297, as compared to Tony, came with 5 eliminations and 743 damage. But of course, for FaZe Clan, because they had to chase the circle, they had a lot more opportunities to fight, hence Venturas is able to get that chance to gain more elimination points, and he took it well, bringing home 9 eliminations as an individual player.
It was a very difficult rotation, hot, heavy rotation for FaZe Clan, indeed, with only 2 players left to the very end, alongside with Onzons. But for Tony Gay, that was a wise decision for him and the team to relocate himself on the other side of the bridge, where they starting off as a default before. And when it comes to damage-wise, Venturas, he know that he needs to make do for the teams to make it work. And for Venturas, I mean, the last time I saw him performing this well, it was around 4 years ago, and that was quite a long time, and it was not even this map, it was way in Miramar with the Mini 14. That's how I really love how Venturas play. We haven't seen this side of him for the longest time. But next we're heading into Erangel, a different map completely. For the last time we saw Sunhawk just now was heavily dependent on the circle for this the map just now that's caught by Vampires for the chicken dinner. But Erangel, we do know it's gonna be a different ball game entirely.
Yeah, way bigger map. And some would say it's way more balanced. I would say, yeah, way more balanced than Sign-Off for sure, because Sign-Off is such a circle-dependent map. So starting off the day, it's not the Xavier yet. But then again, the circle was kind of iffy as well. Not gonna lie there. It was very difficult for most of the teams there, except for Vampire Esports, who really didn't need to move that much from their first checkpoint, and they got the circle all the way. But it could be a different case here inside of Erangel, since it's a bigger map. There's a lot more space to rotate, and it will be interesting to see if any of these teams would bounce back, especially the teams at the very end.
Now, for the circles here, it's kind of a clue that been dropped us by the game itself early, that it will be an interesting circle probably today, because that's how it has been the trend for 2024, when we have a very difficult, very unusual or rare circles we have in Sunhawk starting off our day. We might actually have a very weird rotation of circle for the entire day. Hopefully that's going to be the case, because we get to see the players be pushed towards their limit and see how can they break through there and go beyond their limit here, just to get themselves for the last seasons of 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia and to secure that trophy. Well, speaking of which, we do have the rise of FAZE Clan when it comes to today, and Vampires consistently still getting themselves at the very top teams. It will still be possible for the teams at the very bottom to make a comeback with this sort of performance. Yes, they can have that one map to flip the coin or flip the table all around for teams. Like, I do know there's going to be a big fan base like BTR, Alter Ego, even Boom, even like RRQ. A lot of the Indonesian region we talked about before seems to be dominating across 2024, but with the performance showcased by the Thai regions and the Vietnam region here today, they're not slowing down at all.
Not at all. Even our final few teams are like what? It was a Thai finale earlier on, so that could be a sign there. That could be a sign. But okay, if anyone wants to give the benefit of the doubt, it's because of how insane the circle was. So Erangel will probably be a better measurement to what's going to happen here. And of course, for the Indonesian teams, they're playing in their home ground. A place like Potato, this is his actual home ground. So they want to give something back to the fans. So I would expect at some point the Indonesian teams will be able to bounce back.
Speaking of bouncing back, we also talked about the teams that actually at the very bottom, including that's going to be GEEK fam among the Indonesian teams down there. A lot of big names. Well, I wouldn't say there's any dark night in this case of this season, because every single team we have actually seem to be putting up the same standard, and it's all down to their rotation. Strategy-wise, is down to the last wire here. It's one of the tightest race across all the season we had in 2024 before, and this season I personally feel like this is going to be one of the toughest season across the entire year.
Yeah, after teams getting used to this format, that's one thing as well. And they had the entire year to play with each other because we don't rotate the teams. Or we might rotate the players, but not really rotating the team. So some level of philosophy still stays right throughout. So this is the last series of PMSL for this season. But we also, as we were talking about rotating, so it looks like Fnatic is going to rotate out for No Mercy instead. And No Mercy, he played very well yesterday, so he'll be looking forward to putting on a similar performance here in Erangel.
Now RRQ, they can swap No Mercy, they can swap between all the other players, but they can afford to swap POCO as well as Snape. Right now, they are the fire for RRQ. And we saw how Snape scored himself the MVP yesterday, and POCO, one of the players that's so pivotal for the team to engage and initiate any fight. They are more aggressive and more confident into taking fights when there's POCO still alive. For RRQ, is a unique team entirely. They're really dependent on each other when it comes to getting their numbers up, also scoring that chicken dinner, so they cannot afford to lose any players way early on. That happened before. It didn't turn out so well for RRQ, so hopefully it's going to be a good case for the teams at the very bottom as we fly into Erangel.
And here is Erangel, number 1 for day number 2 in the grand finals, people. So we're going to get a flight path starting from the left side of Kuwari. It's probably going to end on the right side, where probably Milta is going to be the ending point. So it's going to be a okay flight path for most of these teams. Pretty balanced, I must say, cutting across the map. Unless maybe if you're SEPT9, you want to go to Saverni, then you may want to drop somewhere in the middle, grab a vehicle and go up. But for the most part, since the flight path do cover the main peninsula, most teams will be able to get to their regular checkpoints.
It's going to be a default drop for most of the team, like their traditional drops as per usual. Unless somebody will surprise us here early on for Vampires, we do notice, I mean, it's quite apparent, it's fact by now, quite factual. Yesterday we saw how they changed it over to Milta Power. It didn't work out for them, so Primos is back to the default mode on the side of Vampires that will actually portray better results by end of this map. But keep your eye out to the side of these Xaviers. Yesterday he scored himself triple chicken in a day. There's only 3 teams scored himself chickens yesterday, or 1 chicken for MORPH, 2 chickens for VOIN Donkey, and 3 chickens for these Xaviers. And it's going to be 1, 2, 3 for you guys. So will it be a different name? So far we're starting off with very different teams scoring himself the chicken here with Vampires, but Vampires, they didn't have chicken, no problem, but it's quite still a decisive circle. So I guess the clue dropping in Sunhawk pretty much going to be the entire day with a very difficult decisive circle again in Erangel.
Oh, speaking about being decisive, SEPT9 made the decision to drop in mid 30 base bit of getting a vehicle, going back up to Severny. Circle happen to be here. There's a big chance that the circle will be a military-based circle, although there's like still that 40% area where it still covers the main peninsula. But I would love to see a military-based circle, plus we're in the grand final, so why not? And if it goes there, SEM9 has a chance to have a good round again.
Yep, for SEM9 to try to head over to SMB quite early, and since the circle popped just now, it was quite a lucky guess as well, and go straight into SMB, try to take majority of the the aircraft junkyard work and right on top of SMB and around the control towers too. If they can actually secure all the entry points on top of SMB, but don't forget we do have BTR and Team Secret. We'll try to charge in early as well, so we can assume there's going to be BTR SEM9 early skirmishes, because SEM9, they will not sit quietly and prettily inside. They will do something about it. They are the teams that will not just idly waiting for something to happen. They're the one that make things happen as well. But for GEEK Fam, Audrey, he chipped down quite a number of damage down there. Lucky enough, he actually managed to survive from that.
Yeah, he made it to the military base island alone so far. So waiting for his other teammates to come by. But one other thing that I would like to see is RRQ, since they are fans of gatekeeping when it comes to the military base island. They normally like to gatekeep on the left bridge. So it'll be interesting to see if RRQ is able to do that again, because whenever they do that, it's always opportunity for them to gain elimination points. Though they may not get that chance that early, since we still have a lot of space in the main peninsula, but still, setting themselves up wouldn't be too bad. Just like how Ventura set himself up for 9 eliminations.
Venturas, I mean, that was a crazy run by this guy with M416 at 57%. And Scott L is just, you know, something that's just a bonus at that point. If he actually need to use it, then if he's forced to being used to it, then he'll probably gonna have to use the Scott L. Most of the time, it's going to be M416. And speaking of the RRQ mentioned just now, I don't think they will be able to gatekeep, since it's going to be the longest journey for RRQ, because all the other teams seem to be dropping nearby the circle as well. We do have a very crowded center in the middle of the circle too. So RRQ from school just to go all the way towards the bridge. We already have vampires waiting at the other end. And speaking of waiting and try to get on the SMB early, Alliance and BTR. I thought it's going to be SEM9, but apparently BTR is more productive than SEM9.
Yeah, nice quick rotation from Milta now to gatekeep the shoreline. And Alliance having a tough time right now with BTR. BTR, when it comes to their utilities, not too bad, although they made a quick loot in Milta before coming down here. As for Jimmy, he's bleeding out. His teammates are kind of far away from him. And we can see the movement here by Gen Force. Tries to find a different angle to try to stop Alliance entirely. And let's not forget Alliance, they went out 0 points earlier on, and they have a risk of going out early here to the hands of BTR.
Alliance, they cannot afford to go down this early. It is going to be tough for them to have a bounce back later on today, but it's still doable to have plenty of maps later. But at least they will try to make do with what they have left. And BTR aggressively approaching Alliance. Bombard the left, right, center. There'll be some pouring of nades to the side of Alliance. Yeah, they even took their own vehicle to charge right in, knowing the fact there's nobody else that actually tried to swim over this side. BTR, no hesitance whatsoever, recklessly just going into a side of Alliance, but it's going to be all paid worth it. But on the side of Alliance, it's down to only one single play. Adik, look, the moment he opened fire, the rest of BTR were swarming through this compound.
Oh yeah, they absolutely know that he's alone now. No other challengers. So all in onto Adik Luke, all alone. Unless he can pull off an insane clutch, but he's being surrounded by the members of BTR, and La Paz with the Micro Uzi will eliminate Adik Luke. So that's Alliance, 2 0-point rounds in a row.
Love the energy from the crowd. It's definitely going to give them adrenaline rush for the home country buff when it comes to the Indonesian teams as well. I love with the cheers, lead by Sunsquake, one of the talents as well. But back towards the rotations of all the teams earlier, before we have Alter Ego drop themselves nearby Lipovka, and now they're on their way, just crossing to a side Milta Power and try to get across towards the side of the bridge. Now for the right side of the bridge, we don't have any information regarding how many teams will be gatekeeping there. And the left side, we do have a couple of teams waiting already around the edge and around the compounds nearby the left bridge. Now, Team Flash will be one of them. It's going to be Boom trying to guard over this side of a bridge of the right side right now. But they're not crossing completely to SMB yet.
Oh, Yummy always got it though. I thought that name would have landed on the Gosu. But anyway, he got Gosu pinned down behind this vehicle. Vehicle will not save Gosu. But they actually came for Rosemary. Wow, where did that shot come from? It's only 14. Oh, here we go. From the back.
So all the way on the outskirts of Milta. Spot out Team Flash and Boom at the same time. I mean, Alter Ego. They're taking things as slow as possible, not rushing straight towards the side of a bridge. You can bridge cam on this side too, as long as you get enough utilities to use and also in great scope to just utilize as well. But Rosemary not too patient, waiting for the right time to go in, just forcing the fight hand on. Are you kidding me? Rosemary, he's taking the lead and charging by himself and get ahead of everybody else of Alter Ego without any backup against two teams.
Yeah, his backup is still behind him though. For them to save him, they have to win this fight against Boom Esports. Boom Esports still full complete squad. Not gonna be that easy. Okay, Frenzy takes a bit of damage, but he has his other teammates to swap out his position with. Octa is gonna take the front line right now. He has a nade being cooked up. At the same time, Razy on top of this bridge. Nice vantage point to finish off Batman.
Don't know what he was thinking for the side of Rosemary. This might cost him the entire team of Alter Ego here. It's quite reckless push. Getting ahead way beyond the rest of the team and taking charge by himself against Boom and Flash at the same time. But the circle, here comes the judgment day for the teams that got himself at SMB. It's going to be right back at you. And it's a very tough circle here because we don't know, will it ping pong all the way down later and pull all the way to its south or not. But for BTR, they're playing it safe. They play it in the between. RQ taking on Talon, but we do have Boom against Alter Ego. I don't know if Team Flash decided to just go back into the main peninsula and just push it all the way towards these two teams, but Alter Ego, they're spreading out with Rosemary being revived. Now they can have another go.
Oh man, Rosemary got knocked. Frenzy, 10% of health left. 1v1, he wins it, but the nade came from where? Wait a second. It was Frenzy himself. Oh, he blew up his own vehicle. He got knocked, but lucky enough, Razy is there to save all of them. But Alva's on his way.
It's Razy versus Alva here right now, 1v1. But Alva yesterday had been a great day for him to pull off everything by himself, but Alva can revive Octa. But here comes Razy, already prepping up the nade. They got Pombit on their feet as well. But the rest of Yummy May and Boom will not be saved yet, but it's going to be Razy to clean up the rest of Alter Ego. Boom will score it big without any casualties on their side. That was a big fat win for Boom, and Alter Ego still, it is questionable. Back to a side of Boom. They're still licking their wounds, but we have a new contender here. It's going to be Team Secret right on top of that bridge.
Team Secret came by from Novo, hearing the commotion, and now this could be their chance to gain a couple of elimination points. Let's see if Boom Esports will be able to defend themselves. Oh, Break got Yummy, and Solas got Frenzy. Looks at Boom Esports. Not enough time for them to reset. They will lose Yummy to the hands of Break, and they're looking for more right now. They send out Trunk to the front line. Trunk comes in, spray into the smoke, and Trunk will wipe them all out.
Boom, it's not over yet. We still have one more player to go. But for Team Secret, Razy just laughed entirely, knowing the fact, hey, you know what, it's not worth fighting for. I mean, like, yeah, right, fight would be great, but it's not going to be portraying into points here right now. So survivability will be my priority objectives here for the side of Razy. But the rest of Team Secret, well, that was a great opportunity and great timing coming up from them to finish off the rest of Boom while they're still licking their wounds. But back on the SMB side, we're watching Sam9, who got themselves early inside of SMB, but never mind that. FaZe Clan and the Xaviers. Here come the charge by FaZe Clan.
And the moment FaZe Clan arrived, Mela got Chua, and now the Xavier. 3 more players to go. FaZe Clan still a full squad, but Lamborghini and his nades, inseparable, beautifully executed. Levi's will make sure Vin Torres, the big man for FaZe Clan in the final match, will be eliminated. 3 other players of FaZe Clan, all of them in the same building now.
Separated with paper thin walls. You have to be extra careful regarding their movement as well for FaZe Clan and the Xavier. But the circle cannot just be This tough. I mean, what is going on with circles today? And this is gonna be fun for us. Team Flash, they're holding at the very least amount of land down there around SMB area. It's still gonna be in between these two lands, whether you want to go on the north or whether you want to go on the south. Whoever picks the best lucky one will actually win this circle. But for GEEK Fam, they tried to cross over the left side of the bridge, but unfortunately, they were greeted warmly by MORPH.
Well, the moment they passed by this bridge, MORPH was waiting for them. MORPH waiting for teams to migrate, and they got one at least. Okay, the other members of GEEK Fam, wonder where they are. They're probably still, okay, one of them underneath the bridge though. The others, there's at least one more player. It's probably still on the military base island, and it's going to be Damroot underneath the bridge. And I wonder where that one other player is at. Okay, it's together with him in the water as I see him on the minimap.
And Zero got himself the lighthouse area. MORPH do have some vantage point right above the rest of GEEK Fam. They can take control of this side of the bridge here. If they actually utilize it well, they have more than enough teams to get himself double digit by end of this map. For Damroot, he resort to swim. But for MORPH, if they manage to control over this side of the water and they take control of that water area, it's going to be a big win for them. For VOIN Donkey, it's still going to be latecomers. Thanks to the very decisive circle, not able to decide which they want to take, whether it's going to be Main Peninsula or SMB, making it so difficult for the players to just re-rotate themselves to migrate into the circle. But for FaZe Clan and the Saviors, this is going to be a bit of a longer fight because they seem to be in a stalemate, but we just had MORPH into the picture here.
Yeah, MORPH on the other side, looking down onto this set of houses and probably planning their move. Now, trying to find an advantage, we can see a couple of long-range shots being taken by MORPH, hoping to land a knock, and maybe they'll come in a little bit later, depending on how the situation is. But it's going to be BTR right now, trying to gatekeep all these teams from swimming across. Oh, there's a chance for BTR to go swimming. Oh, no. Go fishing, that is. Man, swimming are the teams on the other side.
But for BTR, if they're not being aware, there might be latecomers from the back line just to try to shoot them around the coast area. The coast area is quite a flat plane as well. So it's a double blade sword for the side of BTR to take this decision. But if they actually do it well and use it well, it's going to be a lot of numbers. The whole crew of VOIN Donkey will be their feast for today. That's going to be painful at the receiving end on VOIN Donkeys right now. Those shots going to hurt. But on Satar, he repositioned himself just across his side. I don't think he can actually see them. But for Satar, he tried to just gain some information due to the vehicles. But the circle, this is the time we're going to just go back to south or just pull all the way towards the north. It's going to be the northern side. Main island back up. Is BTR and VOIN Donkey will be the swimmers now.
Oh man, just when I thought that the Sign-Off Circle was scammy, this is even worse now. And Damroot gave himself up to the blue, denying away his point. Satar got that one knock, 2 more to go for VOIN Donkey. BTR right now, they have to make it quick because it's their turn to get into the circle.
It's going to be a farm-rich circle. We talked about those high elevations. And it's going to be a tough hike. Despite VOIN Donkey managed to swim over the other side, same goes for the side of BTR. It's going to be a very steep slope for them to just get on top. And whoever tried to get himself those big compounds right in the center of the circle, that's going to be one of the sweetest spots. They can actually secure themselves to the very last stage. I am curious which team actually secure around the farm ridge area of the compound here right now. It's going to be only one compound right in the center. Might be some at the left side as well, but the sweetest one is the one in the center. And speaking of transitioning himself into the circle, it's going to be BTR just trying to get in as soon as they can. But unfortunately, we have gatekeepers. That's going to be Team Secret. Now, finally, FaZe Clan and these Xaviers finally got back their round 2 of skirmish.
Well, there you go. The moment you ended your sentence, the Xavier finish off FaZe Clan. They go out with only 1 point this round, but the Xavier, they already scored 4 eliminations, and all 4 of them are out of the hands of FaZe Clan. Now it's time for the Xavier to move.
Yeah, we talked about this ridge area. It's not great, but a lot of teams coming up from SMB being forced to get into this rotation, veering off their usual plan due to the sudden shift of the circle here just now, making sure that they might want to take control of the waters. RRQ try to scout out any swimmers that dock themselves around the coastline. It's going to be the Ridge Complex they're holding on to. But Nepego spot one. Kwang got sprayed down entirely clean. But for Nepego with that AUG, he might actually score more than he hoped for. Look at how many swimmers are there across the other side.
I know, right? There's still a good amount of points for these teams to steal away from each other. Nepego looking for some, but not visible enough for him. Instead, Drunk will get Gen Force. Oh, BTR right now. They're having a hard time. Now that Team Secret will be looking at them from the shoreline.
This is what we talked about before. Around this area, Team Secret gatekeeping BTR and VOIN Donkey at the same time, yeah. Team Secret might actually score 2 teams at the same time. Now it's going to be a first one. They got himself already 6 just by standing here, waiting out. Around the Ridge Complex seems to be a bit complicated as well for the team to try to dock himself. And for Team Secret, this is just a happy Thanksgiving day for them. Just feasting towards all the fishes down there. But RRQ, the shots came all the way across downtown, taking a jab to the side of Team Secret. They're not safe at all.
Oh yeah, not at all. Look at this on the minimap itself. The moment they turn back, they'll be surprised. That's why they're like, okay, whatever happens, if they do rush out to us, at least we get a couple of elimination points from the shoreline. So they're trying to focus onto that instead. And for RRQ, they need to kind of focus on saving Asa. He's currently knocked, but they should be okay since they should still get the next phase of the circle. We get a confirmation a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. They are in the middle of the circle, and they will still get the middle of it.
Now, everyone try to swim over towards the lower land instead of going towards the ridges nearby the rivers down there or between the water area. There's going to be a very steep slope, so a lot of teams that are swimming over towards this side are deviating towards Team Secret because it's easier to dock there. But the problem is how to dock on top of the bridge. They need to climb up, and these guys drowning themselves inside of the water, refusing to resurface to take a breather. But speaking of the ones in the inner circle, it's going to be not many teams, but Sem9 will be partially inside, with Bubu taking those high grounds and there's tower right now. But Team Secret, they try to find those knockdowns inside, knowing that RRQ keep a tight eye towards their side as well. Team Secret will have to force themselves to get into the water, try to revive their teammate, while BTR slowly try to dock themselves. But how to climb up those bridges?
Especially with Bubu, who right here looking down onto them. The only thing that will force Bubu to move is going to be the blue, but he will spend as much time as he can on top of here, as this is a perfect position for him to gather information and probably even to steal away some eliminations, especially the fact that he has a mini 14.
Sem9. Oh, there's going to be a big one around the harbor. Boo-boo-hoo. If he's not being careful, it's going to be RRQ shooting them from afar. But Roy, he got himself a small shack, and Boom unfortunately didn't make it through. But this time they had better scores than before. 5 eliminations when it ended a run 11th place. We're down to only 10 teams, 30 players still alive. And Vampire still have a full squad, and these Xaviers as well. And last time we saw these Xaviers, he just won themselves the fight against FaZe Clan. And right now they are getting themselves into the circle, probably from the northern side.
Yeah. So far, we don't have a visual onto the Xavier's follow-up, so they might be in a very safe spot. Since a lot of focus is now on the shoreline, because that's where all the fishes are still swimming. For Team Secret, it's time for them to move. We can see the movement on Sem9. They want to try to block out Team Secret and try to get those exit frags from this compound.
It's going to be a tricky peering for side of Sem9. If they overpick themselves, it's going to be RRQ shooting them down, so they have to be extra careful, cautiously try to approach towards the fight. They spotted out Roy plays around that shack area. It's quite an open space, but unfortunately for Boo-Boo-Hoo, he's not having any of the support and cover fire by the team because they're quite busy themselves, occupied with different teams to deal with. They're trying to take every team as much as possible for Sem9, but RRQ make it so unpleasant for the teams they try to pick out because they do have better elevations on top of the Regis side. But we haven't seen any action from Vampire and these Xaviers, and I feel like they are the one that will be actually in the top 4 later on because they're coming in late and they're coming up from behind, so we can expect them to be a third party across the battle between the teams in the center here.
We'll get a better visual on where their position is soon. Hopefully that is, as we're heading on to stage 6. Okay, here we go. Vampire on the left side, And for D Xavier, where is D Xavier? Oh, D Xavier's in the middle, and they got the circle, man. And they had the airdrop on top of them, so that's a big bonus there. But Vampire Esports, they are around the area of where D Xavier is at, and they do have numbers against them. But a lot more focus now will be on this area, as teams here will need to go up the high ground to the left.
For the Xaviers, they got a very powerful spot at that. Hard covers, great compound, a lot of space. All they need to do is just defend it with their 3 players left. But for Talon and the rest of the team that's still around the rim of the circle, they have to fight their way through. It's going to be the rush of Roy. And Talon Yuri trying to do what he can actually do with those DBS and shotguns. It's going to be S12K, and Roy just showed himself know exactly which corner to pick on. Red Face, he has to make in as fast as he can because RRQ is watching as well. But Red Face is all about the 1v1 against Roy, and Roy being eradicated. Red Face just peering in at the right time, but they're not done yet. It's going to be 7-9 next. It's 2v1, and Red Face still holding on. Red Face still scores 1, but 7-9, they are in shambles. Team Secret is there as well. Thanks to Team Secret, they do a big favor for Talon, and Red Face will continue his service for the team.
Oh, beautiful rush by Red Face, man. That was timed so well by Red Face. Okay, the job is not done yet though. Okay, shows himself towards Team Secret. Sowas takes a bit of damage, but RRQ is coming in as well. So it looks like everyone wants a piece of this party. Red Face is holding on with 40% of health. He does have that one first aid, but he doesn't have the time to heal up. Now GK comes in, and GK will finally score Red Face.
Put an end to Talon's crazy run just now. Now that's why I said they should deploy Red Face since the start. You can see what this player is capable of. But for Team Secret, they spring their own trap by trying to force the fight against Talon here just now. With Snape coming up from off angle. Here comes the nade being poured in towards those compounds here. And they barely got any much exit, except for the backside, of course. But the backside will be difficult for them to rotate into the circle later. And RRQ is pushing all the way out to force this fight anyhow. Snape putting his action into a go, but what a nade by Sowas, making a RRQ rotation a bit on hold, but they're not done yet. Down to only Sowas to actually make the call against 2 players of RRQ, forcing them out where No Mercy have to cover fight those coming up from on top.
Well, No Mercy holding the line by himself on the other side of the circle, and they only needed like what, 2 players to get the job done? Man, that is RRQ at their best. But now they're down to the top 4, and the RRQ is in it, but they will be facing off against big heavy hitters here. Both D Xavier and Vampire Esports in the game. MORPH will be engaging with D Xavier. Here we go.
D Xavier didn't take the compounded just now. They will try to take her covers with this airdrop. Levi managed to stock himself pretty darn good with those level 3, and even the Gill is stood on top of it. But Lamborghini, here comes the Nate to a side of MORPH. They have to swing it big. 2 different angles, very different angles indeed. Hazel and Zero working as a pair. While on the side of Flippy, that's going to be a big finishing by Lamborghini. And it's going to be RRQ doing a favor to a side of these Xaviers as well. They're quite out in the open there. A plain space for the teams to visualize whoever in the center. But here comes Empire charging straight to the shack of RRQ. Asar, Stone is down. It's down to 1v1. Shroud's pretty low himself with Asar as well. He's trying to heal himself back up. Worst timing possible. He's trying to force a fight with an AKM. He scores. But for the side of Vampires, Tony K nowhere to be seen there at the back line. But the back row will have to reunite with Shreps because No Mercy charging in to just fight against Vampires again.
Oh, what a timing there by Shreps to win this fight. Okay, No Mercy's alone, and all eyes onto him for now. The POCO will be eliminated by Shreps. That's the confirmation that No Mercy is pretty low himself. 40% of health, retreats back to avoid all those nades as he would try to heal up as much as possible. Now, down to only boosters for No Mercy.
Barely got enough band-aids to do the work. Well, Tony K, definitely aware, but not entirely sure his positions. Repositioning himself all the way towards the back, trying to grab themselves some vehicles to just march towards the center. Because they know it's going to be difficult. Yes, they are on the circle, but ground-wise is not the best spot they want to look for. It's going to be a plain spot, flat plane right on top of this elevation for the ending of our circles here. And these Xavier's got the center again. They're trying to take over control, major control of the left side of the circle, but Vampires will keep them intact and on tap as well. Keeping them in check to make sure that they will not try to overly aggressively try to control over this left side of the circle. But these Avies, they barely got any hard covers down there. This is going to be difficult for them to defend, but for Vampires, at least that small shack will provide them some coverage for now.
Well, for the Xavier, at least they have the vehicles created. They created a barricade with the vehicles, so they're still okay. Okay, but then again, we're at stage 8. In about 5 more seconds. That's where this circle will be big, will be crucial. A lot of open space here. Nate onto the Xavier. Lamborghini! Wow! What a beautifully bounced Nate by Nosy!
It was a perfect goal, and here comes another, but will not chip down Paragen. He got himself the barricade by those vehicles, but the moment he got oneself knocked down the side of Empires, he tried to bait it out the rest of the Xavier's position. Levi tried to camouflage himself within the bushes with his ghillie suit as well. But it's all down to RQ. If they start to make noise, but this time it will connect possibly, and down Paragen! And Hazel this time got from MORPH, left, right, center. Nate pouring down the side of these Avies, who seems to be the focus of attention. And they place themselves in the top 4. It's still going to be some eliminations across the board, not so much, but Vampires has got a 4 right now, with Straps leading with 2 eliminations by himself. But no mercy, the last remaining member of RQ. How can he play this one out?
Yeah, he has nothing left on his armory. Only his trusty UMP. Doesn't even have a secondary weapon. Okay, it does have a stun grenade, but that's not going to do much towards Vampire Esports. Anyway, he is cooking that out. He's holding it, preparing himself to use it. And Vampire Esports, they're not in a hurry right now. I mean, they have the circle, so they can still kind of play for time.
Super crucial. Looks small for the very small building. It looks like a public toilet right now, this small shack, but it provides so much cover for Tony K just to pick through where RQ plays at. Last time he kept in check with no mercy's position, and that's why he kept pressuring the same place all over again with the multiple nades, and down to nothing now with only a couple of smokes left on top of Tony K. But the rest of Empire still scores himself a lot of hand grenade, even a double molly down there. Blazers start to finish off RQ. Now Tony K, he cannot hide anymore. He have to fight like a man against the remaining of MORPH. It's a 2v3. They know it's going to be only 2 players on that side. Now they try to force them out with these vehicles, and it's going to be Hazel down. What a strap splat just now. But next it's going to be Blazone and Vampires down to 0, and they scored another chicken. What is going on? It's a back-to-back.
Well, 2 back-to-back. Even these Xavier did not do it back-to-back chicken dinner. They did it in Sino. They did it in the first Eranga. They did it in such a difficult circle. Although they rotated from Primos, they didn't go to the military base island. They stayed on the main peninsula, and it paid dividends for them as they came in towards the later stages. They wiped out team after team to score this chicken dinner. Great work here by Vampire Esports. They are back.
I mean, you guys might actually say, hey, they're lucky they got themselves the circle since the start. I mean, that was a very difficult decision to make by the IGLs regarding the rotations, because of the circle was so decisive till the very end, pulled all the way back to the main peninsula, despite it majorly covered the SMB earlier before in the first 3 stages. But we have to thank to Newsy this time. He dropped a golden nade and makes such a big opening for Vampires when they're being critically showered by so many teams before. But Tony K, as per usual, he knows he keeps check. He keeps everything in check of every single players down there. For Newsy, he's got himself 2 elimination, 570 damage, 29% of accuracy when it comes to headshot. But his nade just now was the one that actually making sure the survivability of Vampire will last long enough for them to score this chicken dinner.
Yeah, the big one against the Xavier. Yeah, that was a very important one because Xavier was in the middle. If any team were to be able to block them, it would have been Xavier. So it was a crucial nade by Newsy to just dampen Xavier's chances of scoring this chicken dinner. Nevertheless, we're going to see the other teams that we should mention as well. Team Secret, MORPH, and RRQ.
Now for RRQ, there was still quite a decent run. On the side of MORPH, they managed to bounce back despite being eliminated early in the map prior before. But we're going to rewatch to highlight how difficult this circle was and what was going on in case you guys missed it.
wow, Vampire actually went down to military base using the boat, and they took the same boat back up all the way to coming back into the circle. This is insane rotation by Vampire Esports to be able to survive that. And they scored themselves the chicken dinner. Absolutely well deserved with the 16 points.
Wow, indeed, when it comes to rotations for most of the teams as well. But you know, whoever actually adapts so much and control of the circle, they know that was the biggest threat for them, which was the Xaviers. They took them down early. And for Team Secret with 10 eliminations, I mean, they gatekeeping towards that bridge area just now seems to be well worth it and well paid for. But unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of zeros again down there. And seemingly, it's going to be the same names all over again. Alliance, it seems a roller coaster ride for them. For GEEK Fam, multiple maps here, barely got any points. For VOIN Donkey, yesterday has been a great momentous run, but today seems to be a bit dimmed down for their performance.
Yeah, even Alter Ego, like in the sign-out match 0, now this map 1 point. So it's 1 point in 2 games for Alter Ego. At least for Boom Esports, they're on page 1. But let's check out the overall rankings right now. Vampire Esports, after that chicken dinner, they are now the first team to break the 100-point mark.
With 16 points in between now, the gap seems to be slightly stretched over. But RQ shook all the way up to the 3rd place after got himself quite a decent run in the last map. With FaZe Clan being pushed down to the 4th place, VOIN as well. Now we are gonna say welcome to MORPH in the top 6 as well, because they pushed all the way 2 stairs up with 57 points. But when it comes to point-wise, it's quite a significant gap here at 2nd and 3rd place. Speaking of, like, what, 34 points in between.
Yeah, that is a big gap now. And RRQ, let's see how they will be able to close that one with the remaining games. And on page number 2, we do have Boom Esports. They did rise a little bit up, which is a 1 placement up against GEEK Fam after decent performance by them. GEEK Fam 0 points, so 36 and 34 points respectively. Team Secret, however, after that shoreline break gatekeeping, it actually brought them up to number 10 as of now. 53 points, sharing the same amount of points with SEM9. But of course, the difference between the two of them is going to be the placement point tiebreaker. So that's why SEM9 is above them by 1.
But we have to see our top 4 gunslingers. It's going to be RQ, Nepego. Like we mentioned, RQ, they definitely need Nepego to stay alive as long as he can, because the damage he dished out will be one of the highest this time around with 926 damage. But Team Secret, thanks to Trung, fought all the way against Boom, if I'm not mistaken. It was 638 damage to finish off against the entirety of Boom just now. And Vampire Newsy did so much just for the chicken dinner of Vampires. And we have 7 Boo Boo the IGL at 566. But for Newsy, I mean, he was the one that actually opening up the initiation towards the Xaviers. That's going to be the toughest contender to get himself those chicken dinner.
Yeah, the Newsy Nate. That was amazing by him. But we're now looking at the teams prepping themselves up for the final game before we head on to a break. All the cheers are happening all around. And of course, lots of cheers for Vampire Esports as they got a back-to-back chicken dinner. 3rd one, maybe?
Well, the Dracula's definitely awake right now, despite it's not hitting midnight yet. Vampires are scoring it very strong for the very early start of day number 2 grand finals here. And speaking of Vampires momentum-wise, there's no sign of slowing down at all. And I feel like everyone is stepping up their game for Vampires, playing each one of them. And back in the days, like even last season, we don't see Newsy too much. It seems like a bit lackluster, a bit, just holding it in too much. Compared to this season, we can see during the league stage, that was a wake-up call for Newsy. That I think it was the 2nd week or the 3rd week coming up from Vampires. It changed so much when it comes to how they actually approach the game for Vampires. Not just Tony K trying to open up the flanks and the off angle to initiate a fight, but this time everybody seems to be putting the same amount of work as much as Tony K.
Yeah, ever since joining Vampire, this is actually the best performance of within the season so far that we've seen from Tony K. Even like during the group stages, the league stages, we've seen him come out with amazing gameplays by himself, and now he's still consistent enough. Those nades, even his own firepower as well. I think this guy is now shaping himself in the Vampire system, and the way he plays, he definitely knows what he's doing as compared to like before. Like he was swapping roles. Sometimes he plays as support, sometimes he plays as a fragger, and it was kind of confusing for Kim. But great to see Vampire Esports able to shape him up after so many seasons to be the newsie that we know and miss.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to wait and see whether there's some changes between the teams due to some teams hitting their walls and not making any progress at all. For Team Secret, they are one of the teams that actually scored the most when it comes to the head start point. They got themselves at 18 for the head start points, which was the third place before. But unfortunately, those head start points will not help as much if they drop their momentum during the grand finals here.
Yep. So head start points are probably by now slightly forgotten. Everyone's just focused on like, okay, how many points are you actually collecting? Since we're already in JE number 2. But look at the support here. Amazing support by the Indonesian crowd. I can see a lot of flags there waving for Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, 1 point in 2 games. They need all the support they can get.
VOIN Donkey will be one of the teams that unstable. Personally, I feel like they have so much potential, but it's just so difficult for them to find that sweet spot in between to get those consistency going on the entire day. That's what make a difference. That's what the key difference between a legendary team and a great team. We talked about a legendary team like Vampires, like the Xaviers in this season. Look how consistent they can actually pull off. Every single map, there'll be some points. Yeah, they might drop some zeros down there, but when it comes to bouncing back, they're bouncing back, not dropping too much. It's going to be continuously getting themselves 2 or 3 maps, then they drop 1. It's difficult. We're all human. It's not possible for a human being to, you know, just be on top all the time. But it's just how much longer you can stay up there before you start dropping again. For the teams down there that are pretty much the great teams, they just can't manage to hold themselves 1 map and then they drop 1, and then they're back to 1 map and then they drop another 1 down. That's the difference between this team and the legendary teams.
Yeah, no doubt you have to find a level of consistency, right, to be at the top, because the competition is really high. If you drop 1 game, maybe okay, but if you don't drop like 2-3 games, then opportunities will be taken by other teams. Now, I guess if we were to put that into the current context, eyes onto D Xavier right now, right? It's already like 2 games that we don't see the best of D Xavier. If they continue to drop 1 more game, then it might start to be worrying for the fans of D Xavier.
Love the energy from Satana. Back to a sort of Rosemary, we also have to question what was going on, who was getting ahead from the rest of the team. It seems like communication-wise, there's some delayed or miscommunication between him and the rest of the team, that he taking charge way too early before the rest of the team can respond to his call. So on the side of Alter Ego, I think if they manage to polish on that side and that area of communication, I think they're probably going to be back on track. But the 70 gap points, can the teams at the very bottom, including Alter Ego and Boom, can just redeem themselves in this Erangel map?
Redemption is the theme here, ladies and gentlemen, especially for some of those teams who have dropped 2 games in a row. Looking at other than the teams that we mentioned, Alliance, they did well yesterday, but today so far no points for them in the first 2 rounds. This round they have to make it happen, as the flight path will begin from the area of Severny down to military base, and since it starts in Severny, Sem9 will be back in their hometown.
It's all about the circle. The circle going to be super weird today. It's an indicator when you're starting off Sunhawk with a very awkward and rare circle before, which means we might actually have a very rare circle for the entire day here. Now, coming up into the drop spot, it's going to be the usual classic drop spot for all the teams down there. Nothing out of the surprise kind of hot drops between the teams. So it's all about circle, waiting for the circle to pop, where we're looking at the teams dropping themselves around their comfort zone. Will be 100% SMB or not, because just now SMB did cover a lot part of it, but it just pulled all the way towards the northern side and back to the main peninsula. If it's another same circle just like the last one, that's a very difficult rotation and decision to make by the IGL of each respective teams.
Well, the more difficult it is for them, the more fun it is for us. But we're not going to get as a difficult circle as before. We're gonna get a Yasnaya-centered circle-ish. So if it gets difficult, then the circle will shift out to the left, and we'll get that river separating the two sides of the island. But if the circle was to go easy onto them, it will shift onto the right, and we'll see like 100% land for them to play with. And this kind of circle is going to be good for SEPT since they drop in Saverni based on the flight path. Similar to like how the previous round, they dropped in mid to the base, the circle was there, but yeah, that was an iffy circle at the end of the day. But this one should be a better one for SEPT.
But for the teams like even TALON, Yasnaya Poliano seems to be the center of a circle here right now. Centralizing the circle, it's going to be Boom as well as RIQ, because RIQ, they still have those school area inside of the circle still. The one going to be the furthest away from the circle is going to be Team Secret and Vampires. Now, so far, Vampires got himself a back-to-back chicken dinner for the start of day number 2 here. If they score another chicken, and some of you guys might actually say, hey, they're lucky because they got themselves the circle. If they score another chicken, yeah, there's no more statement that's saying, hey, the naysayers to say, hey, they got the circle this time. And this is going to be Newsy with the MVP on the last round with average elimination of 1.2, and I agree with you. This season seems to be the most polished version of Newsy after he joined in Vampires from the Infinity before. With 74% of M416, Scar L pretty much just an accessory for him right now. But Newsy, this is the one that we've been waiting for. After he finally get his chemistry well with the rest of the team, I don't know what's the limits here for Newsy. Maybe he can push even further.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen an even better version of Newsy during the Infinity days. So if we can be back up at that level of performance, well, of course, Tony K will have a challenger, but since they're teammates, it's a good challenge. And whatever happens to Tony K, you got the Newsy in his best form, and maybe in his final form even. And I'm sure Vampire, they wouldn't mind that. They wouldn't mind having like the peak performance of Tony K, peak performance of Newsy. But let's hear it from Alter Ego.
Just got eliminated by Boom, and what do you think that you can fix in next match and yeah for the rest of the day? Jadi Morpheus, setelah kita nonton match tadi, AE itu diratain oleh Boom Esports. Menurut kamu apa yang bisa dibebenah dan apa rencana kamu ke depannya?
Untuk perencanaan sendiri kita mesti ngeriset ulang kembali karena memang kita emang pengen ngebangun momentum untuk perang karena kita butuh momentum itu untuk lebih ke arah kayak mencari vibes ulang biar gameplaynya lebih enak lagi ke depan, kayak gitu aja sih.
Okay, so basically yes, what when happened is actually we are trying to fight. We're just gonna build the momentum, even though yes we lose, but then we're just gonna reset and forget. Because we believe that if we can get the momentum, of course we can get our performance back on top. So yeah, that's it. I'll toss back to the caster.
Thank you so much for the interview just now. And speaking of which, Alter Ego definitely aggressively trying to approach a lot of fights early on. But over-aggressiveness will actually cause them counterproductive, just like how we witnessed before. So they're probably going to have to just tone it down for a bit for this map. And speaking of this map, I'm expecting a lot of fights on top of Rosshawk based on the circle's rotation. A lot of teams dropping themselves on the left side of the map. And we do know a lot of heavy hitters will drop themselves on the left side, including teams like FaZe Clan, even Alter Ego, MORPH, all of them are major drops on the left side. So the ones that are actually in the center are the ones that's very strategic, including like Roy, Sam9. Sam9, I'd still say they try to get aggressive, but we can see sometimes they try to balance out their position as well. And this is going to be one of the most strategic teams we have on screen right now, the Xaviers. When it comes to taking a master plan into action, they just somehow will make it work.
Yeah, and they have to make it work right now because they have a 16-point gap with Vampire Esports, and if they don't make it work, it's either the gap may be bigger or even RRQ. They now have somehow found their momentum. They may overtake the Xavier, though the point gap is still kind of there at 26 points. But yeah, it's still doable in one round if RRQ can come up with a good amount of eliminations, and assuming as well that the Xavier don't get any points. So they are in the spot that is still like kind of tricky right now for the Xavier. But we still have a lot more games. So whatever it is, the Xavier can still like look forward to like, okay, we still have games. Let's not overly pressure ourselves and let's just do what we did yesterday in this round.
For the other teams, though, they start their rotations. Even those Garcarfield region drop teams, including MORPH, already reach out towards the northern side of ruins nearby the Watertown Bridge, which is going to be them crossing over to its shooting range. They're taking a lot of teams resort into getting those north-left side rotation, north-west rotations there, including Roy. They try to secure themselves those elevations at start because they know there will be a lot of teams passing by through it where they stand. So it's all about picking the right spot for their checkpoints here for the teams that's rotating, migrating into the center. And MORPH already passed over that bridge. They're pretty much trying to go their way into shooting range. I don't know. I'm curious regarding Sem9's position here. Because if Sem9's still around shooting range, it will be a big farming point if they can actually stay there for a bit much longer.
Yeah, they were closest to shooting range since they normally drop in Severny, so they have that chance to do that. So far, we don't see them on screen yet. But what are the other team that likes to go to shooting range is going to be Boom Esports. This kind of circle, they will make a quick rotation from Rozok straight onto shooting range and take that higher ground spot instead. And sometimes they will also take the spot where they can look at like the bridges and try to stop other teams from coming, or at least gather information and prepare themselves. So they have a good amount of options there for even like Boom Esports. So the bare minimum is that I would expect to see at least these two teams around that high ground shooting range area.
Now on the side of GEEK fam, they just left outskirts of Pachinki here right now. I'm looking forward for around the gun range on top of shooting range there between the bunkers. I assume there'll be a couple of teams already waited out just to, you know, take covers and try to wait for the team's rotations. Yeah, speaking of rotation wise, Roy, like we mentioned, the way they actually stand themselves on top of the plane crash area, those high grounds will actually put up to good use. But we might actually have RRQ circle all day long because we're back pull in all the way into the area of school here. And speaking of school, there's apartments, there's the main building. Whichever they choose and pick from, whoever get that first, is going to be a huge advantage for the team.
Yeah, this kind of circle, not as scammy as before, but it's still pretty scammy. So now all the teams up north will need to come back down, including Boom Esports, who went up, but quick access for them to be back in Rozok. So now they're back in the area of their hometown. It's just a matter of which pit stop do they want to take right now, because a lot of teams are on the main peninsula like how we saw earlier on, so their options are pretty limited, but they still have a good amount of space for them to park themselves in this area just outside of Rozok itself.
Rozok will be one of the hot spots for the teams to pass themselves while trying to transition themselves into the circle. Wait for TALON. They definitely know there's going to be a threat. Next one is going to be the Xaviers just behind them. But speaking of the circle, it just pulled all the way slightly down for Roy around the plane crash area. And those high grounds will not be visited by so many teams due to the circle pull all the way to its south slightly just now. So we're going to have to wait and see for the transition to happen. FaZe Clan included there as well. But for Roy, it's quite an open space. They have to be extra careful. I think they're just going to tank the blue out for a bit, knowing that, you know, it's not safe to be in the center, to just go straight into the center of the circle, cut across. So they want to take a bit of a safer rotation by taking a round long play in the blue zone.
Yeah, bouncing back out into the blue. At least stage 2 is not too bad of an idea. So they can still tank it out. If it's like stage 5, 6, then they probably won't do that. It's just too much for them to handle. So let's see where would they end up in, because it's an interesting move for them to do that. And we don't see that many teams, at least for this round, doing that. Not like it's needed for every other team, right? But for Vampire Esports, okay, so Primos, regular drop spot for them, coming to Potato Hill, and they have the entire spot for themselves. It'll be fun to see if any team were to challenge the Potato Hill out of the hands of Vampire.
Personally, I feel like GEEK fan definitely regretted their decision when they were waiting for stage 2 rotation. When it was before 30 seconds prior to stage 2 hits for the next stage of circle, they were here in the first place. And then Vampire's taken over this side of Pachinki Hills. I think it is a chance we might actually pull all the way down south through the Pachinki Hills as well. So it was a nice spot for Vampires while waiting for the other teams to reroute themselves towards the center. But for Team Flash, they're going to take their own time, waiting for any teams passing by or just try to scout out for a safer route. But for Roy, they're taking all the way. What a long rotation towards inside of Pochinki. But yep, it's going to be Pochinki Hills all around again. For GEEK fam, they're definitely regretting their decision leaving over this compound or this area right now. While Vampires, they can just farm those eliminations here forth. Now, VOIN Donkey will be the next target if they happen to be trying to contest Vampires for those high elevations.
I like the fact that you pointed out about Roy. Circle happened to pull down south, slightly towards the southern side, so this is going to be a good circle for Roy. Most teams will come from the north, so the northern side of the circle will be a bit more packed, so Roy should have a better entry into the circle. But the best part is this, right? We still have 64 players, no first blood even, so this is the time where we'll see a lot of fights that could potentially happen. The next one could be MORPH and Boom. Both teams still not entirely entering the circle yet. Boom making that move, but they're still somewhere around there.
For Boom, they definitely... I wish they can actually leave. It's not worth fighting for because still the circle will shift later on. So you're probably not going to be where they at because they're already outside of the circle. If they extend their fight when the Blues start to hit at stage number 4, it's not worth fighting. And they might actually be eradicated entirely from this map early on. But for Vampires, all the way from Primos, they were the furthest one away from the first stage circle just now, but they make their own rotation slowly and surely. And due to the circle ping pong all the way from the north back to south, they scored this Pochinki Hill. It's going to be big, including this nade. Sam9 and Talon. My god, the northern side of the circle. This is going to be rowdy on the outskirts of Rosewalk.
If the first bounce did not happen, it could have landed nicely onto U-High. So he got away with that. But Bobo will get away by knocking down Momo. Oh no, the other members of FAZE are here flying cover than Torres. Bobo is the one in trouble now.
Speaking of Blues in fight, these guys definitely not afraid of the blue at all. Just tank it out and force the fight anyhow. And FaZe Clan down to 2 players, but lucky enough, Sam9 seems to be resorting to parting ways. They're backing out, knowing the fact it's going to be unnecessary conflict to fight in the blue, but some of them are not too happy regarding not finishing their job. It's going to be Firen challenging FaZe Clan. Now, he's going in here by himself. The rest of Sam9 join in a bit later, while FaZe Clan, they managed to reset all 4 of the members. I don't think this is a great spot to be at, with still a journey for them, half a kilometer away to get into the circle there. So for the next stage, it's going to be difficult because the 4th will hit very soon, and it will be painful for these players.
Oh, Sam9 clearly wants revenge, and Kenny is going to get the both of them. One more to go by Kenny, punished from the outside by Onzens, and splat down by Vintores. Sam9 loses another player, and now it's down to Firen and U-High. And you talked about the circle. We're going to shift the stage now, and the circle went away from both Sam9 and FaZe Clan.
Okay, fam, I'm sorry you left there early. Vampires are going to get the circle. But for the side of FaZe Clan, it's going to be a tough, long journey and arduous road for them to go down all the way towards the southwest side. They have to go through so many teams. There's going to be a lot of thinning of ground coming up from the outskirts of the circle just now. For Sam9, that was a dare course, a very big course when they could have exited out, but they forced themselves to re-engage into the fight that they will not win the moment FaZe Clan managed to get back all 4 members up. But for Team Flash, it's going to be taking those high grounds, of course, but for Talon, FaZe Clan, unfortunately, from Panther to Fire. We talked about gatekeepers, and Axel down to 1 tick of health. Woo!
That was super duper close for them, but it's going to be probably a super duper close defense here for Vampire Esports, because look at this, right? There are many teams coming towards the potato here. So one set, Team Flash on the left, another set on the right. So right now, Vampire Esports, they're pretty much sandwiched between 2 teams.
As long as they know how to play around with the terrain here, the fact that they actually take this as their longest checkpoint and they wait it out, it shows how confident they are to take control of the defense. Now we get to test them whether they can fight against Team Flash and Team Secret breathing behind their back. Now we do know every single members of Empires are pretty good at taking all the infos regarding their surroundings, but can they make good use of it? Right now they go backtrack for a bit, try to take themselves some covers, but Zeus will be a problem for Team Vampires if they manage to wrap around the other side. But thankfully, they're a bit distracted by MORPH present from the backside, who try to get this compound as well. And MORPH straight off driving into Zeus's face. And Team Flash got surprised by this engagement of MORPH.
Wow, Zero managing two sides at the same time. There's one more player behind Zero. Zero, hopefully he knows that he's still there. But 7-9 got eliminated. Number 15, 1 elimination point. Alter Ego says hello to Team Flash and MORPH.
And hello to Alter Ego as well. Rosemary and Alva happen to be popping their hats here as well. MORPH, they force the fight too much, recklessly crashing himself into Team Flash just now. Will actually take a big course on their ends, and it's going to be the first team to be eliminated again. And MORPH, one of the first few teams once more. After they had a really tough run in the... I think they barely scored any yet today for the first half of the day for MORPH. But for Team Flash, here comes the big scuffle, big mess. And the one that actually untouchable is going to be Vampires. These teams happen to be clashing right on top on each other at the same time during the rotation. And the one winning it big is going to be Vampires, because nobody managed to touch them right on top yet.
Just look at the minimap. The same amount of colors as a rainbow now. But Frenzy just got needed down. That's Boom Esports losing one player. 2 more to go. Razy is pretty low. He's behind this tree. And GK with a high ground advantage will spot him out and will knock him down. Yummy May down to 10% of health. Nate lopped onto him. He managed to heal up. Yummy is going to be the final member of Boom Esports. He tries to get away to safety as we will look at the next phase of the circle. Potato Hill perhaps. Mr. Circle. And yes, it will be.
Pachinki Hills again. It's gonna be Vampires securing this spot. They called it right this time, despite they're having such a long journey to just be in the Pachinki Hills. Is all well paid for. For Team Secret, on the other hand, they take the other side of the hill, so it won't be spotted out by the side of FAZE. Sorry, Vampires. But Yummy May Boom again, not scoring too much, but at least they scored one elimination. But for the GEEK Fam side, we're looking at how GEEK Fam lost their high grounds of Pachinki Hills before finally managed to wipe out and eradicate the rest of these Xaviers. But RRQ will charge them in. They're still licking their wounds, but RRQ left, right, center. It's going to be TALON taking the jab from afar, and those elevation give them so much wider field of vision.
Oh man, it's just so messy right now. TALON has GEEK Fam to deal with. At the same time, RRQ is in front of them, and they do not have the circle yet. RRQ managing multiple teams as well. Alliance comes in for the back. Now wipes out Team Secret, but they still have Break here. Break jumps down. Break gets knocked back, and now it's down to Drunk, but he has BTR behind him.
BTR split himself into 2 and 3. 1-1 formations attack coming up from the backside, with the Lions barely at the foot of the hill. But for BTR, they secured those rush just now against GEEK Fam. And next is going to be Team Secret. We're down to only 18 within seconds after stage 4 hits to stage 5, and with 29 players remaining, barely some of the teams can get on top of the Pachinki Hills because of Team Secret and Vampires already scouted this place way earlier than the rest. But for the side of Team Secret, they cannot defend it as well as Vampires right now. Right now, the longest occupant is still going to be Vampires on top of these Pachinki Hills. Alliance on the other end trying to fish out the rest members of BTR position here, with Roy across the other side. And don't forget about TALON. They are just at the foot of the hill there, dealing with Alter Ego at the same time.
Yeah, TALON wanting those points. They're currently on page number 2. They wouldn't mind if they are able to gather those points. RRQ, they wouldn't mind trying to close the gap with Vampire Esports, but it's going to be a tough journey for them. Look at the amount of teams in front of RRQ, and all crosses onto RRQ. Snake will be taken out. No Mercy is bleeding out, and No Mercy will be eliminated. RRQ out at number 8.
Next, Alter Ego, they tried to take Vampires down. Vampire got a very powerful spot right now. It's not the highest peak, but the middle ground will actually covers the view from the high ground as well, so it's difficult to visualize where they actually stand here. They know how to play with the terrain. For Alliance Wives, they will try to gatekeep and deny the entry of the other teams coming up from the foot of the hill, including probably TALON, but barely get any visualization over this side due to the curvature of the terrain itself, the uneven curve of the terrain, make it so difficult for them to land those shots. And BTR, they only got a couple of rocks for their covers. Their hard covers at least will work so well for them. But for Talon, they have to battle with the blue as well. We're talking about stage 5, and it's gonna hurt if they just lingering and lurking around the blue zone for the longest time. And it's gonna be Alter Ego shot down on Misery, one by one, falling into pieces and down to none. Alter Ego finish off the rest of Talon.
Well, perfect run so far for Alter Ego with 4 eliminations as they got the northern side of the circle all to themselves. It's going to be interesting for some of the teams on the south side. But I would say that if I want to put attention, teams on the right side, it's pretty interesting as well. They're still on the fight with each other. And here we go. Alter Ego scouting this area. Vampire Esports still has that high ground against Alter Ego. So for them to siege down the area where Vampire Esports is as of now is still not going to be that easy. They have to make sure they clear their flanks first from another team.
Vampires, they're taking the left side of Pachinki Hills. The right side, I'm curious to see which team getting the highest spot on the peak. But it's not easy for them to visualize the Vampires as well, despite they got the highest elevation across Pachinki Hills, due to a valley in between, and also some curves and some small bumps in between those two hills. But for Vampires, it's easy for them to just knock down any of Alter Ego players if they overpick themselves. Now, Alliance seems to be taking over the other side of the peak of the mountain, or the peak of the Pachinki Hills. But thing is, for them to hike up, it's not easy as well. We do have VOIN Donkey coming up from behind of Alter Ego if they're not being careful. If they overpick themselves, or if they misplace the position, it's going to be a deathbed for Alter Ego.
So Alter Ego, they need to play this. They need to tread this really carefully. At least they have this space though. Vampire Esports, they are looking at VOIN Donkey instead now. Oh, Roy, hello. Welcome to the fight. Who's going to be the king of the potato here right now? Because Roy wants a piece of this action.
VOIN Donkey trying to bait out the rest members of Alter Ego. The one that actually winning is still going to be Vampires. But due to the steep slope, it's going to be difficult for them to see any pixels on top of those small hills. Pachinki Hill make it so difficult for the players to reposition themselves. There's no way for them to see what's on top here unless they got multiple smokes to build over a bridge and just go in with their nades pouring down towards whatever their direction they're going for. Vampires is taking rain on top of the left side of the hill of Pachinki. And now they try to take some third party going on. They spot out the rest of the members of VOIN Donkey. That's a clear shot! And now down on stone. Vaxi saw him through. It was a double players of VOIN Donkey that spotted out Newsy at the same time. It was a very dangerous peak on the side of Vampires. But for Roy, they pretty much cornered down by so many teams.
Yeah. Shunos got taken out by BTR, so those are one of the teams around them. And Roy will need to pick up Shunos. Okay, Shunos is still bleeding out though. Doubt he'll have the space to be saved. Car pops that smoke. But anyway, you gotta be aware of Lapa around the corner as well. He went into jab onto Roy. While the other members of BTR, they still clear on the other side of the circle, which is on the right side. That's one of the clearest spots for now. On the left side, pretty crowded with the fact that Alter Ego is still around that area.
BTR Gem Force can actually see a lines from the other side, but the next circle will determine our next chicken dinner champions. It's going to be Vampires there. Now Vampires, they can flex it out to Xavier, who scored himself a hat-trick triple chicken yesterday, but they can flex it better because they got a back-to-back chicken dinner if they score this one as well. Now Vampires, they're definitely curious about what's happening to the side of VOIN Donkey, and Newsy go back for another jab to the side of Vaxi, take him in down first. He's the one that actually being such a hindrance for Vampires to just pick out for the rest of the teams down there, including for Roy. Now, if they can just secure those eliminations against Vaxi, it's going to be super important for Vampires to secure the elevations.
Well, speaking about securing, look who got stage 7 circle. It's still going to be Vampire, but that means that all the teams will be putting focus onto the middle area of the circle, trying to get in together. Vampire Esports, lucky enough, they still have a full team, so they can still position themselves to take care of every corner that they can do. Alter Ego, time for them to come in. They don't have the circle. VOIN Donkey will be below them. That could be their next focus.
The compound right now do have some of the circles, so they can play it with hard covers for Alter Ego, but unfortunately the land is quite flat for them to take the compound to put at work because the Vampires can easily spot them from above. But for Alter Ego, they also want a bit of VOIN Donkey by themselves. Vaxi cannot be safe whatsoever, because right now being tightly watched by Newsy. Last time we saw Vampires still scoping towards this side. But Tony K taking a jab on BTR. BTR is going to be the next target, but Leon managed to counter fire from the other side. But at least for Vampires, they got the covers. But BTR closing in their distance. They're going to push and rush anyway. They're not waiting anymore. And Stone, if he actually can score one, it's going to be a big one as well. But unfortunately, he whiffed it so much. It's down to Genforce. Thanks for the cover fire coming up from Tress and Newsy. Coming in the nick of time. And that wipeout will eradicate the entire crew of BTR.
What a defense by Vampire Esports. This is teamwork at its best to fend off BTR. Beautifully executed by Vampire Esports, and they managed to save Tony K in the process. Now Rosemary in action against Alliance. Tony K from the high ground takes down Rosemary. Rosemary down on his knees. Alliance, Leons will be eliminated as well. The point will be given to Vampire Esports. 8 elimination points for them. Newsy is bleeding now. He needs to be saved. But Alva on the other side, 10% of health left. You need to heal up.
Somebody need to pick up a Newsy. While Strap's trying to just buy them time to do some revival from the back. Newsy's still bleeding out. Stone gonna actually try to go and resuscitate. But for Tony K, he has to make sure every angle of the backside is covered. And nobody will actually give them so much of a threat, because they will just leave this direction and just focus on what's in the front. And they're still gonna get themselves that next circle. And right now it's gonna be a 3v4 against Vampire if Roy decided to just push towards their place and area. But for Alter Ego, I mentioned, yes, they have this compound for a bit, but the problem is it's a flat plane for Razak and VOIN Donkey to push forward. And there's also Vampires from above that can actually see Alter Ego if they try to hike up.
Yeah, and speaking about Vampire, they managed to save Newsy, so they are back as a 4, the only team with full squad. Alter Ego, Octa eliminated by Razak's nade, and Alter Ego, probably they have one player left. Alpha is still in the game here. Razak just right beside him, and Alpha is smoking up, so they know where exactly he is. It's just that Razak does not have a good clear sight onto him. But Vampire Esports, just look at this. They're on their vehicles. They're prepared to make an active approach against the other teams.
Alva, he can do this by himself, but can he score another before he goes down? Seems impossible for him to take down the entire crew of all. It's going to be Alva against the entire world here today. But for Alva, if he can actually score another elimination, that's already a big win. While Vampires will finally get the rush from Roy like I expected before. And now they are the one pushing towards the right side of Roy, not giving them any entry in at all. And Newsy taking the charge and lead. And it's going to be 2 knockdowns down to only Car. But here comes Trapped, just dishing out and also baiting out the rest members of Roy, and Car finally be taken out by Newsy. And it's going to be everyone putting their hard labor in with 12 elimination by Vampires. And they want to score the back-to-back chicken dinner for day number 2 here.
Oh, close one on the Alpha. Alpha's still alright, but not for long, because it's Tony K with AUG A3 to eliminate him. Now one more team to go to make it a back-to-back chicken dinner. VOIN Donkey on the lower ground, 3 players. Everything is against VOIN Donkey now.
It's 3v4 numbers wise. It's going to be a Vampire's side. When it comes to elevation wise and the grounds, it's going to be also on Vampire's advantage. Now for Vampires, how do they play this out against the 2-1 formation of VOIN Donkey? The one that actually didn't spot out is going to be those off angle. That one particular player left. Potato and Zeta will be taking the front line, trying to distract, while Razak going for off angle entirely. They're going in triangle mode, try to approach towards side of Vampires, but the Blue Zone will force them out of their hiding spot with trees only to take as hard covers. It's going to be difficult for VOIN Donkey. And utility wise, do they have enough? They hope the nade will connect somehow, but Tony K open up the angle and Razak spot him out. That's going to be a lot of information. It's going to be 3v3 right now, but Razak being shot back by Straps. What a follow up by Vampires, but here comes the rush. Potato and Zeta is do now or do nothing at all. Down to 2v2 as Newsy on the ground bleeding out. Stoner and Straps, they're playing around the smoke just to spot any sort of pixel silhouette. They've got a 2v1 and Straps is a 1v1. Down to only Potato. Straps finally score. Or was it actually VOIN Donkey? Just stop the hat-trick back-to-back chicken of Vampire, denied by VOIN Donkey.
Wow, what a big comeback by VOIN Donkey. Lower ground, 3 players against 4. Blue just right beside them. Everything was against VOIN Donkey, and they somehow managed to make this big comeback, especially after they started to knock Tony K and then Nuzi, the 2 biggest fraggers of Vampire Esports. They just went all the way to secure the chicken dinner for themselves. And look at the Indonesian crowd with the flags celebrating VOIN Donkey.
What a great ending there by VOIN Donkey. It was a close one and a tough battle for VOIN Donkey as well. They didn't have the numbers. It was a 3v4. They don't have the grounds. They were slightly being pushed by the blue as well. But when it comes to individual skills, when it comes to playing with the smoke, you have to give it to VOIN Donkey, Potato, Zeta and Razak to the very last minute. My oh my, it was an incredible ending by the side of VOIN Donkey, and what a team play despite they being outnumbered before, with the most points coming up from Zeta's side. 517 damage, 400 damage received. This guy's not just their fragger, he's the tanker, he's the off-flanker. What else can he do?
He's done everything here. Like what you said, right? Damage received a lot. That's actually a statement that he did a lot of work there. That should be like a highlight there for me as well. And 7 eliminations, not the biggest of numbers, but the story is not told through numbers here. The story is told through, you gotta look at like how they got this chicken dinner. It is absolutely amazing by them. And of course, Zeta is our MVP.
Zeta has been always the rising rookie for this year, and seems like he's definitely deserving the spotlight with what he pulled off in the very last minute. Those smokes plays were difficult, super difficult. It was a 2v1. His health was lesser than Vampire's just now. I mean, the rest of the teams of the Ego and Alliance lasted long enough, but when it comes to travel distance, I mean, for Vampires, they came out all the way from Primos. They didn't get the first circle, but VOIN Donkey has been zigzagged themselves way in. It was a long journey, an arduous road for VOIN Donkey since the start. But let's rewatch the highlight, how VOIN Donkey just denied the triple chicken of Vampires.
VOIN Donkey started up north in North Jogopool. They went to shooting range. They turned to the left side, went all the way back down. There was a long rotation for them to get into the circle and score this chicken dinner. But because Vampire Esports, their eliminations are way ahead of VOIN Donkey, they secure more points than them, putting them as the best performing team in this round.
But the biggest statement that actually put through for VOIN Donkey, they did not make Vampires easy for the last round as well. I have to thank Razak for that. He actually caught Tony K off guard, and the one time that Tony K did not check the corners, and that was the only time that he made some miscalculation regarding the position of the VOIN Donkey players, and that was the biggest opening for VOIN Donkey to score this chicken with 17 points and 12 points for Alter Ego. Now, despite they did not have Rosemary early on and being knocked down multiple times, and it was pretty tough for Alva to survive all by himself, but at least it's good news for all the teams. Any consolation, it's going to be everyone scoring themselves something out of this map as well, including 79 MORPH. Boom, unfortunately, still gonna not making too much of a progress. We do see some comebacks coming out from Alter Ego here, but not so much of Boom, our defending titles here for this season. But coming up for the next map, I'm looking forward for what they will have to offer. These Xaviers, well, they're slowly losing the momentum from yesterday. They only scored 3 eliminations, but because of the sudden shift of the circle down south just now, making it so difficult for the teams. And Vampires, my god, the gap is getting bigger now.
Yeah, look at this, right? Between Vampire and D Xavier. Oof, because D Xavier, they didn't really do well this round. Vampire, they still did very well. So they have a 33-point gap between Vampire and D Xavier. That's about 1 round's worth. But because VOIN Donkey scored this chicken dinner, and it's actually their 3rd chicken dinner, they scored a couple yesterday as well. So they are now at 70 points, trailing behind D Xavier by 23 points.
Now, MORPH, they had some bounce back in the second map prior to this round. That kind of jumped themselves back up to the top 4 just now all the way pushed down to the 8th place again with only 1 point based on their map in the last round as well. So they are the only team at the very bottom of first page with 1 chicken. No chickens at all when it comes to the teams on second page. And boom, when we will have a bombastic time from this team right now, because we don't see too much of their performance yet. They engaged way too early, and it always got caught in between the crossfire between 2 or 3 teams at the same time.
And as much as they want to at least move on top of GEEK Fam, but because of the tiebreaker, it still favors towards GEEK Fam, and Boom Esports, they're rooted at number 16. So for GEEK Fam, well, number 15, but still need to do a lot of work. But we got 3 players from Vampire up in the Gunslingers chart.
Schwaps is back here, 1000 over damage. I mean, he's always going to be Tony K, but this time spotlight onto Schwaps, dishing out so much damage on those high elevations. And Nuzi as well did so much work. I love the fact that Vampires are polishing their ends here, especially Nuzi. This is the first time we're looking at his best performance with Vampires after so many seasons. And last but not least, we have Hunts for You by Alter Ego at the 4th place. And Alter Ego, they did slowly build up their momentum, but it's still gonna be some time for them to make a comeback, and maybe in the second half of the day.
Yeah, Alter Ego still need to find their momentum, as was mentioned in the interview. So hopefully this okay round for them, they can carry forward onto the following round, because we'll be having a break, and sometimes these breaks can kind of stop momentums of some of these teams that are playing, and they wish they were like, okay, if you have that momentum, we want to continue play the next map, but it is what it is. The break is going to happen anyway, so hopefully they take it positively to recuperate themselves and prepare for the final Iranka match for day number 2.
Yeah, on top of Boom, with their dwindling numbers, I'm kind of worried for the position here, but they will always surprise us, right? I don't know when it comes to expectation this season. It feels like a different team entirely compared to their last 2 seasons, which was extremely impressive. But for Boom, can they come back for the second half of the day or not? We're going to have to wait and see, because we're heading into the break for the players to just have a cool head down. So see you guys after this break.
for your sacrifice. A 1,000 years ago, vampires, werewolves, and humans coexisted. Under the Dracula's tyranny, an alliance rose against him. On the brink of defeat, the Dracula went berserk, attacking all. Humans and werewolves sealed him in a castle, securing a fragile peace. Now, this peace is about to shatter. It's time for your sacrifice. A 1,000 years ago, vampires, werewolves, and humans coexisted. Under the Dracula's tyranny, an alliance rose against him. On the brink of defeat, the Dracula went berserk, attacking all. Humans and werewolves sealed him in a castle, securing a fragile peace. Now, this peace is about to shatter. for your sacrifice. A thousand
Hello, welcome back everyone to the 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall. And before we jump into the second half of the day, I'm Donna Vizca. We're gonna have a little bit of chit chat with two of the players of Vampire who almost got triple winner chicken dinner today. And join me on stage here, I have Snoozy and also Swaps. Hi. Hai Nuzi, hai Swaps. Hai. Jadi teman-teman semuanya, sebelum kita move on menuju ke arah second half dari hari ini, kita bakalan ngobrol-ngobrol terlebih dahulu dengan Nuzi dan juga Swaps di sini. So Nuzi, talking about your performances, you're currently in the first place, and yesterday you started at the top as well, at the top of the leaderboard for the overall league. But Xavier came up with the triple winner chicken dinner on the first day. What are your thoughts on their performance yesterday?
ก็คำถามแรกสำหรับนูซี่นะครับตอนนี้ทีมเราเป็นอันดับ1อยู่แต่ว่าเมื่อวานทีมเราก็อยู่หัวตารางเหมือนกันแต่เมื่อวาน DX เนี่ยเขาจัดไปถึง3ไก่เลยเราคิดยังไงกับฟอร์มการเล่นของเขาบ้างครับ
ครับก็สำหรับฟอร์มของ DX ครับผมคิดว่าเขาเป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งนะครับก็เหมือนเราแบบม้ามือด้วยแล้วก็เหมือนเมื่อวานเขาเป็นวันแรกด้วยแล้วเขาทำได้ดีในการแข่งขันครับเหมือนวงเข้าแล้วเขาปิดไก่ได้ตลอดอย่างเงี้ยก็เหมือนก็ยินดีกับเขาด้วยครับ
So in my opinion they are really one of the strongest team in the tournament and yesterday they was so lucky because the circle really got them and I have to say congratulations to them on the first day of Grand Finals.
Oh, luck. Really? Oke then. Jadi tadi saya bertanya kalau misalnya mereka of course berada di posisi yang pertama dari leaderboard sementara waktu, apalagi dapetin 2 kali WWCD barusan. Terus kemarin The Xavier berhasil mendapatkan 3 kali winner chicken dinner dan menurut Nuzi sendiri, The Xavier memang adalah menjadi salah satu tim terkuat untuk saat ini. Namun untuk di hari yang pertama kemarin kayaknya kata Nuzi mereka agak-agak hoki karena mereka dapetin circle terus-terusan. Tapi pastinya Nuzi memberikan selamat dan juga good luck untuk pemain dari The Xavier. So now Nuzi, you've overtaken them for today with double winner chicken dinner, back-to-back winner chicken dinner. And how do you plan to maintain this momentum until the very end of the day?
ก็ตอนนี้นะครับทีมเราได้แซงเขาขึ้นไปแล้วทีมเรามีแผนยังไงที่จะรักษา performance การเล่นในตอนนี้ให้จนถึงวันสุดท้ายของรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลครับ
ครับก็สำหรับแผนการเล่นตอนนี้พวกผมก็ถือว่าทำได้ดีในรูปแบบแผนครับก็เหมือนเราแก้ข้อผิดพลาดจากวันแรกได้แล้วก็แก้ข้อผิดพลาดจากรอบลีกที่เราคัดได้แล้วเหมือนวันนี้เราแบบทำมันออกมาได้ดีครับก็ถือว่าเราจะทำให้ดีแบบนี้ต่อไปจนถึงจบการแข่งขันครับ
So we basically learn from our mistake from the group stage from yesterday and we'll try our best to keep this performance until the last day of grand finals.
Oke, jadi karena mereka ini bisa comeback stronger untuk hari ini, cara mereka untuk maintain momentum dari pemain-pemain Vampire ini adalah dengan cara mengeluarkan semuanya, try hard terus-terusan untuk di hari yang kedua ini. So move on to the Swaps. Hi Swaps. So talking about today's matches have been very competitive. Even though you got the double winner chicken dinner, what has been your team's key to focus or team's key focus to stay consistent and avoid mistakes under pressure?
ก็สำหรับชเวฟนะครับวันนี้ทีมเราทำได้ดีมากๆแล้วก็การแมตช์แต่ละแมตช์ในวันนี้คือเข้มข้นมากๆอะไรคือปัจจัยหรือเงื่อนไขที่ทำให้ทีมเราสามารถรักษาฟอร์มการเล่นที่ดีแบบนี้ได้แล้วก็เพื่อหลีกเลี่ยงความผิดพลาดที่จะเกิดขึ้นในต่อไป
ก็เราปกติเราก็เล่นประมาณนี้แหละครับแค่วันนี้เราเล่นขึ้นแล้วก็ทุกอย่างลงตัวไปหมดรูปแบบการเล่นเราก็เล่นเหมือนวันแรกอยู่แล้วแล้วก็เราทำมันได้ดีผลลัพธ์มันก็เลยออกมาเป็นอย่างนี้แหละครับ
Actually this is our well performance but today is quite better like we perform our best performance we just keep to focus to maintain this performance and we will try our best to undertake the pressure.
Jadi emang ya kalau misalnya sebuah tim itu mau maintain fokus mereka ya udahlah ya bermain seperti biasa aja untuk pemain-pemain dari tim Vampire ini. So talking about some fun facts, I have one fun fact about Team Vampire. We heard that you always have a strawberry bear mascot with you during every match. Is there any special meaning behind it, Swaps?
ก็สำหรับชเวฟนะครับเราเห็นกันตลอดว่าชเวฟเนี่ยจะมีตุ๊กตาหมีสีชมพูวางไว้ที่โต๊ะตลอดมีสตอรี่หรือมีเรื่องราวหรือมีความพิเศษอะไรเกี่ยวกับตุ๊กตาหมีตัวนี้ไหมครับ
ก็แฟนให้มาครับ เอาไว้ดูตอนคิดถึงแฟนครับ
It is a gift from my girlfriend. I always look at the strawberry bear whenever I miss her.
Is it like your lucky charm?
มันคล้ายๆกับเป็นเครื่องรางนำโชคหรือเปล่าครับ
It's my
Your lucky charm. Oh, so sweet, so cute. Jadi teman-teman semuanya, fun fact-nya adalah Straps dan juga mungkin pemain-pemain yang lainnya dari tim Vampire ini punya satu maskot yaitu adalah Strawberry Bear yang dia bawa atau dia pakai juga digunakan dibawa setiap pertandingan dan itu ternyata adalah hadiah dari pacarnya Straps sendiri dan itu adalah menjadi lucky charms untuk Straps dan juga pemain-pemain dari tim Vampire yang lainnya. Lucu banget ya. Anyway, Straps, last but not least, do you have any words you want to say to your fans all over Southeast Asia, maybe?
ก็มีอะไรอยากบอกแฟนคลับไหมครับทั้งแฟนคลับชาวไทยแล้วก็แฟนคลับชาวต่างชาติที่คอยซัพพอร์ตคอยเชียร์เราอยู่
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเราด้วยครับ เราจะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็จะเอา PMSL ครั้งนี้ให้มันเป็นแชมป์ของเราให้ได้ครับ
So please support us please help us as you always do and we will try our best to secure the champions of this PMSL SEA Fall.
Jadi untuk para fans dari tim Vampire terus dukung pemain-pemain dari tim Vampire ini karena mereka bakalan mencoba semua cara untuk bisa memenangkan PMSL Southeast Asia Fall ini. So that is the end of our interview. Thank you so much Nuzi and also Schwabs. Good luck for the rest of the day. And now we're gonna jump into the second half of the day. So I'm gonna give it back to the casters and watch some highlights.
Yep, send your love. Even though, well, we don't know if she's actually there, but if she's not physically there, then yeah, these are nice reminders of your boyfriends being away. I'm just saying, right? There's a lot of reasons to remind if they're away, right?
I love that pick coming up from Newsy against the players on beneath the bridge just now. That pick was cheeky on the side of Vampires. But today has been a very strong game, and this is going to be a very strong comparison with the first and second place team, Xaviers and Vampires. Well, I did mention Xaviers is more of a tactical team, so when it comes to placement points, they do have slightly better in terms compared to Vampires. But Vampires today, they are on fire. Since yesterday, they're still on fire, but today they are explosive, of course, with their aggressive plays, with more elimination across the board, 7 for the average, more towards the leaning towards the Vampires when it comes to average throws, and for leader elimination, it's going to be Schraps across the board as well compared to Levi on the side of Xaviers. But when it comes to all the players of Xaviers and Vampires, I think when it comes to those numbers with eliminations, they are very close with each other.
Yeah, I know, right? Like if you break it down, they should be very, very close. Maybe except with the exception of Stone, since he's the IGL, he plays a more supportive role, and that's absolutely understandable. But yeah, everyone is re-stepping up the game. And let's see if they can step up the game in our final Irango for day number 2 as we'll return from the break. And if you just join us, yes, you're not wrong. Vampire Esports got a back-to-back chicken dinner.
And VOIN Donkey just finished off the last Irango FZF chicken dinner. So far, we only have 3 teams that scored chicken dinner across 1.5 days here. That's going to be 3 on the Xaviers yesterday. 3, including +2 yesterday of VOIN Donkey. And then we have somebody else. MORPH did score 1 yesterday. And that's going to be a lot of vampires today. And also another back VOIN Donkey now. Will be the same teams that we're going to look over for the next Wrangle map, including the double Miramar for wrapping up of the day as well. Or will finally the second half of the second bracket, the bottom 16 teams, start to realize, hey, we are in the grand finals, hey, we are here to showcase our performance as well, or they would just, you know, watch the other teams like in awe. Wow, these teams are amazing. Where are we, you know?
Yeah, if there's that one team that is probably still not at all and they're focusing on their own performance at this moment, it's probably RRQ. Like, they had a decent day today, but of course they haven't scored the chicken dinner yet, but they seem to be like having that sort of a momentum. That's why they are trailing close behind at the top, close enough that is, and they fought their way through. Like, they had some ups and downs yesterday, but today in general they're doing okay. It's just that if they can seal the deal for a chicken dinner, this will not only be good for them, but it will also be good for the home fans who came full house, jam-packed at Surabaya to come to support them.
Now, I wouldn't worry too much when it comes to the teams at the very top, because we're halfway through. It's 1.5 days and another 1.5 days remaining, which means we are literally in the middle of the stage of our grand finals here, day number 2. But what concerning for me right now, the gap between the very last place, which is our defending champions, Boom, who the opening yesterday, they are the one who placed the trophy on top of the podium before. The gap between them and Vampires right now, it's over 70 points. Starting off before we head into the break, it was 70 points. It's wider even more. I think it's around 90 points right now. 90 points of a gap. To be exact, it's 89, but make it whole 90 points. That same goes for GEEK fam.
Well, yeah, that is a huge gap there. I mean, it must be a disaster for a miracle for them to happen to be able to be in contention for the number 1 spot. So, yeah, it's really now or never for them. But it's also now or never for some of these teams as they make their swaps. Mela resting, 9 Noise coming in, and we got Bows coming in replacement of Batman as well. So these are some of the swaps that we kind of expect coming from the break. Different from yesterday. Yesterday was a bit unusual, the fact that we did not get any swaps at all after the break. But now we're seeing at least 2 teams making their substitutions. Probably more as we do notice on camera that the players are not really getting into the game yet. So maybe some of the substitute players are prepping themselves up to be on stage.
Now, when it comes to the players as well, we don't see a lot of many hot swaps except for 9 Noise just now. And other than that, we can see pretty much the same lineup as their starters for day number 2 here. For Vampires, I want to see how much can they push forward. It was so close for them to have a back-to-back-to-back triple chicken. That's going to be better, like more flax than D Xavier's yesterday triple chicken. Yes, D Xavier scored a triple chicken, but it wasn't a back-to-back-to-back. It was a double back-to-back, and they had a gap in between. But if Vampire did score that one, that was gonna be something else entirely for day number 2. But the bar and the benchmark being set up way higher than yesterday. Today's performance, today's game has been super aggressive by each of the teams since the start. And we talked about the circle before. Today's circle has not been easy at all.
Yeah, even the Potato Hill circle, like it looked like it could go like up north, and then all of a sudden it goes back down to the main peninsula, and it goes down all the way to the Potato Hill. So it's still a very iffy circle, I must say. But of course, for us, it's great entertainment. We get to see like something different, like in the Sidehawk circle. It's not the kind of circle that we get all the time. The the first Erangel circle was interesting as well. I wouldn't say amazing, if not the players will hate me, but it's interesting. It's interesting to see this kind of circle. I do hope that we keep this momentum up, especially when we go on to the Miramar match where the map is mostly land. So if we do get like a sided circle or one of those Patona circles, that'll be pretty fun later on.
Well, Well, so far it's going to be Los Leones, South Los Leones. We're going to put Miramar talk for later, but it's focused on 100% into the next and the last wrangle of the day, which could be a big advantage for the team that will make use and love the wrangle more than Miramar. And this is going to be their last chance to push their numbers, especially the score points, the kill counts. That's super important at this point. And most of the Malaysian team, they're definitely not tactical. They're more about the fragging skills. They're all gun blazing out, including Alliance, including Sam9. GEEK fam not so much. And GEEK fam, that last map, Wolves Jepachinki Hill, they laugh a bit too early. Now it's going to be redemption time as we walk and fly into our last wrangle in Day 2 Grand Finals.
And for the last wrangle in Day 2, we're going to see a different flight path starting from the starboard area going down south. Should be heading towards the mid to the base. Earlier it was right on top of Severny, but this time we're going to get a left-sided or right-sided sort of flight path. So that means teams on the left side will need to travel a bit to get to their regular drops. So VOIN Donkey, North Jogopo, South Jogopo is going to be FaZe Clan. Even Primos is normally Vampire, but with this kind of flight path, Vampire might change their draw spot. So that's something that we're going to look forward to.
Usually it's going to be still Primos. We saw how they tried to just trot themselves away from the other places. Didn't work out so well for Vampires. So depending on the circle, still for Vampires, those late drop probably going to be Milter Power here, because that's going to be the secondary spot of drop after Primos based on this flight path. So we're going to have to wait and see what Vampires can actually make their initial drop of Milter Power work again, because last time we saw it didn't work out so well. This time we have Sam9 dropping himself not on the northern side, but it's going to be SMB once more. They had this drop early on today. Team Secret and BTR as well. Maybe some of them have a hunch it's going to be SMB circle. Probably we're going to have to wait and see first. And the only one dropping on the very northern side is going to be VOIN Donkey, and it's a big win for the teams dropping themselves on the northern side like VOIN Donkey. TALON is always going to be Yes9, Team Flash around there somewhere as well. So for the teams that used to drop themselves on the left side, this is going to be the biggest time for them to do rotation early, to go straight towards the left and enter into the circle on the northwest side, because it's a very vacant on the left side.
Yeah, so that's the thing. That could be an advantage for FaZe Clan, because they would still go to South Jogopo irregardless. But for VOIN Donkey, normally North Jogopo, they switch up to Starboard Kameshki.
Okay, so
but
with me right
anyway,
now
the
is
circle's not
VOIN
too far.
Defiant,
But we'll
which is
head
the
on to
coach
interview
for
with
VOIN
VOIN Donkey.
So right now, the question is, VOIN Donkey is performing exceptionally well. Before the competition, no one had high expectation from them, and as they barely made it to the final. So right now, Coach Defiant, what are your feelings towards these 2 days right now, as we can see your boys are performing really, really well? So do you expect that they will perform this well? Okay, jadi Coach Defiant, apakah kamu sendiri nyangka yang anak-anak bisa perform, dan bagaimana kedepannya kamu bakal mempersiapkan anak-anak buat lolos ataupun mungkin juara PMSL kali ini?
Kalau ditanyain nyangka nggak nyangka, ya jawabannya memang nyangka nggak nyangka sih, karena yang penting kita udah persiapkan yang terbaik kan. Dan di final ini benar, memang nggak ada yang expect sama sekali VOIN itu bakal bagus atau gimana, apalagi dengan head start point dari paling bawah. Jadi kita expect-nya kita di sini untuk happy aja, kita enjoy, ini panggung yang spesial buat kita. Nah, yang saya ingatkan kepada player adalah enjoy, nikmati, have fun, ini game yang kalian senangin, main sebaik mungkin, udah gitu aja.
Okay, so basically, yes, of course, we are not really expect. I mean, sometimes we expect it, but then, yeah, it's really, we can't describe what our feeling right now. But then, of course, we came here to the grand final, especially with the lowest head start point. I'm trying to tell my boys that we are definitely going to enjoy this, because try to enjoy, they need to enjoy the stage of PMSL, which is this stage is very special for us, as in we still play in Indonesia as well. So yeah, of course they are enjoy, and right now we are not focusing on other thing. We just focus on ourselves, which is we just gonna enjoy this game. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Chunks, for the interview. And also Dafian, coming up from Alter Ego last year, now being the coach of VOIN Donkey starting in 2024. Definitely makes such a big change for VOIN Donkey's performance as well when it comes to him getting into VOIN Donkey this year. And I like his mentality that being set up for the players there. You know, overthinking definitely will be very counterproductive for the players. So you want them to relax and just play their game. And because these guys been playing for like what 90% of their teenage years to their adulthood, and now they know it more than the coach themselves, and they've been living this game day and night. And this is going to be Zeta when it comes to the stat, and 416 is always going to be the priority for these players, and he's one of the biggest fragger. We saw him tanking so much damage before, but amazing players always coming up from VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, and also, since you also pointed out that the fact Defiant, he was with Alter Ego previously, right? If somehow VOIN Donkey becomes the champion this season, then Defiant will be that one coach who has coached 2 different teams and becomes champion of PMSL. That will be an amazing history mark there. So I'm pretty sure he's motivated for himself as well to do his best as the coach to bring VOIN Donkey to glory.
And that's going to be one of the most expensive coach, because wherever the coach went over to another org or another team, his golden teachings will actually secure them those trophies. Gonna need a couple of seasons to build up, but by end of the year, I mean, like, give him a year, then he can actually give the trophy to as the teams that he's coaching on. So I mean, like, that's true. He's one of the most valuable coach out there. But when it comes to the current voting, seems to be not shifting so much. Still favors towards Indonesia and Vietnam at 2,189 when it comes to the voters. I think he's going to be voting towards who's going to get the trophy. But I mean, right now, when it comes to the numbers, Thailand have the least amount, but right now, Vampire is actually leading the chart.
Yeah, the funny thing is that yesterday when the vote came out, Vietnam had the least votes, but Xavier performed. And now Thailand had the least votes, but Vampire performed. I don't know. Is this a voting curse or something that we're looking at?
Probably just going to change of tide because of how yesterday Xavier has been performing so well, and the poll seems to be quite early being put up for the netizens and the audience as well. So maybe because of the yesterday's performance aftermath that actually changed so much of the voters' mindset here today. Maybe tomorrow the voter will be favored towards more of the Thai regions because of today's Vampire's position as well. So numbers change according to the situation, I assume.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a good point, right? It depends on when they put out the vote. If they put up before the day started, then yeah, it will be based out of yesterday and so on and so forth. So yeah, if this continues on, I do believe that the vote will swing to Thailand, and we might see that Thailand will get the numbers, and then, well, it's to Thailand to try to break the voting curse, because right now it seems to be kind of affecting the Xavier.
Well, speaking of the Xaviers, well, today the Xavier has been slightly quiet compared to yesterday. But for the Xavier side, it's always going to be them trying to slowly build up the momentum as per usual. And they are very tactical. We know that since we saw how they actually stay quiet for the first 4 stages. And when it comes to the 5th and 6th stage, that's where they start to happen to put themselves in action for the frags. But today, Vampire, they actually on the hunt since the start. And we do have multiple teams taking the rotation due to the flight path. Contradicts towards the circle before. It was a right side flight path, and the circle happened to be in the center slightly towards the left, and most of the team happened to drop on the right side instead. So a lot of early transition. We can assume Rozhok, maybe even especially Rozhok and maybe even Pochinki Hills will be one of the hardest spots for the teams to actually contest for.
Yeah, so that middle area will be interesting, right? And plus, if whoever takes Rozhok, they will still have the chance of like, okay, I want to go to the shooting range because circle goes there, it's easier access. But let's see if it truly goes there. Oh! Just when all the teams are on the, or most of the teams are on the main peninsula, the circle just had to go up to shooting range.
This is going to be a very tough circle. Shoots up the way, and it's going to be a hot shift. Team Flash, the only one in the center, and they're going to drive all the way up to Savani, just in case. There's too many teams to handle at the same time. FaZe Clan seems to be, rushing into that direction, Talon. And speaking of rotation, everyone moving at the same time. Imagine the big mass later on top of Rostock is going to be a murder city later on if these teams happen to be collide into each other. But thankfully, it's probably going to be a shooting range. But speaking of which, we're already starting off with a couple of shots. First contact made. FaZe Clan and Team Flash. And Team Flash, they were trying to go up to Savani but got caught out a bit later by FaZe Clan. They're being delayed for a bit.
Yeah, and the big boy of FaZe Clan, Vin Torres, was the one to score the first blood. So a good start for them. And we expect more to come because this is where all the teams from the southern side would need to migrate up. Imagine the choke points. Imagine those teams that already got the high ground and try to block off teams from coming in. And they contest each other for good key spots. We'll expect more to come. Just like what's going to happen here. A potential fight between FaZe Clan and MORPH.
Here comes FaZe Clan. Chasing and committing to it. Team Flash just now. MORPH as well. Now, they're picking a lot of fights early. FaZe Clan, we assume there's going to be Vintorres always aggressive. We try to take the numbers up. And yep, it's going to be Vintorres, of course. And Vintorres, what a spray and track. It was impressive.
Yeah, that was how he scored the first blood. Nice quick move by him to jump out his buggy to take that opportunity. So, nicely done by FaZe Clan. They had to bounce back from their previous round. And this is a good way to start it off.
Speaking of starting, not having a great start at all coming up for Team Flash, but at least it's still going to work things out as a trio. It's going to be still okay. We do have some visualization towards the vampires here. Have some greeting against the vampire alter ego at the same time. Now, if they want to force this fight, this is not going to be necessarily the best time ever. Now, I assume vampires, they want to avoid early conflict as much as possible. So they will take the long rotation up, just bypass double, and probably go up to Savani. There's a lot of small compounds up to Savani on the outskirts around the coastline on the northern side. So they can take their own sweet time. The circle do cover major part of Savani as well. So there's no forced entry into the circle for a lot of teams.
Now, avoiding the bridges. Yep. Smart move by them since they come from Primos or they come from Milta Power. So it's a bit of a longer journey for them and teams will prepare themselves at the bridge. And we're going to see the next circle. Further goes up north, man. This circle is just insane. And all these teams down south will still need to migrate up. Vampire Esports, they are the only team inside of Savani right now. So great rotation by them to stay clear of all the competition.
I'm curious to see who's actually taking the west and east bunkers on top of shooting range here right now, because that's going to be one of the best places for them to guard over the transition of the teams and try to gatekeep them from passing by and can deny so many transition of teams. And speaking of many teams, we have GEEK Fam against FaZe Clan, and right now MORPH with Boom and Roy seems to be sharing on just the outskirts of shooting range on the south side. And it's going to be really a good shooting range because everyone starts shooting right on top around the bunkers area, and this is going to be a contest for the bunker side.
Oh, even Audrey literally shooting from afar, knocking down a couple of members of FaZe Clan as they fight against GEEK Fam. Mika is down on his knees, can still be safe though, but Damroot comes in and force them in. He will finish off Vintorres, captain for a captain.
And next we have GEEK Fam trying to finish and wrap things up. FaZe Clan, they actually got himself inside of the tunnel around the bunkers area. But Alter Ego bump into the Xaviers as well. The Xaviers have not gotten themselves a good run here entirely today, but at least they still maintain their scores up there. Barely got any improvement from yesterday compared to yesterday. But GEEK Fam, can they find the last player of a FaZe Clan? It's going to be Onzens again, the longest surviving player of FaZe Clan. BTR got himself inside of the fences. And we have VOIN Donkey at the back as well. There's so many teams on top of shooting range, but it's going to be a bit of a maze for the players to discover around the fences area.
Yeah, this place is not easy to navigate around. The fence is one, and then you got the high ground on the south side of the shooting range, and you have a lot of flat open area in front of it as well. This is this is a difficult terrain to navigate around, and perhaps that's why Sem9 Bubuku is going to stay clear of the fight. But he sees an opportunity, long range, he sprays onto that one player who's on the buggy, but the target went away.
Boo-boo. Were they willing to just go into its shooting range? I feel like it's going to be Savannah Circle all day long, but we're going to have to wait and see at stage number 4. But the Xavier's, the blue closing in super fast. Is that very quick? And Rosemary not wasting time at all. Is tanking out the blue since Alter Ego it's been splitted out, maybe by force, or maybe it's their plan all day long. But for Sam9, they got GEEK Fam under their crosshair. There's going to be a straight line of sight if Yuhan want to shoot him down. And for the rest of GEEK Fam, there's no way for them to actually revive on Mika. But Sonic's also being knocked down just now. But it's going to be the rest of Sam9 taking on top of shooting range. And will it go to Savannah or pull all the way down with the high grounds? Yep, it's still going to be shooting range. And it's going to be a lot of high grounds gameplay as well.
This is where Vampire Esports, who took Savannah, will need to leave. But they have Team Secret behind them to deal with. Looking on screen, it's Moboho trying to take opportunity between the fight of GEEK Fam and also FaZe Clan. Here comes Sem9.
Can he? Oh, he needs to go for a reverse. The vehicle, the car won't work. It won't go forward. It's a bit of a bumpy road. There you go. Onsen, at least he will survive a bit much longer inside of the bunkers area, thanks to the other teams that seem to be passing by. But on the side of Sem9, they want to get into the tunnel too, so they will try to force it out for Onsens. It's going to be Onsens fighting against 2 players of Sem9, thanks to the very narrow staircase. That will actually give some space for Onsens to just buy himself time. But for Sem9, it's not safe if they can't get into the bunker. They need to find themselves good covers, because any time there will be some surprising team coming up from the back if some of them decide to go for a long rotation.
Yeah, so this is where they need to be aware of their surrounding and not only tunnel vision towards that one area, because like, teams might come by, like you mentioned. And sometimes they're still gonna hold on to the exit point of this bunker. They do have the circle so they can kind of take their time. But this area is not within the circle, it's Savannah. But hang on a second, Alter Ego!
They just rush and crash into VOIN Donkeys at the other side of the bunker, and it's gonna be the spray with an AKM. Rosemary recklessly going in, but it's gonna be paid worth for. But unfortunately, VOIN Donkey will be being in favor of Vampires, who shot down one of players of Alter Ego as well. There's so many barricades to just cross the other side. It was Wallpark vehicle, but the pixel shot from Rosemary. But VOIN Donkey, what? Vexy from behind? How?
Where did he come from? Man, there was no attention to him, man. He just showed up and he will be able to save all of his teammates who are in the bunker right now. Nobody will be coming towards them. They can take their time.
RQ with Lions pouring over with their hand grenades over the side. This is going to be a ridiculously tough to be at the receiving end. Barely got enough hot covers, but at least they got themselves some covers compared to the Lions. They're playing in an open space, but they're going to take the courage and pluck up their courage to just push in. But the moment they open the door, have been greeted warmly by those sprays and shots. A Lions only a jump shot all the way. RRQ eradicated by a Lions with a cause, and that's going to be one trade-off. But RRQ, they had none.
Oof. And just as when we're done with that fight, we're going to see another fight here. VOIN Donkey now up against Team Secret, who's blocking the exit point. But newsflash, T Xavier eliminated without any points. So this is the opportunity for VOIN Donkey, but they have to win the fight against Team Secret. Though they can still take their time since they're in the circle, but still, Team Secret have them pinned in.
But if the circle shifts away around the bunkers area, that's going to be difficult for VOIN Donkey to get out safely. It depends on the next few stages. Still at stage 4, 3 more stages, we get to know 100% whether the bunkers will still be in it or not. But VOIN Donkey, this time they're taking a fight against Team Secret. It's not going to be pretty, this one. They got themselves some vehicles, but it was so well barricaded, well planned as well. The way they actually just put their vehicles, but it's sliding down. It's giving them some space, but it will shift away when VOIN Donkey still fighting against the Team Secret. Vampire is there as well to butt into this business. And here comes the third party in, and VOIN Donkey, can their vehicles barricading hold the Vampires coming in strong?
Here we go, Vampire coming in. And they want to wipe out all of them to gain those elimination points. So far, 6 elimination points for Vampire. One more to go. Inside the bunker, that's going to be Vexy. the final member of VOIN Donkey. Vampire Esports, they lost Stone in the process, and it was because of Nuzi's Molly. A bit of a boo-boo there that they lost their teammate, but then again, 3 players of Vampires, anything can happen.
Tony K and the rest of Vampires have to reset himself. The circle shifted right on top of shooting range, slightly to the northern side. And it's going to be only the west bunker that's pretty close. The east bunker, not too much, but still going to be visualized over the side of the rim of circle. But Sam9 will try to force BTA out of their fences. And that's a very long shot from Bubu, a random shot as well. And Roy taking on MORPH down. It's going to be down, triple, double down for MORPH. And BTR against Sam9 still. Roy, GEEK also being knocked down by Zero with the DBS. That's a huge clutch by Zero, by the way. On the side of Sam9, we have Vampires joining in on those high elevations and around the middle ground, left side just now. But Sam9, their utilities are running low. They have to be super resourceful with what they have later, because it will not be enough if they want to last this long. But the nade by Gen Force and Lapar, that was a huge one.
Man, beautifully tossed. And Sam9 down to the final player who's on the outside of the circle, has to cross the road. Not looking good now for Sam9. And that final player moved in. Okay, managed to get across, but still not parking himself yet. I doubt he'll be able to save his teammate, but nevertheless, it looks like he will still try. Now Roy will be the next team to be out at 11th spot.
I don't know. I'm curious to see how many teams are there still inside of the bunker, or everyone left just to get into the shooting range. But Boom now seems to be on the rise. BTR, they managed to survive after the bombardment from Sam9 before, and Sam9 realized, hey, we can't get across the fence. It's impossible for us with us running dry with our utilities. Not going to work things out. A bit too late now, because right now FaZe Clan already arrived, and it's going to be the last player FaZe Clan. And we do have so many teams inside of shooting range as well. Now, how the teams are actually outside of the fence to get into shooting range, that's a big issue to work with.
Yeah, the fence is really annoying, right? Like, you can see the other side, but you can't, like, get across it unless you go through one of the openings. But you have to, like, be funneled through, so it's never fun to play around the fence. But you got your answer now in one of the bunkers. So Vampire Esports is still here, but they say hello to the blue and they will leave this area. Vexy is still inside.
Vampire is taking things into action. Faxi, the last remaining member, have to climb out of the bunkers. And Circle will shift south, possibly. We haven't seen a south, south, because it's been north all this while. Alliance do being favored by the Circle there, alongside with MORPH. But MORPH, that was a huge stumble against Alter Ego before, and now they're being forced to fight against a Lion who still is a full squad, and he got himself savage elimination, one of the highest across the board. Same is for Vampires and MORPH. They barely have enough players to deal with the rest of Alliance. Zero, the only member still alive and not been knocked down, but the nade been dropped big, down to 5% of HP, and Zero's pretty slim right now. There's no way he can get out of there alive, but at least he's got himself some 3 eliminations. They were down to 8 teams.
Well, for Alliance, it look like they're bouncing back. 9 elimination points as of now, and they still have a full team. As for Vampires, was taking the fight against BTR. Gen Force eliminated by Schweppes. Looking for more behind the smoke. Schweppes takes the high ground advantage, but before that, he takes out Leon Pong. And more to come. Okay, in front of him, Sata, just right behind the vehicle. Tony K is coming in, and BTR will not survive this. Vampires will scores their 10th elimination.
Tony K sees a pixel out of place and he wants it and finish it. He will go for it till the very end with those S12K. But for VOIN, Doggies will be eliminated. Next, it's going to be Alliance on the rise with 9 elimination. But Vampires won the score double digit already. They got 10 elimination out of that and still have 3 members alive. Talon, on the other hand, taking control of the circle on top of shooting range. But defensive-wise, can they hold their grounds? At the same time, we have another team which is going to be Boom on the southern side. Will have to face against Alliance next. But with third party into the bottom or the right side of the circle, is going to be Vampires coming in, but the nade tossed to a side of Kenny, he barely make it out alive.
I'm amazed at the fact that Kenny is still in the game though. He had a difficult run earlier on, but now this could be his final run with Talon locking in onto him. 10% of health left. He could be healing up. Nope, he's out. He's probably out of bandages or even first aids. So now it's down to his last 10% of health. Axel just find that pixel shot and Kenny eliminated. That is it for Sem 9.
We're not done yet on the outskirts. It's going to be out of shooting range. Not inside of the fans as the Vampires now taking a fight against Boom, with the Lions do have those elevations. The middle ground taken by Boom, but Tony K on the lowest ground, low ground or not, who cares? As all you can see, he will try to shoot them down. Whatever things that move, he will try to shoot them down. Problem is for Tony K, his reserve of ammunition is down to only 25. No smokes, only 3 hand grenades. I don't know about his S1 K, but it won't work this distance. He needs to replenish his resources.
Well, he's doing exactly that as his other teammates are engaged with Boom Esports. And looks like Axel had a hand in Vampire Esports as well. So 3 teams duking out with each other for this area. As now Tony K is the only member of Vampire Esports alive with the blue right behind him. Response of Pombit eliminated.
Blues don't start to click in towards the players around the edge of the circle. But for Vampires, they're down to only Tony K to do the work. We've seen Tony K did a big clutch before. Can he do it again this season? Frenzy, Boom, 80 in his reserve with the UMP. Alliance on the other hand, still taking reign over the control of the circle of the south with 4 squads still remaining. Boom down to 1 player. It's going to be 1v4, v3, v1 right now with Boom sandwiched between 2 ways. Frenzy, left, right, center. The net by Tony K is more accurate compared to Alliance right on top. But Tony K, how to get out from here, how he's going to play this. The moment the smoke dissipate, the smoke's still there, still got shot down. If the smoke clears up, there's no way for him to take a hike.
Oh, it would have been difficult for him on the lower ground with Alliance on that high ground. And the fact that he could still get 1 more elimination before he went out, I would still say Tony K did very, very well in this round. Now, it's with the Lions and TALON.
Lions, they had over the control of southern side of circle for quite some time, but TALON do take control of the northern side. It's just about the ground difference. The level of ground will make a huge difference when it comes to the last circle between the 2 teams here. Position-wise, TALON do have more covers due to the steep slope around the area.
Misery?
For Misery, he got a clear shot towards Jimmy. That's going to be go time. An opening for Misery. He's going to zigzag himself in just to find the remaining players of Alliance behind there. There's still a 2-2 formation. And there's another one. Misery, there's such a big opening across the other side. Arctic Look shot him down. But how do they respond of TALON to this? They're just giving away the positions freely, and Arctic Look shot them almost entirely clipped down.
Well, 2 knocks for Misery before he got knocked himself. That is a good trade there, I must say. Now, Ade looks still with a high ground advantage. He kind of has an idea where the other members of TALON are at. They pop up that smoke. They try to hike up. That should be kind of like their mission. Try to get as close as possible to Alliance. Yoru nailed down by Ade Look. Alliance now in the driver's seat.
Arctic Look, he's had it enough. No more hiding games. It's all about taking it as a confrontation. And here comes a splat coming up to the side of Misery, and Alliance scored. It was almost a flawless run. And they got themselves the control of the circle. They got on the southern side of the circle when it shifted all the way down when it was shooting range, down to the outskirts of shooting range. Alliance has got a hefty amount of eliminations, but don't forget about TALON and Vampires as well, because they have plenty too.
Don't forget about them. Exactly right. You thought they were missing. You thought the first half they didn't do well. They would go all the way down, but no. They respond back with a chicken dinner right after the break. Alliance is back, ladies and gentlemen. And the amount of eliminations that they got, 14 eliminations with the chicken dinner, 24 points to make out from the first half.
Leon's unfortunately caught in a trap when they were trying to take down BTR as well. Leon, if I'm not mistaken, on top of shooting range. BTR get himself quite controlled on top of shooting range until the circle shifted away. And for Jimmy O'Leo, Addict Look and Leon's OK Look, as they call it these days, we do know he's one of the top MVPs of fraggers. Can he get himself the FMVP for this grand finals too? With 1098 damage, 11% of headshot, 6 eliminations. His damage received is 4 times lower than his damage dished out, so he hid himself so well. And thanks to Addict Look just now, if he did not shut down on Misery, there's no way Alliance can win this chicken dinner.
Yeah, the nice side angle by Adi Look from the high ground. That was so crucial for them to score this chicken dinner as well. And of course, throughout, with the numbers on the board, he has been consistent. But other than the Lions, of course, we still have to have Vampire Esports here. Still the team to beat as they still perform in this round with a lot of eliminations. Followed by TALON, who came up second in that round. But we also have Boom Esports. Okay, Boom Esports, decent round for them. They need more than this to come back out from page 2.
Well, it's better than nothing compared to the last game or prior to this map before. For Boom, congratulations for finally coming back into this tournament, but how much they can carry up the momentum for the rest of the day. Because we're going to switch over to Miramar next. No more done with the Erangel, but let's rewatch the highlight of what happened in the last Erangel map today.
And Alliance was one of the teams from farm to navigate through the bridge where the circle went up north, but they took their time allowing teams to move in first before they came in later, not allowing other teams to gatekeep Alliance. And that brought them the chicken dinner as they landed themselves at the final circle on top of the high ground of shooting range. 24 points for Alliance.
Another team with a double-digit eliminations, that's going to be Vampires. They're no stopping. They're racking havoc inside of Erangel just now, getting secured those eliminations instead of just placement points this time. Definitely making it so difficult for the other teams to score themselves down there. And Boom, this yet to be their best run. I want to see more out of Boom, but we're going to have to wait and see can they actually do it in Miramar. But unfortunately, the rise of Vampires means there's going to be some falls, the downfall of the Xaviers. And today, after their triple chicken yesterday, they lost entirely momentum when it comes to day number 2 with 0 points this time. And RQ is one of the top teams that don't seem to be having a great time in the last Erangel just now. Same goes for Team Flash with zeros, all these 3 teams respectively.
Yeah, too bad for them. Just as when RRQ kind of found their rhythm, but a 0-point round pushed them down to number 6. No big changes at the top spot. Vampires was again another consistent performance, and D Xavier didn't really have a good game. So the gap is now super duper wide, right? We're talking about like what? My math is killing me, but it's 49 points gap, yeah, thereabouts, yeah. But Alliance,
It's 50. I'll make it 50. I think it's easier to. Yeah, 50, around 50. 49 is exact numbers, yeah.
yeah, okay. So yeah, thanks for double checking that. So 49 points. Alliance, because of the chicken dinner, they are now behind the Xavier by just 4 points. Of course, the tiebreaker would favor Alliance at this point. So if they want to overtake the Xavier, they have to score at least 5 points based on the current chart.
51 points of the difference between these Xaviers and Vampires do have a lot of work, but for Vampires today we have to give so much respect. They barely drop any balls here. And speaking of dropping the balls, it's going to be the team on the second page. BTR, when it comes to comparing the first page, the first place, and also at the very bottom, a significant gap when it comes to the very bottom and also the first place, of course. But GEEK, Fan, Boom and Altiga Team Flash, is it still possible for the teams on the second page to secure themselves in the top 3? Or will be pretty much just fight for their PMGC points at this point for the teams on the second page as well?
It's going to be pretty hard, but yeah, I mean, both Alter Ego, Boom, they should have significant points, but yeah, we need to look at that later on, right? Because right now the tables really have turned for both Boom and Alter Ego. But we'll continue to look at that, as now we'll look at the two top players for their respective team, Tony K and Ade Luke, with some of the stats pretty close. Although all of them do favor Tony K, but when it comes to eliminations, there's only one difference. Damage output, it's Tony K that did a lot of work for the team, 1,518 versus 1,098. Assists, only one difference, and it's sided towards Tony K. Team contribution also not that far. That's why these two players are very, very important for their teams.
Yep, these are the main fraggers for each respective teams of Vampires and Alliance, but Alliance did score slightly more compared to Vampires, which did more work based on their stats just now, with damage dished out by Tony K, definitely way more than Adik Luke. But Alliance just scored 14 eliminations. Vampires, they got themselves 13, while VOIN Donkey with 5 eliminations, same goes for Sam 9. What a big difference between the third and fourth place compared to the first and second. It's just so aggressive for Vampires today. Speaking of Vampires, they always got themselves in the top 4, and this is actually the worst placement point they had the entire day. Prior to this, they got what? First place, chicken dinner, double back-to-back, and second place, and now they only got top 4, and that's like what, the worst possible placement for them today. That's just how consistent they are, and not just their placement points, not just according to their transition and adaptation towards the circle and rotation wise, but it's also about their double digit for their eliminations. They did not silently getting into the circle like how these Xaviers does when it comes to being a strategic team as a whole, but Vampires, they just bulldoze people to get into the center.
Yeah, they make up for those few placement points with the elimination points still. So that's why they're like the second most points collected by a team in that round. So in a nutshell, it's still like they are still not stopping in terms of their momentum. Their momentum is still going on. And the teams below them is still not even at a triple digit. And they're already like what? Ahead, already like 50%, almost 50% of the of like 200 points, and we have 2 more rounds to go. Imagine what they can come up with, right? Let's say it's another like 20 point. They're almost at 200 points by the end of the day.
Yeah, but also the biggest contender for them after we had that interview before with Shraps, alongside with another player of Vampires before we start our second half of the day, they did mention the Xaviers after yesterday's performance. They will be like one of the teams to watch out for Vampires. But with the Xaviers barely actually scores a good point placement points, especially here today. They placed themselves 12th place, 11th place, but got 3 or 4 eliminations, so it wasn't empty entirely. But due to how big of a difference, significant difference of performance compared to Vampires and the Xaviers, the gap between the first and second place is still apparent here right now. 51 points for the first and second. Imagine the first and 16th place to compare. It's like 100 points different right now.
Yeah, I know, right? It's so huge there. That is worth like what? Almost like 2 rounds. So if it's worth 2 rounds, that means whatever happens, we might still see Vampire be at number 1 after like the 2 Miramar matches. That is just insane here. 2 games in hand. To make it dramatic, of course, I kind of wish that, okay, let's smaller the gap by tomorrow. So let every game count. Let the final game count, because if it's like this huge of a gap, the last game or the second last game, it might be us talking about like, oh, who's going to get the second place onwards.
Now, for the home country and home buff teams, it's going to be VOIN Donkey RQ that seems to be the one that closer to get themselves in the top 2. I mean, like in second place, it's going to be their best target here right now. And that's Sanskoi, by the way, guys. If you don't know this guy, he's an amazing guy. He's a very fun person to be with, and he's one of the cheerleaders of the Indonesian region teams as well. It's fun to actually see how he lead the crowd control by this one particular man. It's incredible. Look at the vibe and energy of the crowd. And speaking of the crowd, they definitely need to motivate and give their support to the Indonesian region, because right now, like I mentioned before, VOIN Donkey RQ will be one of the closest one to get into the top. I wouldn't say number 1. Number 1 is a bit too much of a difference. Second place, yes, will be more ideal for the end of today. But for tomorrow, it'll be probably going to be a different story. These Avies, the only one team that they can really take down when it comes to Indonesian region teams.
Yeah, take it one step at a time, right, they say. So, end of the day, they can keep that pace. Maybe tomorrow, they can like boost themselves up. So, one step at a time, one step at a time. But the other thing that I really like about what we're seeing on screen right now is that it feels like it doesn't matter like which team you support. As long as you support an Indonesian team, you would cheer for them. That's why you can see like the banners next to each other, like different team flags, like waving just next to each other, and everyone is just so united by the Indo pride that they're bringing.
But it's also giving so much pressure for the Indonesian region teams to perform right in front of the fans as well, with so much expectations. Now things getting even crazier and wild since we have lesser map to play with. And with Vampires, I mean, like, we know they are the 2 times champion for PMWI, but when it comes to PMSL or PMPL before this, for Southeast Asia region, they never lift the trophy yet. So we're gonna have to wait and see, can they finally score this last season for the entire year to just secure the trophy that they've been long for just far too long. Now that's funny to say it, but they have been waiting for this time for the longest time ever.
Yeah, multiple challenges to be here, and now they are still in the running for it. And RRQ wish they would have been in the same position. Maybe that's why they are thinking to themselves that, okay, let's make a swap here. No Mercy out, Fnatic in, hopefully to be able to keep up with the pace. Alter Ego is making their own swap as well. So Boychill is going to play in this round inside the Miramar match. And Boychill with Miramar, during the league stages, he came out with a big clutch against GEEK fam. And probably that is like one of those throwbacks that you can like bring it onto the table. Then that is the thing that Alter Ego will be hoping for, that he can pull up.
And I was a bit distracted by Platinum Flag just now. That was the tiebreaker with VOIN Donkey just to get into the grand finals there. The tiebreaker was down to only placement points between Panda and VOIN Donkey. Only one will make it through for the grand finals. We'll still see that flag waving. That's big coming up from fans as well. But you know what? When it comes to Erangel, we're done for the day. But we're down to only 2 more maps to go. Not wasting any more time. Let's fly into Miramar.
And it is going to be the first Miramar for day number 2. Of course, with this lobby, it is their 3rd Miramar playing together. And all our circles today have been really wonky. Even the previous one, it looked 50-50. It went all the way up to shooting range. So Miramar is going to be a fresh new map. So if there's that one circle, since we might see a whole day of wonky circles, this is the best time to bring up Patona.
And it's also a fresh new restart for the teams that hitting the wall just now instead of Erangel. And they finally can try to change the dynamics and change the POV or point of view of the map itself. Had enough of the aggressive plays of Erangel just now. Definitely exhaust all the players down there. But when it comes to Miramar, bigger map it is. We have, hopefully it's going to be a peaceful start, but it's incredibly impossible to have that because today has been an aggressive hunting day for Vampires. Will any team stop them from their rampage mode or not? But speaking of Persona, we do have a couple of teams sharing the same spot. There's going to be VOIN, Donkey and GEEK Fam. I assume they probably won't meet up unless they try to steal some vehicles or, you know, I feel like they're probably going to have early scrappy fights, but it depends on how GEEK Fam want to just respond to it, because it's actually a bit separated from the rest of VOIN Donkey right now. Oh.
Yeah, if we look at like VOIN Donkey, they're focused on to like just drop and loot that area. GEEK Fam grab their vehicle, goes back to Puerto Paraiso, their regular drop spot, so not interested in taking early fights. We're going to see a left side circle this time. Monte Nuevo will be the middle part of the circle, but if it wants to be wonky, then go down to the south side of Chumacera, where all the high ground areas are at, very difficult to play with, and that will be a very difficult ending circle with this first stage circle.
Well, we had La Rilera before. That's only like once during the league stage, and Chumacera have been quite one of the most popular spot when it comes to the sort of circle. But when it comes to the ground, though, the elevations when it comes to this ground is going to be really tricky for the players to pick and choose which high mountains and high rocks they want to actually secure. These high land areas will be crucial and vital for the team to rotate in early. And speaking of trying to get in early, the latest one coming into this sort of circle will be MORPH. They're dropping themselves on top of Toro Ahumada last time we saw them. And Vampires taking around Minas Generales, and one side of Alter Ego, they spread across the truck stop or up to Al-Azhar. So it depends on these teams, but we do have Tony K stats up here. That's the difference between him and the rest of them. All the other teams only have their top fragger as 1.5 average elimination, but this guy at 2.1 average with 66% is going to be the M416. Last time we saw him using the S12K for his secondary weapon, but that Scar L, like I mentioned, that 6% is only just as an accessory.
And it's not the first time that we see Tony K with more than 2.0 average eliminations. During the league stage, we saw that stat as well. And it's still consistent here in the grand final so far. And that's one of the key reasons why Vampire Esports is way, way up there in terms of points. I do wonder, looking at the current performance of Xavier, will they be able to make the 100-point mark? They are 7 points away from that. So that will be the challenge for Xavier. Alliance, they seem to have found their momentum. They might be able to break through to the 100-point mark after this round. And then VOIN Donkey, the best they could probably do, unless they come out explosive, that is, then I would say realistic or averagely, they at least could come close to the 100-point mark. So just to put a bit more pressure to Vampire Esports, that other teams are able to be at 100 points above by the end of these 2 rounds.
The points will be translated after they can actually secure those high grounds here, which still are going to be a big question. And we're going to have to wait stage 3 and 4 to finally see if there's going to be some points will be deducted, points will be gained by the teams or not. Because right now I'm looking at some of the teams' rotations here. And the one that actually do get the circle was 7-9, right on top of Monte Nuevo, but they can wait it out. But we do have BTL on top of, right on top of Power Grid area as well. And the one that actually is securing around Minas Generales or Minas del Valle, it's going to be TALON for now. So, yeah, high ground wise, TALON do have advantage waiting it out. But it's all about the time to hike up, reposition, and also revise with their rotation how to navigate into the high ground safely. Because looting phase will not last too long. Because a lot of teams seems to be colliding, might be just now. Because they all want to get in and going back to where the rest of the teams are.
Yeah, even though if the circle does go away from the high ground at the end of the day, it's still easier to go down rather than if so happen the circle goes to the high ground, then you have to like from down going up. So that's why we can see that these teams are racing to take those high grounds as early as possible. It will be a bit more challenging for teams that drop further away from maybe the Chumacera area, and it gives a bit more advantage to teams that are in the area by default, but it is what it is. So it's all about timing. And these are one of the teams that want to take the high ground. RRQ onto BTR.
Oh, RRQ forcing that crash towards Lapore. The rest of BTR will follow pursuit when it comes to the call of Lapar to rejoin and regroup and give him some cover fire as well. Lapar with a 12k, hoping he will actually get a CQC or a long shot towards the M4. We need some reload. Unfortunately, RQ lost one member knocked down early on. There's going to be a second one. And they are rushed right now. The attempt to take over BTR seems to be failing and falling apart. But at least he got one knocked down, and the third one possibly is down to 2v2. Lapar and Satar still alive, but that was an instant kill on the side of RQ. And Fnatic, after committing crime, is just trying to flee. No way, brother. No way.
And Fnatic went out. That is RRQ. Another difficult round for them. Only 1 point this time. They took one out of BTR, and that's about it. And tough one for RRQ. I mean, at some point, they looked like they were having some sort of momentum, but it's been 2 rounds back to back right now that they have been having a difficult round. So let's see. Seems like Team Flash wants to take advantage of BTR.
A lot of teams seems to be passing through power grid here, making a very hot spot for the teams to have their checkpoints as well. And Team Flash has spotted our BTR, give a couple of warning shots, and they're done. They just say, nah, this is not fun. We're gonna find some place to play with, and probably just try to get himself in the high elevation first, because there's so many teams that try to get themselves into this high grounds at the same time. And speaking of the teams here, Vampire's definitely not gonna try to get as high up as possible. They're taking their own sweet time, trying to find themselves some, you know, passerby, and just try to get himself extra pocket money or pocket eliminations along the process.
Yeah, so everyone's trying to pick off, especially those who already have the high ground advantage. Now, high ground advantage, speaking about that, Vampire Esports has this high ground, Alter Ego's on the other side. So look at the amount of information that they could get, and they could decide like, okay, someone's there or someone's not there, and we can see Vampire Esports moving. And Vampire Esports throughout the day, they have been playing this sort of play style, very, very active. Whether they have the a fight to take or they don't have a fight to take, they have always been moving around.
Another team that's moving around is going to be Alter Ego, right on the outskirts of Picardo. I don't know if there's any team still staying around Picardo. Last time we saw Vampires nearby. Yeah, Vampires still on top of Picardo here right now. It's going to be a lot of... It's going to be fun to watch when it comes to 2 powerhouses fighting against each other early on. But we will have La Drilera Circle this time. And FaZe Clan and VOIN Donkey. Speaking of La Drilera, the trickiest part is going to be those terrain. There's going to be deep valleys and super high mountains too. So pick and choose, everybody. It's all about getting those grounds that's perfectly well worked. With a team composition too.
Yeah, one of the teams that is already on the high ground on that side is FaZe Clan. So great advantage for them. They'll definitely hold on to that for now unless the circle moves away, and expect teams to be maybe challenging them for the spot, or maybe even not, because it's still stage 2. There's still other options for teams to take, because there's still a chance that that high ground might not be valuable with the circle shifting still. So as long as FaZe Clan can still be there, maybe the chances of other teams to really force themselves through would not be as high, since there's still a lot of space.
I agree. I mean, high mountains, not as high value when it comes to the last few stages, 7 and 8 stage, because Circle always favors the middle ground and slightly towards the open space in between those streets. So we can assume La Drilera Circle, we had that before. And the one that we actually have will not favor those high peak mountains. And if it's right on top of La Drilera, we know how this compound there will actually work so well. But speaking of working so well, FaZe Clan with an AKM did have a glimpse on Roy and greeted him warmly. How FaZe Clan Venturis tried to wrap things around from the back. Now, did Roy just spring a trap here set up by FaZe Clan? Because the way FaZe Clan positioned himself, it feels like it's a setup that completely organized by them before.
Yeah, so I guess FaZe Clan, they are trying to get back to their roots, right? Trying to get back to basics. And sometimes we hear that through player interviews. It's like, okay, we got to remember our basics. So they are setting this up like how they are comfortable in playing, getting that advantage spot against other teams. And so far doing so good, they are able to just shoo away the teams that try to pass by. But MORPH, they do have this high ground, and same thing goes. High ground, they're able to shoo away VOIN Donkey, who was scouting around that area. And with stage 2, VOIN Donkey will say, hey, it's not going to be worth it. We don't have the advantage. Let's just go somewhere else.
Where they're picking a spot, MORPH is one of the powerful spot they have. But this could be one of the hottest spot that a lot of teams will try to pass by as well. We're gonna have to wait and see the rotation of the next map, next stage as well. The next stage is gonna be all down to which part of La Rilera. Is it gonna be right on top of the compound of La Rilera, where it's gonna be a slightly bigger compound, or will it be still showing towards the southern side? It's all about the circle, whether it will pull all the way to Valdemar. Still going to be right on the northern side here. And these avias, they always take the left side of those high peak mountains. It's quite risky when it comes to stage 7 and 8. But it will be so worth it to take it, to just farm those eliminations. Because the left side of those mountains are slightly higher than where FaZe Clan and Semna is actually at. So they have to figure out how to deal with stage 7 and 8 if they can survive long enough up there.
Yeah, so they still have that space for now, as teams are still moving around with the high ground and hoping for that next circle to give them the advantage, just like how they got the advantage with circle yesterday. Vampire Esports, the big boys who do not have the circle this time, so this will be the challenge for them, because as they come in later, the key spots will be taken. So they have to pick other different spots, or at least be alert enough to be able to scout out on where those spots are taken, so they can just avoid them.
For the other teams, Roy taking around the just next to around the Deep Valleys area. And this is gonna be the teams that are trying to bull those people from behind. Of course, it's gonna be Alter Ego. Nobody else trying to do that, as crazy as they can be sometimes, especially when it comes to this map. Alter Ego do prefer this map to go all gun blazing compared to Wrangle. They can get even crazier. But we're gonna have to wait and see will things actually fare well for Alter Ego or not. Because right now on the rise, like we mentioned, Vampire seems to be on the hunt as well. Talon taking a bit of long shots against BTI. I assume that's no translation into an execution or elimination because of how the distance between is still quite far apart.
Oh.
Never mind.
Okay, they still got it though. Okay, but looks like no further follow-up yet. But we're going to see a big follow-up here. Ooh, Vampire and Alter Ego. Both of them on the outside of the circle with the blue closing in. Schweppes gets knocked by Boychill. Boychill now caught by Tony K behind his speaker. Newsy gets knocked. Newsy eliminated by Rosemary. Oh man, Vampire East was falling apart to Alter Ego.
This is going to be the inevitable fight since the two teams rotating on Minas. Generales seems to be the same direction as well. Alter Ego and Vampire is down to Tony K to actually do the work. It's going to be a 1v3, but can he actually do it? He's trying to secure that 1-1 elimination, but the rest of Alter Ego say goodbye. We don't want to waste any more time. Problem is, Tony K, he's left by himself, but at least he's been stayed with the Dacia and a couple of loot laying around. Worst case scenario, you got a level 1 helmet. And another worst, from worst to double worst, is going to be Talon joining in as well. Tony K, he's still not been discovered by Talon. They're not aware about his presence and his existence, except for Alter Ego. If Talon managed to cancel out Alter Ego, that's going to be a big opportunity for Tony K to shoot them from behind.
He's still taking out the blue though. So track record wise, Vampire Esports not big fans of Mirama, and it's showing right now in this game. At least the circle's not too far away for Tony K, and other teams are not really pursuing him. Hopefully he has enough first aids to be able to make it, but also hoping for Talon to just move away because they're still in front of him. Alliance, they get a knock, long range knock onto a member of Talon, so they will kind of stop them there, and that's bad news for Tony K.
And Tony K is taking the blue. It's going to hurt this time. Stage number 4. Going to stage number 5. Definitely going to be tough for him. A very arduous journey for that one particular player. But for 7-9, spot out Team Flash. Here comes the spray, not connecting. Golden Brazen trying to go for more. 7-9, they're repositioning themselves. They do have those peak mountains on the northern side of the circle. They will try to gatekeep as best as they can against Team Flash. But Team Flash, there's so many ways to get into where 7-9s actually stand. If they just take a bit of a longer journey towards the back, and it's going to be well worth it. But right now, they're a bit forced into this compound against M9. Maybe because they're not taking on the northern side. There's Boom on the other end as well. So this is the only way for them, the only option for Team Flash to get through into the safe zone.
Yeah, it seems so. It seems so. They try to wrap around, they risk probably to other teams, putting themselves in a difficult situation as well. That doesn't help the fact that they don't have the vehicle now. Vehicle's totally gone. So probably going to focus a bit more on the 7-9, but it's hard for them to get this advantage. Okay, they still have other vehicles, so they can still try to do something out of the box, like going back out and maybe come back in.
It's a bit difficult for that, because it's going to be a huge hike for them to get into the circle. If they're late into it, it's going to be taking so much time just to fight the blue and the blue zone. Not just the blue zone, the players gatekeeping and have to re-hike again. We talked about a long hike. Look at how far they hike up all the way here with their only 2 feet up. For 7-9, right now, they are pretty much aware the threat around the corner, but they cannot overpick themselves. But for MORPH, I assume that's going to be the last player. Not yet, still have 2 more remaining. VOIN Donkey is going to be those high grounds on slightly on the north, slightly on the south of the circle just now, but I'm waiting for the Xaviers. Last time we saw them around the peak area of left side, and since the circle shifted away, how would they cross the street?
Yeah, they scored 1 elimination, and that's about it. And crossing the street, like what you pointed out, if the circle goes away, look at how many eyes are onto them. Okay, VOIN Donkey is going to be 1, and on the south, there's another team as well. VOIN Donkey poking onto the Xavier. Parajin took a bit of damage there, and he will be forced to use healing utilities. Hopefully that doesn't wear down, because they might need it when the zone arrives.
And speaking of another team that's super quiet, GEEK fam coming out from Valley de Mar. Seems to be very quiet right now on the very south. I'm curious about where they position themselves in this sort of circle. 25 seconds remaining, less than that. I'm going to hit in stage number 5, and the blue will shrink even further down. If these teams on the north will not be favored by the circle, it's going to be a tough time for 7-9 to get out, because Team Flash waiting. Unfortunately, Vampires finally bowing out early this time. The first time we're looking at Vampires at their worst performance is going to be this one here right now. But when it comes to the circle, it will be Team Secret to get in center. Yes, they do, with TALON taken on the right side. The hard shift making it so difficult for the Xavier to cross the other side of the street.
Yeah, this is the toughest situation for the Xavier now, not gonna lie there. If they go up north, then there will be Team Flash, 7-9. There'll be FaZe Clan there. They go straight, will be VOIN Donkey. So it's kind of like a pick of poison sort of situation for them. But focusing on the 7-9 right now, they defended their ground against Team Flash. Team Flash only has 1 player left, and that's going to be Kwang. And this is kind of like an expected result, because it is a very difficult position for Team Flash to be in. I mean, how are they going to get information even? And yeah, nice need there. They should go into the Olympics. But 7-9 sent them back, and maybe, you know, that's his chance to show to the Olympics that he deserves a spot.
Team Flash, we've seen a zigzag nade before, but up and down, that was something interesting. Incredibly love to watch that unique way to toss your nades. It's always a privilege to watch how these players can actually expand their skills based on how they toss the nade as well. But last time I saw these areas start to close in their distance was this side, as the northern teams will have some difficulties and a lot of issues to deal with. And we saw Team Flash just now. They're still alive, and unfortunately they're not, because I think one of them, and the reason they ran out of their resources as well, when none of the nades seems to be connecting after they tried to push out the teams was 7-9 before. But 7-9 now taking a fight against these Xaviers. We talked about these Xaviers closing in their distance, and this is where they came in all the way towards the north, taking a longer rotation, avoid those vision by VOIN Donkey completely before.
Yeah, somehow they managed to make it across, but and also they attacked at 7-9 when they were just recovering from the Team Flash fight. So great advantage taken by the Xavier, taking out Kenny, one of the top players for 7-9. UI tries to get away, he takes a bit of damage. Moving over to TALON versus MORPH eSports. TALON only misery now, going up against MORPH eSports on the left side with the TBS. He knocks down Razy, but the counter fire came from the other side, and TALON still went out.
I'm curious who actually shot Boom down. Was it Roy? Yeah, it's definitely Roy. Car all the way in the middle ground area. And GEEK fan scouted out VOIN Donkey just now. They came all the way from south, so I assume they are rotating, they are migrating, they are moving as well into the center of the circle. But speaking of the team, we still have 12 teams intact. Now Team Secret also taking a fight against Alter Ego. Next we have Roy. Roy usually super quiet when it comes to stage 5. Usually start acting on stage 6. But here comes them, forcing their way entry into the circle, fighting against Boom.
Here we go, one nade set across. And Yummy May knocked out by Shulos. Car got bombed. Boom Esports falling apart right now, and their last player is pretty low. Car will go in straight forward elimination. Boom Esports bow out to the hands of Roy, and Roy have the entire right side for themselves now.
Circle probably will be taken by FaZe. If it shifted all the way to his left side, of course. Yep, and FaZe Clan do have those high-peaked mountains, and they have control over the center here, with Semna a bit busy against these Xaviers. These Xaviers a bit distracted towards the side of VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey being sandwiched between GEEK Fan, but Alter Ego still trying to deal with MORPH around the slopes of the hill, with Boichi the last man standing. He has to deal this by himself. It's going to be a 2v1, but you know, they're not fighting back on the side of Hazel. And Team Secret will try to keep their eye locked towards this side too, so they have to be extra careful about not overpeaking, but GEEK Fan and VOIN Donkey seems to be like super rowdy and wild right now.
Oh, here we go, GEEK Fam. Big advantage against a VOIN Donkey. Potato just got eliminated. Looking for the other member of VOIN Donkey. He's on the other side. Okay, there you go. Vexy is there. Sonic sprays into the smoke, hoping to land his shots. Vexy is still A-OK. But Vexy, he does not only have GEEK Fam to deal with, but the blue as well, and also D Xavier in front of him. Bam!
GEEK Fam managed to eradicate VOIN Donkey. But for Team Secret, MORPH also being eliminated. These Xaviers pouring down their nades to the side of GEEK Fam, denying their entry into those circle, and they try to take charge of those elevations. And FaZe Clan, the one that actually have complete control of the circle here right now. They can gatekeep to the side of the Xaviers, GEEK Fam, as well as Team Secret from the south. But it's going to be too many teams trying to share their compound alongside with FaZe Clan here. And Alter Ego Boichi, there's going to be lots of them, down to only Alliance on this side. But Team Secret will keep them at bay.
And Team Secret, with the high guy advantage, will shoot them out. As Alliance now, we need to problem solve this. Like, fight through, it's going to be difficult. They don't have the vision. They don't have the information. They do have that one player who's sneaking, though. So, if they can get that knock from the side, then that is a huge opportunity for Alliance. Okay, that's a neat look there. But going in all alone, looks like he's not going to take that risk. They will retreat back and probably find a different entry.
The Xaviers finally got themselves some challenges up here. 7-9, Purgeon's down, bleeding out. UI repositioned on the flank side, got himself quite a clear view. He spotted out the silhouette of Lamborghini, but Lamborghini will send some threat over the other end, so he tried to toss a nade down to only 1% of HP, while Troy tried to retrieve his teammate. Lamborghini down to this final health, but GEEK Fam on the other way as well. These Xaviers, they ham down between two teams, sandwich between 7-9 and GEEK Fam. This is not going to be easy for the side of the Xaviers now.
Well, here we go, 7-9. This is their chance to block out D Xavier. D Xavier so far so good. A lot of challenges for them, but they're still able to make it this far. 7-9 looking for revenge. D Xavier was the one to take out some of the teammates. GEEK Fam, however, will feel the wrath of D Xavier, but Parajin is currently down thanks to FaZe Clan. So many teams on the left side, so close to each other. Everyone's cancelling out every other player. At 7-9, they were cancelled out as well. This time by Lamborghini.
The Xaviers, that's quite a defense. With one player, he still tried to put out service for the rest of the Xaviers. That's going to be Lamborghini for you guys. Despite they being sandwiched between GEEK Fam and 7-9 before, but the circle shifted away. It's going to be in between those deep valleys. And Roy will still be favored by the circle here. And the one that actually not sharing the same side of the map is going to be just Roy on the other side. 7 teams still intact with 17 players still alive. Here comes FaZe Clan. They will gatekeep the rest of GEEK Fam and the Xaviers. They cannot get into the circle easily. How can Lamborghini do this by himself?
Man, the circle is just unkind to D Xavier. Look at this. Just goes away and away and away from D Xavier. And like what you said, Lamborghini, how is he going to do this? Okay. At least on the northern side, looks like he found an entry point, clear off other teams. Most of the other teams on the south side right now, we have Team Secret and Alliance. They were at it with each other for quite a while right now, and this fight has to end.
Roy, despite having 2 players, but the circle favors them and a bit of lower ground while waiting for the other teams to cancel them each other out. So Roy will just wait for the woman of chicken dinner. Team Secret try to force a fight against Alliance. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of nade galore up here with nade. Also almost chipped down, but Alliance fought back. They managed to knock a couple of players of Team Secret down. Same goes for Alliance. They have a bit of a trade-off between these two. We have another one bites the dust. We're down to only 6 teams. And Roy, despite they're across the other side, they managed to steal away a couple of steals from below. But Alliance, they are falling into pieces. With Team Secret do have some elevations and a couple of rock to take covers. There's some hard covers for this side. Team Secret will try to just eradicate the remaining members of Alliance. But FaZe Clan will actually busy themselves against GEEK fam. So it's a good time for Team Secret to push forward and attempt to finish off Alliance here.
Here we go. Push is what you asked for. Push is what you will be given. And Team Secret takes out Alliance. Number 5 for elimination points for Alliance. Now we're in our top of 4 teams, and 3 of them from the Vietnamese region. Again, it looks like the rise of the Vietnamese region is doing so far so good, but it is FaZe Clan, the team with more players as compared to the others.
The Xaviers have only 1 player. Roy and Team Secret, it's going to be 2v2, v 3v1 here. With FaZe Clan have the most players across the board. But it's all down to the next circle. Roy still got it somehow. All they need to do is just wait things out. Let them come towards its angle and the direction, and you just spray them down. But FaZe Clan, how to deal with 2 teams in 2 different big swings there. Team Secret on the south. The Xavier's last player, Lamborghini, will come up from the north. But FaZe Clan know there's going to be a threat on the north and south side, so they are aware to watch out for both angles at the same time. But if they dealt with Lamborghini, that's going to be easier rotation for them to get into slightly north down towards where Roy's at. Team Secret, on the other hand, will try to force the fight against FaZe Clan.
Oh, Lamborghini. Okay. They know he's there. They know he's forced to move right now. Shows himself. Now it's a matter of time till FaZe Clan might take him out unless he comes out with an insane clutch here against FaZe Clan. Nine is still keeping an eye on to Lamborghini. That Molly will kind of stop him from moving forward. He's still on the outside of the circle. The blue will be on top of him real soon. So all Dinois needs to do is just wait and be patient.
To wait it out for last stage. They are at the barely at the edge of the circle here. It's so difficult for them to climb down because Roy has prepared himself down there. Their scopes. What? They just skip FaZe Clan entirely. Team Secret stole it away after they put in so much work to just venture out to the side of these Aiders. It's going to be a clean spray. What a spray. Beautiful spray by Onza's. Impeccable spray it is. But next it's going to be down to Roy. Roy, they are quite in open space. They got themselves some low grounds as well. But they got some structures. There's going to be vegetations in between to cover themselves. For Roy, they still can revive. But FaZe Clan, they do have the numbers. Here comes the trio versus the 2 of Roy.
Pretty much no way for Roy to overcome this. I mean, the terrain is just bad for Roy now. And FaZe Clan, they're charging towards Roy. They have the manpower against the 2 members of Roy. It's a matter of FaZe Clan not bottling it. I mean, we've seen this situation before today involving a certain vampire, but nevertheless, this is FaZe Clan we're talking about. They are taking care of multiple angles, not allowing Roy to come out at all.
For Roy, they try to make it count. If they can actually get a couple of knocks and they manage to actually get one, it's going to be 2v2. Moments down. GEEK, they still have plenty of hand grenades down there. They've been reserving for this particular reason. Roy, GEEK getting another one with Porsche alongside as well. Down to 9 goals, and Nate will hurt him. And that's going to be the last one. Roy, what a flashy way to score that chicken dinner flawlessly. Dropping the triple Nate. What a golden chicken with only 2 players on their side.
They absolutely deserve this celebration. I mean, you're talking about what? 2 players versus 3 lower ground. Everything was against them. Just like how the regular match. Man, this is crazy. What a crazy day it has been. Do not look down on any of these teams. Anything can happen in the PMSL this season. This is Roy, ladies and gentlemen, overcoming the odds to score that chicken dinner against FaZe Clan.
The nade that had been tossed to perfection. That was a flawless hand grenade poured by the likes of Roy and GEEK, Porsche as well. What a nice and way to just wrap up our first Miramar of the day. And there was a massive damage dealt by Porsche as well at 577 damage output with eliminated 3, but along with GEEK did the first nade. It seems to be the opening as well, but that was incredibly tough. As the side of FaZe Clan, they've been pressured by the blue, and those curve of the ground did help plenty for Roy, despite they have lower ground as well. And there's gonna be a stat for our MVP this map.
Yeah, Porsche, who came out with 3 eliminations, 577 damage, 269 damage received, 27% team contribution, and the survival time of 28 minutes, 12 seconds. Frankly speaking, it's the same story as VOIN Donkey's Chicken Dinner. The numbers don't tell the story. You have to see exactly how they scored this chicken dinner. It is just out of this world for Roy to beat the odds, to take out FaZe Clan, and those dates were amazing. Those dates were crucial. One by one, taking out the members of FaZe Clan. One nade, one knock, and that is all they take. That is all they need to overcome FaZe Clan.
Roy has been on the other side of the map, completely silent after they ran away from such a massive fight against the other teams before. But FaZe Clan, they're quite in the open when they try to climb down those hikes just now. Those slopes was pretty difficult for them when they take too long to just get away from the blue. That's pretty much giving them away the position as well. But let's rewatch the highlight, how Roy's got their chicken with only the 3 nades that matter at the most critical time.
Roy's key fight was when they won against Boom Esports and BTR to secure the entire right side of the circle clear away from the other teams who were on the left side, and they came in later to score this chicken dinner. 8 eliminations, 18 points. Roy, what a round they had. one nade, one knock to get it back home.
Triple knock and triple nade. There was a golden time for the side of Roy, but FaZe Clan got himself balanced out between placement and eliminations. No double-digit elimination this time. 18 and 12 for FaZe respectively, and also another 12 here by Team Secret. The Xaviers, they finally bounced back here for their entire day too. They didn't score this much for the entire day. This is going to be their best round yet. But unfortunately for Vampires, they dropped their performance in Miramar, which still going to be a huge gap between them and the Xaviers still. But 2 points there, VOIN Donkey. Like I mentioned before, they had really a good roller coaster ride here today, from the highs to the very lows. Same goes like yesterday. Consistency is always going to be their biggest issue down there.
Yeah, so they had a good one, chicken dinner, and then they went missing. So it's tough for VOIN Donkey. But Page 2 seems to be quite a how should I put it? A home for Boom Esports now in every match stats, so it's something that they need to come out with or come out from. Vampire Esports, you did mention about their gap. They will still be up there for sure, no problem. But the Xavier, at least they had a decent round, so they are now in the 100-point club. Alliance should follow suit with only 4 points difference away from the 100 mark.
And the only team without any chicken secure is going to be FaZe Clan up there, with placing themselves at number 5, still stagnant and not swapping with any other teams down there. And they got themselves quite a hefty amount of eliminations, but if you want to compare with Vampires, 78 across the board. These guys don't know how to stop, even though they didn't do so in the last Miramar map. But unfortunately, I don't know, Boom, the bounce is not happening. It's just flat all day long. It's going to be their downfall here for this season, for the entire season, in fact, since the league stage up till now.
Yeah, when they went up to 15, they went down back to 16. Through a tiebreaker game by GEEK, man. This is at least the second time I noticed a tiebreaker after a round to put them at number 16 again. So this is, this is already a very awkward spot for them to be in by now. Seeing them down there, former champion. Even Alter Ego is towards like the end, like number 13 with 56 points. They do have a gap with MORPH of 5 points. Not that big, but of course it's Alter Ego that we're talking about, and the fans would expect more from them.
Wow! Average of 1.5 damage by every single team in this Miramar map. Speaking of getting crazier when it comes to the last 2 maps remaining, 1.5, 1562 for the Xaviers, 1503. This is a rare sight to have the same amount of damage by 2 teams there. 1503 for GEEK Fam as well, while Roy places himself at the top 4 at 1295. These 3 teams, I assume they do prefer Miramar maps over Wrangle for today.
And you don't get to see this all the time, ladies and gentlemen, so screenshot this and keep it in your history books, because this is definitely something that don't come up often. But something that don't come up often today is that Roy Esports got the chicken dinner, so big up for them for doing that against FaZe Clan. Amazing ending. Whoever who missed out on that ending needs to repeat that, because it is just out of this world. 1 nade, 1 knock, 1 chicken dinner. Great work by Roy.
It was a great nade all the time. They didn't even spray out for any of the players of Roy. It was a true 2v3 at first. But for today, so far, for the second half, we do have different teams getting themselves their hands on that chicken dinner here. We do focus on the teams in the middle pack. Seems to be having more motivated and more drive to get themselves the chickens and to go for the points here today. And speaking of the very... the teams at the very bottoms, in fact, do not seem to be having a breakthrough at all. We're talking about, like, unfortunately, I know this is going to be all-time favorite for all the fans out there, Alter Ego and Boom. Like, they are struggling so hard in the grand finals.
Yeah, they probably only had 1 decent round, and that's about it. Other than that is that we don't really see them putting up a performance or even able to challenge other teams. So at this point, it's very, very hard to decipher, like, okay, what's up with teams like Boom, teams like Alter Ego, because they made their substitutions, especially Alter Ego. They made their substitutions. They brought in Boytu to this map, but it still didn't really give them that boost that they were hoping for. So I don't know what else can they change for now, because it's only like 7 more games to go, including the next one.
I'm not surprised if they put Alva back into the lineup, yeah, but at the same time, we do know Alva always plays at Wrangle more than he actually do perform in Miramar as well as Sunhawk. So that's going to be the case for Alter Ego. So any last hot swaps when it comes to the last map of the day? There's only 6 more maps remaining for tomorrow, plus this one is going to be 7 maps left to go for the teams to catch up to inside of Empires at number 1. It's a huge tall order for them. That's like 100 exactly at 100 point here between GEEK, Fam and Boom, who's actually at 15 and 16 place. 100 point is achievable like how Vampires did today, but can they pull a strong one for tomorrow? So might as well have a big bang ending when it comes to the last match of today for the teams at the very bottom.
Yeah, whatever it is, right? So you always want to like end the day on a high. At least you rest, you relax, you go to sleep thinking that okay, we still did something right at the end, and maybe that's something right, something that they can emulate again like tomorrow. So whatever it is, whether you are number 1 or whether you're number 16, you would still want to end the day well. But BTR, they're going to put in their cards here. So Sata, very, very rare for us to see him taking a break. Zaxi is going to be replacing him this time for the final match.
Zaxi, one of the high valuable players as well when it comes to a high intense battle in a high pressure situation. He can handle it as calm as ice cool as cucumber, and even it's a 1v3 situation. I can see the sentiments when they're putting in Zaxi in this as well. Maybe try to change the dynamics and try to change the way they engage and their angle of perspective when it comes to initiating a fight. But for Vampires, today has been a great day for them. No sweat and no pressure at all. Everybody seems to be very chilled, and you can see even Tony K smiling, which is a rare sight still. But another team that just got himself the chicken here today is going to be Roy. And Roy is going to be the wild card for the other teams, right? It's so unpredictable when it comes to their performance here.
Yeah, just like how they played earlier on, right? Like I noticed as well, like they were willing to like cross the road, take the fight, and then come back in, like doing things that maybe some of the teams wouldn't do. So that wild card is translated into the game by Roy. So that's a team that you need to be careful of, especially those top teams who want to challenge for the title. But let's see whether they will be able to overcome Roy and the others in our final game, Miramar.
As we fly from the very south to the north around Tori Ahumada for our last map of Day 2 Grand Finals. Buckle up, ladies and gents. This is going to be a rowdy round because a lot of teams are eyeing out for this trophy this season. And a lot of teams still need to put up a lot of work down there. We're talking about the middle pack and also the teams at the very bottom. They try to target on Vampires as much as they can.
Yep. At this point, if nobody challenges Vampire, then they would just run away with it. Yeah, they dropped one round before this, but they still have that gap. So they still need to be challenged enough. Because tomorrow, when we come back, assuming that, okay, only Miramar is anything map for them. They're not fans of Miramar. But we'll play 4 non-Miramar maps. And that's going to be majority of the day. So statistic-wise or in theory-wise, it will still favor them. So teams really need to put up a big challenge to Vampire Esports.
And this starting off, extremely generous fight path that any teams can drop whatever they fancy. It's not really a trouble. You don't really have to add in some equations or whatever to just calculate about their rotations. Not so much. It's pretty easy flight path just to ease out everyone's for the last map, but it's all about the circle later, and the circle won't be as generous as the flight path. So Impala, here we go.
Oh, been waiting for this for quite a while. Finally we get at least stage 1 Impala, so that's a good chance here. Now, who plays in Impala? Normally it's Boom Esports. Who plays in Puerto Priso? GEEK Fam. So these two teams will be happy to go back to their home ground. Valadema is going to be the starting point for GEEK Fam just because of the flat path, but because of this circle and they are familiar with Puerto Priso, I would expect them to make a quick loot and make a run for Puerto Priso.
And also a good time for Alter Ego to make up their numbers here because they dropped themselves around Al-Azhar and truck stop before So they're pretty close towards the center of the circle, and they can't wait it out since 50% of the water ratio is inside of that circle. Only 50% of land remaining. Still stage 1. We don't know about stage 2 though. If stage 1 already looking so difficult for the teams, imagine how many teams left in stage 4. I think it's probably going to be half of what we have here right now, because of how early stages will have so many space for the teams to share with.
Motivation talk that you want to give to the all Indonesian teams right now?
Untuk semua tim Indonesia, ingat kalian main tidak hanya untuk diri kalian sendiri, kalian main juga untuk semua fans yang datang ke sini untuk dukung kalian.
What Sansku's trying to say is to all Indonesian teams that right now you are playing not only for yourself, but then for the supporters that coming to here. So do your best.
Playing for the supporters, well said, right? The man who's rallying the supporters, getting on the ground, getting to know them personally, cheering them out, cheering the teams. Yeah, the teams will need to put up a performance to repay back to the supporters who came all the way to the venue, all the way to Surabaya, and they probably come from like far away, because Indonesia is a widespread country, to come to support their favorite teams and also all the Indonesian teams.
Yeah, but they probably have to take some flights as well just to be there. And for Sunsquare, some fun fact about this guy, he's a super fun guy. If you actually see him, just talk anything with this guy. He's super informative as well, and very resourceful indeed. But for the Miramar average eliminations there, we're going to give it to Sam9 at 7.7, Alliance at 6.3, Team Secret and Roy. This is going to be no wonder they got themselves in the top 4 as well. This is going to be one of their favorite maps to find a target. And yep, when it comes to even rotation wise, Roy and Team Secret, if you compare with the Xaviers, I don't know why, but the Vietnam team regions are more strategic compared to Vampires or the Thais. The Thais seems to be more aggressively trying to get those eliminations, while rotating in is sort of a flip of a coin sometimes. If it happens, great. If it didn't work out, it's going to be a total blunder for their teams. But for the side of Vietnam region, they try to balance it out for both. But sometimes for these Avians, it will be the best version of it. Roy seems to be the second, and third is going to be Team Secret. But you actually compare them with last season. This season, they almost perfected their formulation of how to play along with the circle, be safe, and be aggressive in the late stage.
Great that you brought out of Vampire Esports, because statistically, even before this, Vampire Esports, they're generally not fans of Miramar matches, and it still shows that in the stats that no Vampire Esports in any of the 2 stats shown. So this is their challenge to kind of overcome the stats and just to try to pick up those numbers for themselves as well inside of Miramar. They still have this gap of 43 points with the Xavier, so they would still be on top. But you don't want to leave that, as a team, you don't want to leave that chance for other teams. Of course, for us watching this, we'd like to see a tight race, but as the teams themselves, they want to stay as far away as possible from other teams, irregardless of the map.
Speaking of the map, I'm looking forward about how the circle will rotate later on. Like we mentioned, there's going to be 50% or 45% of water ratio in it. There might be some teams that resort into around the coastline, just on the outskirts of Impala as well. If it's going to be the worst case scenario for them to just play it safe and not being spotted out. But there will be some gatekeepers around there trying to have a full control of the water area as well. If some teams do have that kind of mindset. Now, we do have talent coming up all the way around the coastline here. Migration starts to happen in stage 1. I assume when it comes to 30 seconds or almost a minute left on side of stage 1, hopping to stage 2, a lot of teams start to clash and collide due to how difficult the circle here with less land to share with the other teams.
Yeah, because it's a circle, at least the first stage, with about like what, 40% water, 50% water, and there's a chance that it will go to Impala, in which I'm hoping for. It'll be challenging for those teams. So that's how we can see some of these teams already making their move into the circle, try to get the best spots possible. But I'm looking at the mini map right now. Onzens. Oh no. Here comes Alliance.
It's going to be just on the outskirts of between La Medita and Impala as well. He left just in the nick of time, but will he be sprayed? Definitely discovered by Eliza. That's going to be some warning shots from FaZe Clan to a sort of alliance, but they're sharing very paper-thin walls with Boom. So over-exploiting their own position, it will bite themselves back later for FaZe Clan. They don't want to give away too much information towards their neighbors there. And Boom, this is the redemption time for them. It's not going to be their best map, of course, but for Boom, they need every point they can gather for the last map here today. We do have some rotation made by the Xaviers too. They're cutting across all the way towards the other side and just passing through, maybe just passing through Los Leones to go towards the side of La Bendita and Impala as well. But Talon and Team Secret, hello, first contact.
So Team Secret with a bit of high ground advantage, but Talon has that as well. And if we look at the minimap, Talon, they are surrounding Team Secret, so a bit of an advantage there. Now there's a curve in between, so Team Secret can still use that curvage to kind of hide themselves to not give away the information to Talon. That's why Talon is having a hard time to just directly push it because they don't have that advantage yet. The smoke is still active though. Redface is taking the proactive approach to find out where the members of Team Secret are at. They're quite scattered out right now, and Talon, this might be the advantage that they're looking for.
Now they're trying to actually fight for the southern side of Impala here on the north of Puerto Paraíso, but the circle just shifts all the way to Truck Stop. Speaking of Truck Stop, my god, this is going to be fun to watch. And Alter Ego definitely cheering for this side of circle, and we have Roy visiting on top of Truck Stop here right now with RRQ. They will face against so many teams. There's going to be thinning of crowd of the south later on, while Talon still taking a jab against Team Secret. Talon Yoru managed to knock down on one. They will finish him off in an instant. Every silhouette they can actually spot within the smoke, it's going to be a sure 100% elimination across their points.
Yeah, and not 100% elimination for Team Secret yet, but they lost 2 players, so that's 50%. Zhang, at least he got a ride here with GK. Now, buggies are fast, buggies are able to navigate around long or big maps, but then again, it's very exposed, so that's the risk that they're taking right now. 2 players onto 1 buggy. Hopefully, they'll be able to get another vehicle in between. RRQ, however, tries to spray down the rotating teams, BTR, who came past by them. But it's Mirama we're talking about. You see them, and you don't see them because of the terrain.
Yep, it's going to be the uneven terrain. It makes it so difficult. The wavy terrain is so impossible for the players to actually scout each other out. But GEEK fam, all they found one of the players of Boom, which very separated from the rest of the team. Now, Bombit, he needs to find an exit out, but will it be a bit too late now? He hot himself into the vehicle, but Audrey got shot down by Alter Ego of all the teams down there.
Oh, here we go. GEEK fam trying to defend their ground against a Boom Esports. Boom Esports looks like they'll move away from this area. They'll allow GEEK fam to reset. Boom Esports taking the higher ground, so they'll be happy with that position. Instead of trying to be overly aggressive with GEEK fam, they want to find their momentum again. So being in a spot that would give them a geographical advantage, not bad of an idea for Boom.
Oh man, for Boom, how to hike up with so many teams coming up at the same time. Yeah, they will try to hike up because it's quite a vintage view from above, but it will take them too long to be up there. And we talked about Truck Stop will be one of the hardest spot down. And we're looking forward for the team that's trying to... Last time we saw Roy taking over that compound here right now, but will they manage to defend? And for RRQ, there's going to be a lot of gatekeeping to be done as well. And Talon taking it very slow. They're not afraid of the blue. They will play it slow, knowing that's, you know what, there's going to be a tuck into one direction sort of circle. You know, we don't want to get in too early. There will be a lot of collisions later happening. And these Xavier is thinking about the same sort of top process too.
Yeah, taking the time. Paragins alone, probably doing that scouting work. Okay, his other teammates are behind him, still in the blue, but that's okay. And they'll be on the clear on the northern side of the circle. Circle not too far away from D Xavier, and the north is still clear for them, so great stuff there by D Xavier. The south side, that is where the crowd is at. Many teams down there. 7-9 wants to come in a little bit later. They might meet up with RRQ that's already in the circle. But they also have to be aware of Team Flash that may come in as well. And now that they are in front, they could be savaged by Team Flash, but they have the circle advantage. So that's the pros that they could that they have by being in the circle first.
RRQ still stay on top of Minot's Minas Generalis, there you go. And it's going to be a VOIN Donkey, big greeted warmly by RRQ. We talked about how RRQ can actually thin out the crowd based on the direction they're moving to. It's their side here. But unfortunately, the terrain making it so difficult. This is going to be one of the toughest terrain to get into and to fight against the other teams. It's sort of a peekaboo moment between you and the rest of the team due to the uneven curve and the wavy street and the terrain. But Zeta spotting out a couple of players of Empires. Try to just casually tap them down from afar, but Golden Brazen had no sort of outcome from that one, except for wasting his ammunition, of course. But we still have 16 teams intact. Only 2 players been taken out, and that's going to be the sort of Team Secret players for now. The others still having a full squad. Now, due to the circle shifted all the way towards the land area, it means a lot of entry point for the teams as well.
Especially on the northern side, last we saw where Dzavia is at, but they will now face off against BTR. BTR fires back, Zaxi gets a knockdown to Chua, and they fire back onto Zaxi. So it looks like a trade between the two of them. PUBG is the one that got him. Lamborghini knocked down by La Paz as well. Okay, this fight is happening really fast right now. Zenforce together with Leon Park lobbing nades onto Dzavia. PUBG gets knocked by 1. Levi's is the last man active now for Dzavia.
And nice still there by VOIN Donkey at the same time, stealing away all the work being put into the side of BTR just now. And BTR, their hard work all being stolen by all the other guys out there, including RRQ, and now they even got knocked down. What is this? How ungrateful can you be? And that's going to be a full disappointment. BTR, they did not score so much, only 1 out of that kerfuffle. And after such a long nade time, they barely got any profit from that.
And not only that, like VOIN Donkey takes out Leon Punk. Oh no, this is bad for BTR. They use all their utilities, get nothing, and now instead they get punished by other teams. Only GenForce left now for BTR, and Team Flash is coming in. And they fire back. Okay, this is his probably last defense right now. So many teams around them. GenForce has to do it alone and finally eliminated by RazeX Nate.
Things get really chaotic in seconds only, with Roy joining in the fray as well. We saw the shots coming up from all the way downtown. Team Flash knocked down by Sam9. Sam9 moving to his side of Roy. Roy, Sam9 next to each other, but we do have Xavier's last player. Levi managed to survive. Being sandwiched between all the teams just now, between VOIN Donkey, between RRQ, between BTR, and the one that actually biting the dust first is going to be BTR. Next, RRQ and TALON. We're talking about, like, what, 8 teams, half of the population, right on top of this mini-map here right now on the left side of Truck Stop.
Oh, man. And the teams are still coming in, though. Still fighting with each other. VOIN Donkey versus TALON right now. Red face now down. And he's behind his buggy. Vexy wants to secure that elimination point before he's stolen away by some other teams, because they are still coming in. Look at the minimap. Another team's approaching on the right, and that's going to be FAZE saying hello.
Oh, another one. Just to make it the more the merrier, they say. It's not even Christmas, yeah? But King Fan, Pombet, Alter Ego. The bullets flying across this battlefield right now is incredibly tough to call out the directions. It's going to be super confusing for all the players down here. Which team from which direction, who they're dealing with at the same time. But Levi, he managed to steal away a couple of knockdowns and elimination against Team Flash at the very last minute too. And nobody spotted out Levi except for Team Flash, of course. But Sam9, they're making a move, pushing towards the side of Team Flash, attempt to take them over. But there's also Levi in between this kerfuffle. We have VOIN Donkey and FaZe Clan joining on the southern side. We might actually have RRQ joining in as well. Now I'm waiting. The only teams that are looking forward to is this crossfire. It's going to be Vampires. Where's Vampire going to shoot from at this point?
Oh, well, the team that also have not decided yet, at least for now, is going to be Sam9 as well. It's like, where they're going to shoot from. It's like, oh, it's just so messy. We don't want to be part of it. Let's just have them have a go at each other, and maybe we'll come in a little bit later. So Sam9 is still staying away from those fights on the left side circle. But we have more teams coming in, and the next team that's going to say hi just passed by them to the northern side. Team Secret Trunk says hello but goodbye at the same time.
Hello, Vampires. They're coming up from the south. They're looking over the side to Vampires. They're coming all the way from behind. But right, you know what? They had enough. They're going to just stay indoors, sitting pretty inside, not doing too much of work. There's too many confusing bullets flying over the other side. They're going to stay indoors. Unfortunately, Team Security just passed through and they're gone. Next, there's going to be Xavier. There's going to be Levi being finished by one of the teams out there. But I'm waiting. Oh, here comes Vampires. They do have those elevations. Team Flash is playing a very dangerous game here. They are in the center of attention, but lucky enough, there's some concave area inside of this crossfire and minimap here that kind of block the other teams to actually see them completely. But for FaZe Clan, they have to pick and choose their poison here. It's either gonna go against Alliance or Vampires or VOIN. There's so many options if you want to pick your poison.
Oh, well, VOIN picked FaZe Clan as their option. One knock. Okay, the fight will continue on, but we'll go on to the outer side of the circle. This will be interesting for PUBG esports now. Only Pombit left, tanking out the blue. 3 first aids, but oh, okay, that's it. He took that damage, Frenzy went out, and PUBG esports eliminated.
I'm not even surprised if Roy actually win this again, but Alter Ego, GEEK fam, they finish off Damrit against Octar, 1v1. It's gonna be a CQC, a mid-range fight. Yeah, and Damrit won over the last member of Alter Ego, and that's gonna be Alter Ego with 1 elimination. Only that's gonna be the end of their run here for Boom and Alter Ego. No more progress. A lot of teams at the bottom 8 or bottom 16 being eliminated first in an alternating manner as well. But next is gonna be VOIN Donkey versus FaZe Clan with Team Flash across the other side, and don't forget about MORPH and also Roy, who seems to be not interested at all when it comes to this chaotic mass that they have on the southern side. But what a nade by Venturas again!
And to make sure that they secure that elimination point, looking for Vexi now. Vexi's all alone as Onsens passed by. Vexi knocked down. Vexi eliminated. That is it for VOIN Donkeys. Scored 3 points this round. FaZe Clan not done yet though. Team Flash is next.
Roy just sipping their drinks, waiting things to settle down while we're looking at Team Flash. FaZe, make it talent into the fray too. This is gonna be super fun. We're talking about open space, yes, but uneven terrain will make it so difficult for the teams to just drop those nades right on top of each other. There are a couple of structures, vegetations, and some huge rocks they can take as hard covers. But for Sem9, will they still want to stay here, or they go straight towards the direction of Roy, who happens to be taking the compound, and the circle might favor them as well because the circle just shifted towards their side too. And Team Flash right in the center here. And we talked about Vampire sitting quietly. Then they are observing, you know, which one seems to be the best, juiciest prey for them to target on.
Yeah, Vampire, besides just watching and choosing their next target, they wouldn't mind these teams just cancelling out each other, just like what happened to DZ, where it's like, the closest competition out, thanks to how messy the fight is. And they're hoping for Alliance, FaZe Clan to be in the same position. So that's why Vampire, they're like, okay, cool. I'll just stay alive. I'll stay away from you guys. I'll show up later.
Misery, definitely feeling miserable right now as a solo player. Tanking the blue at stage 5 is no fun at all. It's going to be painful to the max. Very painful indeed, but he might just try to buy himself time, but there's nobody open fire here, so make it or break it. Time for Misery. It's definitely broken entirely as Talon be eliminated next because the blue zone will not agree with him as well. Alliance here have to push upwards because the circle might favor the ones actually where Roy stands inside of those compounds, but if they're being favored towards the southern side, it's a big win for Alliance as well. FaZe Clan now taking on Team Flash. We're waiting for the circle to pop, and Vampire still watching everyone, how they move about the rotation of the next circle.
Yeah, they're moving towards Alliance on the south side, but yeah, not really like all-in commitment yet. Might as well wait for the next circle. Circle went to the middle. FaZe Clan, GEEK Fam, Team Flash, Roy, Sem9. Somewhat of an RQ in there, but Vampire is not. So this is time for Vampire to be in action. Hazel knocks down Newsy.
Roy, here comes Nate within the smoke, but actually they are on the outside of the smoke. That's a brain game. Cerebral play by Sem9 at its max, tricking Roy to shoot inside of the smoke instead of them directly. But for Carr, He barely got enough ammunition to last the entire day, but the nade almost close to Kenny, but it's a clear shot in the wrong direction, looking over for Firan. Can't got an off angle, completely overwhelmed the Sam9 players and Porsche as well. Roy surrounding the rest of Sam9, getting out of their hiding spot. Here comes action time, leaving only U-High left for the side of Sam9. But they have another player going in. But there's long shots coming to the side of Roy. That's deflected towards the vast of Roy just now. But for Sam9, they've been eradicated, completely destroyed by Roy.
Yeah, not able to gain anything at all when they were stay clear of all those fights. But the team that's not staying clear of fights right now is going to be Vampire Esports and Alliance as Shreps will be on the lower ground, gets knocked out by Jimmy. The other members of Vampire will need to follow up by Shreps, will be eliminated by Jimmy OP. Still on the outside of the circle, but they have two players from Alliance now moving into the circle. Jimmy pretty low, Stone is going to follow up, and Stone got Jimmy OP.
Now it's going to be the shotguns that work well for the Mirama members. Will double down on that. Almost got the turn, but it's going to be Leon to secure. It was so close for Alliance. They had more men before, but due to Vampires, make it so difficult. Now add on another 2 points for Vampires to close up the day. The top 2 being finished off, but can Alliance chase the points of these Xaviers? They're definitely already in the 100 points, but it's going to be another 5 more points for them to go to overtake the second place. MORPH, on the other hand, hiking up, trying to just peekaboo and see whatever there is offered towards their side by the high grounds. They can see some players of FaZe Clan. There's MORPH as well, and it's going to be 4 teams right at the southern side.
OPP for the high ground takes out the final member of GEEK Fam. That is it for Damn Root and GEEK Fam. They'll be bowing out at number 7. Now, MORPH, they're not done yet. Next is going to be Alliance. Look at this. One of the members of Alliance now down on his knees on the lower ground against all these other teams in front of them, including RRQ. Oleo fires back on the Asado. But another fight is happening between Team Flash and also Roy.
Well, we look at Zero just now. He's trying to clear all the corners for the sake of MORPH, just to make sure there's no backstabbers. Hazel have to tank out against FaZe Clan by himself as well. And Toyo try to just take down a couple of players from the flank side of angle towards Roy, and they reposition himself at the back again. But I don't know what happened to Hazel. Last time we saw he's taking a full stance against the rest of FaZe Clan. And now Alliance, on the other hand, if they happen to engage FaZe Clan at the same time, despite they got themselves in the center for FaZe Clan, they probably gonna have a tough time to defend and swing it very 2 different angles. And we have RRQ as well to join in, but the next circle will be sided with Team Flash this time.
Ooh, and also FaZe Clan, someone has the circle, and with a full team. Now they need to block out Alliance, who will be coming in. It will probably be a straightforward rotation by Alliance because we're already at stage 6 now. Still many teams you gotta think about it. 6 teams. It's very colorful, especially on the southern side. Not many teams on the northern side this time. RRQ, one of those teams on the outside of the circle, will need to come in. And their next fight might be against Team Flash.
But for FaZe Clan, they can take it up as a challenge here. Opportunity presented to itself. Whether they can actually push the numbers of elimination or not, depending on how can they win against Alliance. There are 5 elimination across the board for Roy and FaZe Clan, but the nade making it difficult. Here comes another mid-air explosion, and RRQ chip in the damage to the side of FaZe Clan at the same time. But FaZe Clan victorious fought back. They managed to knock down on MORPH. Alliance taking on MORPH. MORPH butting into some business that they're not supposed to be here, and FaZe Clan and Alliance both not happy regarding this. They're all in and distracted towards MORPH right now, with 9 Noise trying to go for the flank side of Oleo. We're looking at MORPH struggling to keep their boat afloat, while 9 Noise keep the pressure on the backline of Alliance. Yeah, and it seems like Alliance falling into pieces with only 1 player remaining.
Well, here we go. They know it's only 1. That's why they go all in on the Oleo now. And FaZe Clan will secure that elimination point. 8 elimination points now for FaZe Clan as Alliance bow out at number 6. FaZe Clan, they do have the southern side of the circle, but their next competitor is going to be MORPH.
Can they get the numbers higher? 5 teams to go. More Valley alive with only 2. There's gonna be jump shot in style. 9 Noise. What a swap here for the last game of the day, bringing a game of FaZe Clan back together.
Beautiful one done by FaZe Clan, and now they have the entire southern side for themselves. They can take their time to reset. But on the other side, Roy versus RRQ. Here we go with Shunos cooking up this nade. Asa will be knocked down by Kwang from Team Flash. Looks like a bit of help from Team Flash himself, and they spot out Kwang. Shunos will get a knock onto him.
A Porsche, and it's down to only ring around the rosy and snips down RIQ next. With 4 eliminations at 4th place, we're down to only 2 teams here. Team Flash versus FaZe. They cannot botch this one. 9 eliminations. They are on rampage and rampantly trying to find the remaining members of Roy. But Roy GEEK barely got any first aid. I think Shuno should share, but it's okay. He managed to reset himself. But there's going to be the street dividing them and FaZe Clan. And the pivotal player here, the critical moment for 9Noise to open up the angles against Roy. He spotted the players, Shuno spotted him out as well, and GEEK were a bit distracted towards the side of 9Noise, while the rest of FaZe Clan will try to find themselves at an entrance towards the side of Roy to cross over that street.
Well, guess what? It's the same team, same top 2 teams again, FaZe Clan and Roy. FaZe Clan definitely wants redemption here. But Roy, they have the circle advantage. FaZe Clan, they send Momo across the road right now. And the other members still on the other side. Momo opening up the space on the left side, but he's still on the outside of the circle. As Shunos kind of has an idea that Moment is there. So Roy is gatekeeping this tightly, not allowing FaZe Clan to come in easily.
Redemption time for FaZe. They have this finale for the last Miramar map. It's going to be Roy versus FaZe again. But if they couldn't secure and wrap things up, there's a big question mark for FaZe Clan. Is it the ending they always have problem issue with? Now 9Noise and Onzen going straight towards the back covers. Shuno's been spotted out. That just tally up the numbers. When it comes to numbers, why is it only GEEK in the center here? Moment be knocked down as well. It's down to FaZe Clan. They scored redemption time. They finally won against Roy in the last Miramar map of today.
Revenge is served by FaZe Clan. It should have been them getting the chicken dinner before, but this time they will make sure they land the chicken dinner, taking it back home. And FaZe Clan scored it beautifully against Roy. They were on the other side of the road. They managed to overcome it. Roy had majority of the circle, but FaZe Clan did the not impossible, the difficult, but still the chicken dinner, and that is where it matters.
When it comes to Miramar, it's safe to say day number 2 we have to crown these 2 teams. FaZe Clan and Roy. It's always going to be these 2 teams for the finale of Miramar, but this time FaZe Clan, they secured it with Moment. No accident this time with 797 damage dished out. Damage received, he tanked so much for the team, same goes for Venturas. But damage received wise, the least amount is going to be 9Noise. He played it so well just now. And the swap happened in the last Miramar map. I assume we can see more 9Noise in Miramar for tomorrow perhaps.
Oh yeah, 9Noise replacing Miller, coming in, helping them to get 2nd place. And also, Chicken Dinner, maybe he'll keep his spot. But Momo definitely will keep his spot here as he's crowned the MVP this round. 2 eliminations, 797 damage, 375 damage received, 17% team contribution, and a survival time of 27 minutes, 29 seconds. The most jovial player of FaZe Clan is also putting in a performance in the battleground.
Now that's going to be FaZe Clan getting their sweet revenge against Roy, but still we have to give a lot of respect and mention on the side of Roy. They played so well when it comes to the Miramar map. Always one of the most tactical teams to survive in the top 4, even during the league stage. But don't forget about Team Flash as well. They tried to fight themselves away in the center, and we have finally RQ coming back. It seems like a bit of roller coaster ride for the Indonesian teams in day 2. But let's rewatch the highlight of the revenge FaZe Clan versus Roy.
And FaZe Clan had a very, very busy Southland side, but being busy gave them the reward of 15 eliminations, 25 points for FaZe Clan. Did so well to finally get their revenge against Roy, but not too bad for Roy as well because they scored 15 points in second place. Can't complain about that.
Definitely. I mean, like, double-digit teams will never going to complain about their last run here. RRQ is going to be back into the roller coaster, right up and down they go. But MORPH scored himself 6 eliminations. Yeah, Lions still going to face, going to still focus on 2 as eliminations with 4 eliminations. GEEK fam at 5 points, 6 points for Lions, and boom. You know what? I think they're done with getting those placement points. They're just going to focus on eliminations for now.
Yeah, might as well. I tried to go for it. And that put them up on page 1 at least. But on page 2, we do have Sem9 and Team Secret, the 2 teams with no points. Alter Ego, one of the big boys here with 1 point. Same goes for BTR, 1 point as well. The Xavier, today hasn't been their day. They lost momentum entirely. And the final round, they only scored 2 points.
Now I'm looking for the overall rankings. How we actually fare for these Saviors. Probably get pushed down by FaZe. Incredible performance here today, especially Venturus. He's rising up. His A game definitely been pulled for the side of FaZe Clan, and they push down the Xaviers with only 2 points away. And it's going to be the domination of the Thai regions on the top 2, and they are the one that will contend to as Vampires, but the gap is just significantly a big stretch. 42 points of a gap to finish off the run, Vampires and FaZe Clan today.
And Vampires dropped the 2 Miramar matches, but because of the gap that they have created, so it's like, they're okay. And the fact that as well that the Xavier went out early, teams cancel each other, so they'll be like, okay, great. You guys down there, just take away each other, that's fine, we'll still be up here. So Vampire Esports is in that sort of situation now, so far, okay for Vampire Esports, but they must make sure that tomorrow when they come back into the game inside of Side Hall, they need to have that sort of performance again like how they did in the first half.
Yeah, the top 5 teams down to Roy, just 97 points. Pretty much going to get themselves triple digit for tomorrow, starting tomorrow. It's possible for them to chase that number 1 spot, but the rest of them, there's going to be a huge gap between them and the rest of the teams. Down to the 50 points on top of Boom. That's going to be... Boom, I mean, like, they have to pull something tomorrow. They are at 16th place, and they were the last season's champions as well. This is going to be awkward to see Boom at the number 16.
Yeah, still down there, not moving. In fact, GEEK Fam, well, before this it was like tiebreaker, right? But this time GEEK Fam had that 1 point above Boom, so still down there. Alter Ego went down as well, so they're number 14, 5 points above a GEEK Fam, very close to like the very end as well. So this is again not only Boom Esports awkward position, but same goes for Alter Ego as well. So these 2 teams shouldn't be there, but it is what it is. But it is also what it is that Tony K is our MVP today.
Yesterday was RQ Snape. Today is going to be Tony K at number 1 at 3.3 average elimination. Yesterday we had around 2.5. Today is a different number entirely. And this Tony K back with Vampires taking the reign at number 1 spot. Number 1 of everything, most of it, except for the assists, of course. Average damage at number 1. Average survival time at number 1. Team contribution still number 1. I mean, you guys are gonna say that Tony K is overrated, but hey, the stats don't lie, the numbers do portray itself, and this is gonna be the guy to watch out for tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, I do wonder who's the number 1 assists, since Tony K is at number 2 assists, right? Who took away that one stat that kind of scratched Tony K's stat? But anyway, oh yeah, probably be Schwabs, I wouldn't be surprised if it's his other teammates, right? Because Vampire Esports, they were explosive today, overall that is. Other than that, of course, he got like number 1 all around, so that's great, and that's why he's the MVP for day number 2. So day number 3 will be really interesting to see if Tony K will still be here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised if he'll still be here. This guy never dropped his performance. He got himself clean sweep every single time in every single season. But we're going to have to wait and see, since Rosemary is one of his tough rivals. But speaking of rivals, we have Alliance here on the interview.
And right now, right beside me, we have a team from Alliance. Let's give them a round of applause first. We have Adi Kluk and also Jimmy right here. Hello Adik Luke. Hello Jimmy.
Hello.
Wow. Okay, it's nice to meet you guys. So, first of all, I would like to ask some questions to Adik Luke first. So, congratulations as well. Right now, you're currently ranked 4th. And in the last summer tournament, your final ranking was 3rd, right? So, do you have the confidence to surpass your last year results? And what's your goal to this year?
Okay adik, kalau kita tengok sekarang ranking Alliance di tempat keempat dan kalau kita tengok tournament sebelum ni korang dapat tempat ketiga lah. Jadi rasa-rasa adik confident tak yang korang akan dapat result yang lebih better daripada season lepas? And apa target adik untuk tahun ini?
Saya rasa confident je untuk season ni dapatkan title champion. And target saya season ni bukannya season ni je, setiap season saya nak dapatkan champion lah. Kalau nombor 2 tu pun bagi saya tak cukup lah, champion je.
Okay, so basically of course we are confident to surpass that last year result, which is right now we aiming for the champion spot. And of course what's our goal this year, I think it's gonna be the same for the last season, or I think it's gonna be the same forever. I just gonna get the trophy, I want to be a champion. Even though if I got number 2, it still will be not enough for me. I still want the champion spot.
Wow, jadi tadi aku sempat nanya kan saat ini tim Alliance berada di posisi keempat, sedangkan di summer turnamen kemarin final position mereka ada di 3. Kira-kira mereka confidence apa enggak? Dan jawaban Adik Luke tadi, mereka sebenarnya sangat pede sekali bahwa tahun ini akan mendapatkan result yang lebih baik, yaitu menjadi sang juara. Dan bahkan menjadi di posisi nomor 2 tidaklah cukup buat mereka, sehingga mereka mentargetkan untuk menjadi juara. Luar biasa sekali. Well, very great, Adik Luke. But we all know that you cry a lot in the past season, is it? Yeah. So, how do you always bring yourself up, regain the confidence again, like to compete again, and like right now?
Okay, adik, seperti kita semua orang ketahui yang adik nangis dengan sangat, boleh katakan banyak lah season lepas. Macam mana adik menyemangati diri adik sendiri untuk dapatkan confidence, and macam mana adik nak melalui masa-masa perit itulah?
Saya nangis hari tu sebab tak dapat buat yang terbaik kan pada season lepas. Saya selalu nangis sebab tak dapat champion je, tak dapat buat yang terbaik. And untuk balikkan confidence saya tu, saya just training and bantai-bantai je dekat screen.
Okay, so basically, of course, yeah, I mean, I cried is because of I didn't get the champion. I don't do good enough. I think I'm not giving my best. So of course, I'm crying. I think all pro player also would feel the same. And how do I regain the confidence again? I think in the scrim, I just gonna play all out. I just gonna try to kill every single person that I met. I think it just like keep grinding lah. So yeah, I keep telling myself to keep grinding.
Oke, jadi tadi aku juga sempat nanya ya bahwa kan di season kemarin Adik Luke nih cukup banyak nih nangis nih ya kan. Tapi dia berhasil ngembaliin lagi semangatnya. Terus aku tanya rahasianya kira-kira apa? Ternyata jawaban Adik Luke adalah ya memang harus diakuin bahwa di season kemarin ya dia sebenarnya merasa sedih dan kecewa karena belum berhasil menjadi juara. Dan Adik Luke juga merasa kayaknya semua pro player lain juga akan merasakan hal yang sama pastinya ketika belum berhasil menjadi juara. Tapi sekarang dia kembali lagi, dia latihan lagi, dia grinding lagi di scrim-scrim dan dia mencoba untuk bantai-bantai banyak orang nih sehingga itu yang membalikan semangat dia lagi untuk bertanding lagi di season kali ini. Thank you so much Adik Luke, well deserved. And now let's talk to Jimmy. Hi Jimmy.
Hello.
Jimmy, with the level of the competition increasing every season, how do you stay focused and motivated to perform at your best? Especially with the pressure of qualifying for the world stage.
Okay, Jimmy, sekarang kalau kita tengok setiap season, kira persaingan sangat-sangat ketat. Macam mana Jimmy sendiri untuk kekalkan fokus Jimmy and kekalkan motivation Jimmy untuk perform dengan sangat-sangat baik? Apalagi dengan pressure sekarang yang mana korang nak qualify ke world stage.
Untuk saya motivate diri saya dan juga teammate saya untuk terus bersemangat, and sebab tim-tim lain juga makin lama makin improve. Jadi kita pun kena improve juga and buat yang lebih baik. Macam sekarang pun King Roy pun lagi power
Okay, so basically yes, of course, I think the only things that I did is I motivate myself and motivate my teammates that we need to stay focused, we need to keep improving, is because of the other team from other country also is improving, especially King Roy. I think right now King Roy is the best performance team right now. So yeah, we need to be careful and stay focused.
Oke, jadi tadi juga sempat nanya ya, kan level kompetisinya setiap season itu akan naik levelnya gitu ya kan. Bagaimana tim Alliance terutama Jimmy dan teman-temannya bisa stay fokus, tetap fokus dan juga termotivasi untuk memberikan performa yang terbaik. Ternyata Jimmy selalu bilang, dia selalu mengingatkan teman-teman dia lagi untuk yuk fokus saja bagaimana kita bisa mengimprove diri kita, bekerja sama lebih baik karena teman-teman atau tim-tim lain juga levelnya tuh semuanya increase, semuanya naik gitu. Bahkan bisa dibilang kayak saat ini tim Roy atau bisa kita kenal dengan King Roy, saat ini lagi bagus-bagusnya. Bahkan bisa dibilang menjadi tim dengan performance yang terbaik. Jadi mereka juga semakin termotivasi untuk tampil lebih baik. So Jimmy, next question. Is there a particular team or player that you see as your biggest rival this season? And how do you plan to overcome them in the upcoming matches?
Okay Jimmy, ada tak spesifik team ataupun player yang Jimmy rasa itu adalah rival saat inilah untuk season ini? And macam mana Jimmy rasa Jimmy perlu lakukan dan juga kawan-kawan perlu lakukan untuk mengalahkan dorang dalam match hari esok?
Pada saya tak ada yang ni pun spesifik sangat. Semua memberi saingan yang bagus and memang semua kuat-kuat. Jadi bagi saya, kita orang hanya perlu kekalkan disiplin, basic dan bermain lebih sabar lagi mungkin untuk pada esok dan meningkatkan lagi peluang kita orang.
Okay, so basically I think all the teams is the same. I mean, we don't have a particular team or a particular player that we see as our rival. I think all the same. We need to respect every single team that compete in this grand final. And of course, we need to maintain our discipline. We need to maintain our basic. We just need to focus and in order to step up our gameplay. So yeah.
Oke, tadi Jimmy juga bilang ya, aku sempat tanya apakah ada tim atau player khusus nih yang jadi target atau spesifikasi yang harus diperhatikan secara khusus. Tapi tadi Jimmy juga bilang sebenarnya dia sangat menghormati setiap tim yang ada karena ternyata setiap tim pun levelnya juga sudah sangat tinggi-tinggi sekali. Jadi dia put respect, dia menaruh semua respect kepada semua tim karena level kekuatan mereka sudah tinggi juga. Sehingga bagi mereka saat ini yang paling penting adalah stay fokus untuk tetap bisa perform yang terbaik. Okay, maybe this is gonna be the next question as well, Jimmy. We all hear that you always want to be in a team with Adikluk. And now it's the third season with Adikluk. So how do you feel playing a year with him? And any words to him and team for your upcoming match tomorrow?
Okay, Jimmy.
Please, Jimmy.
Okay, Jimmy. Sekarang kita tahu yang awak nak sangat-sangat main dengan Adik Luke dan sekarang adalah season ketiga awak bermain dengan Adik Luke. Macam mana perasaan Jimmy sekarang dah main setahun dengan Adik Luke? And ada tak apa-apa kata-kata yang Jimmy nak sampaikan kepada Adik Luke dan juga kawan-kawan yang lain untuk hari esok?
Bagi saya, perasaan saya sebelum ni pun saya pernah bermain dengan Adik Luke. Dia memang very talented punya player. And apa yang saya nak kata untuk Adik, jangan risau, insyaAllah esok kita akan memegang kejuaraan itu. Dan kepada teammate saya, kita tetapkan fokus and kita bermain macam biasa untuk kita mendapatkan kejuaraan.
Okay, of course, yes, I would love to play with Adik Luke because I think he is a very talented player. And words I want to say to Adik Luke, you don't need to worry, I'll give my best. I'm going to promise you that tomorrow we're going to lift that trophy. And to my teammates, just stay focused, just perform your best, and of course we're gonna win this together.
Ya, seperti yang tadi Jimmy sudah bilang ya, Jimmy itu pengen banget sebenarnya main sama Adik Luke dan saat ini sudah menjadi season ketiga juga selama 1 tahun ya main bareng. Dan Jimmy bilang Adik Luke adalah orang yang sangat talented sekali, dia adalah player yang sangat baik dan bagus sekali. Jadi pesannya adalah jangan khawatir. Ya, insya Allah besok mereka bisa menjadi juara dan mengangkat trofi bersama. Dan tentunya untuk para seluruh teman-teman dari tim Alliance juga, ayo stay fokus dan kita akan menjadi juara besok. Okay, last question for both of you. Maybe you wanna have or you wanna say something to your fans, please, Jimmy and also Adik Luke.
Okay, Jimmy dengan juga Adik Luke, ada apa-apa yang nak disampaikan kepada fans-fans yang mungkin datang ataupun yang ada di rumah?
Kepada fans-fans Alliance dan kepada keluarga kita orang, thank you. And teruskan support korang untuk last day esok. Kita orang perlukan support korang. Tanpa korang, siapalah kita orang.
Okay, so to the fans out there, especially from our parents and Alliance fans, keep supporting us, keep praying for us for the last day of PMSL. this season, and of course, please keep supporting us whether we are performing and not performing.
Oke, jadi tadi pesan dari Jimmy dan juga Adik Luk adalah buat teman-teman yang ngefans sama Alliance, buat teman-teman yang sudah support Alliance, terima kasih dan terus support mereka. Bagaimanapun mereka akan mencoba memberikan yang terbaik dan besok adalah hari terakhir juga mereka akan memberikan yang terbaik. Jadi tetap support mereka, tetap berikan dukungan yang positif. Baik itu mereka akan perform dengan baik ataupun tidak, please tetap support mereka. So that's it. Thank you so much Adik Luk. Thank you so much Jimmy. Please give them both a round of applause as well. And that's the interview and we're gonna close this up with the casters. So casters, take it away.
Yeah, with other teams doing better and better, that push you to be even more better than the others. Even shout out to like teams like Roy, who is improving as well. So that's always great motivation to push you to be the best.
Yeah, and that's going to be putting a standard a bit more higher than last season. We can see the gradient when it comes to the first season of the year, building up to this final season of the year. Such a great difference between their performance of all the teams across all of grand finals, across all seasons as well. I'm looking for what else we can have when it comes to 2025. But we might actually speak to you soon. We'll have to wait for tomorrow still. It's going to be the last day of the grand finals.
Yeah, the last day will be huge, right? You got top contenders here still in the game: Vampire Esports, FaZe Clan, Alliance, obviously, and the points are still doable with the remaining 6 games. So anything can really happen. I mean, a good example was like Xavier Day 1, Xavier Day 2. I don't know, Vampire Day 2, Vampire Day 3, we don't know, right? So that's all down to tomorrow. So make sure you're with us. You don't want to miss out on the grand finale.
Yeah, the day 1 we saw the rise of the Vietnam region. Day 2 it's going to be a total flip coming up from the Thai regions. They are on the rise. Tomorrow will be the rise of a Malaysian or Indonesian team, so it will be a repeat of the first 2 days. So we're going to have to wait and see, because we're going to wrap things up here for our day 2 grand finals. And so far, do tell us in the comment section as well, who do you think will finally lift the trophy by end of tomorrow? Will it be the same team? Seems to be a bit difficult right now, don't they? But they might surprise us tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Even for them, if it's not about a trophy, it is about like getting the PMGC points as well. So let's not forget about that. But all that will be unfold tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be folding today, and we'll be seeing you again tomorrow. My name is Sir Clark, together with the amazing Choo Choo. Tomorrow, make sure you're here. We'll see you guys by then. Bye.